Pokemon trainers, while we are on a quick break from all the Pokemon action, I have joined the bracket coordinator for Pokemon Go at the Warsaw Regional Championships, Daniel, to ask him a few questions about the judging side of things at this weekend's event. So Daniel, as bracket coordinator, tell us, how has the first day of competition gone so far?
So the first day actually went amazing. We had a schedule that we were able to keep to the minute. The players were very happy with getting a long lunch break to recover between their most important matches. And from a player perspective, they were really appreciative of how swift and how consistent all the matches went.
That's amazing. And I mean, an organized judge is a happy judge, right?
Absolutely. I'm actually always very nervous that things might not go to plan, but today everything went perfectly. I'm very, very happy. I'm very proud of the entire team, and it's great.
Well, it's certainly been a really enjoyable experience so far on the Saturday. From a community perspective, what do you think it means to have a regional championships here in Warsaw?
So this is one of the first regionals this far eastern in Europe. I think it's very important to not just the Polish community, but to all the community in Eastern Europe to have a regional here. I've heard a lot of good words about it, that the players here in Eastern Europe don't feel like they're forgotten. In fact, they're really enthusiastic about going to Warsaw to play Pokemon Go. And so I think it's been a good experience for all of them.
And as a judge, what advice can you give to maybe newer players on the scene wanting to get involved in competitive Go and might just be, a little nervous to come to their first event?
So the best thing you can always do is get in contact with people, ask questions, put yourself out there. If you don't understand something, it's always okay to ask. There's always someone in the community who will be happy to respond to your questions. And maybe then you can go to an event and already know some people who went there. And this should make your first event experience a much more enjoyable one.
And of course, on Sunday, we're going to have Championship Sunday, where we will crown our winner of the regional championships here in Warsaw. Well, thank you so much for your amazing insight and good luck with the rest of the tournament. I hope it runs really smoothly. Back to the Pokemon Go competition. Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to day 2 at the Pokemon Go Regional Championships here in Warsaw. I am Lou Adjosh-Chromi, and I'm joined behind the desk this morning by the wonderful Boobaloo once again. It is day 2, Championship Sunday. How are you feeling about today's competition?
Really excited to see the battles. Yesterday we saw a ton of really close games and a few 2-0s, but still really that went really down to the wire in the last game, so I'm expecting to continue from that today.
Yes, and there was a nice mix of kind of Pokemon that we were expecting to see. There was a lot of Stunfisk, a lot of Noctowl, of course, but there were a few really nice kind of returns as well. I loved the Walrein. We know I was talking about it a lot. We saw a little bit of Ninetales, and we saw some really spicy teams at the beginning of the day as well.
Yes, we saw some Togedemaru.
Yes.
There was also a Sneasler in the team, but I don't think that got into the field. But yeah, a lot of interesting picks, and some of them actually, those spicy picks can be seen today, probably.
Yes, well, let's give you a quick rundown of the bracket and how today's tournament is going to shape out. Boobly, do you want to kick us off with the winners bracket?
Sure. As we see on the screen, there's currently the first matchup players getting ready on the stage. That's Smedix on the left and Coxiac on the right. Then after this battle or match, we will be seeing another match from the winners bracket. There's Bakemi 1 versus Tomahawk UK. And once we're done with the first winners bracket matches, we will be going down to the losers bracket, where we will see Amon CZ and Aspreselto, excuse me. And after that matchup, we will continue in the losers bracket with Ripperly versus Ares. And once those matches are done, we will still continue in the losers bracket a few matches, and then jump back to the winners semifinals, move on to losers finals, and then finally finish off with the grand finals.
Exactly, and then crown our regional champion. I mean, the lovely thing about a lot of these top 8 competitors, is that we saw a lot of them yesterday. We got to feature their teams, get to know them a little bit, and by the end of today we will know them much more, and one of those 8 will be our champion. But let's focus on the first match for today, Semantics versus Kosiak. I mean, this is a really interesting matchup. On Kosiak's team we've got that Obstagoon, which I didn't get to see yesterday myself, but I'm really delighted to see. I saw it on a lot of the Salt Lake City broadcasts as well, and is known as one of those kind of pseudo-fighting Pokemon, even though it doesn't have the fighting type.
Exactly, that's what we call Pokemon that are using fighting type moves but are not exactly fighting type themselves. But also looking at Coctiac's team, there is that spicy pick Victini that we didn't have a chance to see yesterday. Maybe we'll see it today or even in this matchup. And looking over to Smedix's team, we already saw yesterday some good plays with the Frostlass and loading up on energy and seeing how much damage that can do. And then later on, when he was playing against Frika, we saw Lantern with the water gun doing a lot of fast move pressure, and which helped him clear that win.
Yeah, Lantern was a really key Pokemon yesterday. You know, nice to have both of those powerful charge moves as well. Something like a Thunderbolt will be able to deal with that pesky Azumarill, for example. But the key Pokemon that I'm expecting to see, I want to see that Stunfisk and that Medicham come back. They've been such a core throughout a lot of our matches that we featured yesterday, as well as that Lickitung. But Lickitung has to watch out for the Obstagoon. If it is carrying those fighting type moves, then it's going to be difficult for Lickitung to have that longevity on the field. And we know how it just loves to sit there really bulky, maybe switch in for a charge move to protect one of its partner Pokemon, and then just go for Lick and those body slams.
Exactly, and as we mentioned before, Victini is an interesting pick. It received some buff at the early stage of this season. The quick attack move got increase on damage, and as we know, that quick attack loads up energy fairly quickly, and V-Create, Victini has access to V-Create, which does a lot of damage, and with the quick attack, Victini can get to it really fast, and possibly with the debuff from V-Create, Victini can drop the V-Create and then swap out to clear the debuff.
Yeah, I would love to see a little bit of Victini action. It's one of those things, when you see Team Preview and there's a really interesting Pokemon, you kind of look for every possible opportunity for it to maybe come. Even if it doesn't have the best matchup, we almost try and convince ourselves that it has a place. Yes, it can come. But I think, you know, seeing as Victini has that very quick V-Create, it could be pretty good in this matchup. You just have to make sure that you can switch it out, like you mentioned, with the defense drop.
Yes, and looking at the Smedix's team, it doesn't even look that bad. There's a few good matchups, so maybe we'll see it come out.
Yes, another Pokemon to talk about on one of the teams is that Trevenant, because Trevenant was a Pokemon we talked about coming into the competition. We said it would feature a lot because ghost types really are on the rise at the minute in Pokemon Go. You've got the Trevenant, Sableye, Frostlass as well. So having a Pokemon like Trevenant with that nice grass and ghost typing as well does make it sometimes difficult to get through, but that's why you do have to make sure you've got some Pokemon on the opposing side. Pokemon like Noctowl, for example, that can deal really well with that grass typing, and at the same time Noctowl having access to that Shadow Ball is going to be able to deal some serious damage, as well as its flying type moves to that Trevenant.
Exactly, and as you mentioned before, the Lickitung, we've seen that a lot today, but we see this on Smedix's side this time as well. But on Coctiac, he has the Obstagoon, and Obstagoon being normal and dark type will triple resist those licks, so those will definitely do nothing to the Obstagoon. So getting that Obstagoon on that Lickitung would be a great thing to see for Coctiac.
So the tides could be changing for Lickitung a little bit. It really was a good day for Lickitung yesterday. You know, it was so bulky, was on loads of the teams, and we got to see it showcased beautifully. But Obstagoon's here in top 8. It's, you know, it's not here to mess around. It's here to get some jobs done, and it really wants to try and deal with that Lickitung.
Exactly.
So we're going to have a short break and show a little community video while our players get set up, so you can also be inspired by the amazing Pokemon Go community.
These regionals. And next we are going to go outside and see some players catching Teddy Ursa.
I think I have one Pokemon Go player. It's probably playing the community today. So, hey. Hello, are you playing? What are you doing? You're playing Pokemon Go, right?
Yes, I'm playing the community today, trying to catch shiny. So.
Oh, you're a shiny hunter?
No, not really, but I'll try to get one of each.
Okay, you mostly a PvP or a PvE? I mean, shiny hunter or PvP player?
Mostly shiny hunters then, because I don't play PvP at all. I'm here to play the card game tournament, so. But that's a short break now, so I'm trying to catch shiny. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just an extra. I mean, having some Chinese is like a little extra for you, the TCG game.
Yeah, it's just a little fun. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your answers and have a good day. One is texting. Why are you playing right now?
Right now because there is a community day and I saw new Pokestops. I'm really excited because on every Pokemon event something's happening in Pokemon Go. For example, today we have Pokemon Regionals in Warsaw, which I'm very excited to be here, and I've got some new Pokemon I can show you.
What is your new Pokemon? Oh, you have 3 shinies! Wow!
Yes!
You're so lucky! Wow.
Yes!
Wow.
You wanna see?
I love it! It's so cute! Oh my god, it's really cute! All green! Are you about to evolve them?
Yes, because today is a special event that I can evolve them into Ursaluna. There will be new Pokemon only available when it will be the midnight or something.
Okay. Oh, it's nice. So Ursaluna is kind of new in the game because I think Teddiursa is not new, and Ursa King is not new at all, right?
Yes, we have Ursaring as already in the game, but Ursaluna is gonna appear just right now. It's gonna be the new Pokemon, so I can evolve it right now.
Okay, can you evolve it, please? Because I want to see how it looks like.
Yes, you know, I'm gonna evolve the shiny one, okay?
Yeah.
Because
Shiny Ursaluna.
yes, I'm really excited.
Whoa.
That's shiny Ursaring.
I never saw him before. It's so exciting.
Okay, and now
Big Bear.
the new one.
I'm so curious because I never saw it before.
I used to play Pokemon Legends Arceus before, and Ursaluna was in that game.
Okay. And are you excited about the
Yes,
Scarlet and
yes,
Violet?
yes.
Wow.
Wow.
I love the colors. Okay,
Yes.
definitely.
In my Pokédex.
New Pokédex and shiny.
Shiny, yes.
It's really nice. Thank you for your time, player. Oh, it's still exciting to see people still playing the community day today, even if it's a really big event here. Okay, now let's go back to more games.
And we're back. That was a nice throwback to yesterday's Teddiursa Community Day. And after the stream yesterday, it was nice seeing on Twitter people posting their shiny Ursalunas or Hundo Ursalunas, and just flexing on what they caught today.
Yeah, I only caught the one. You know, that's the lovely thing about the communities, though. You all get together. There's always a little bit of competition. Who can get the first shiny, then who gets the most shinies. And at an event as well, when there's so many players all playing together, it's just nice that everyone's coming together and talking about this thing that they love, Pokemon. And the community days are always so much fun. But I'm a little grumpy. I only got one shiny Pokemon. A little bit jealous of that lovely video, seeing the 3 that were on their in their deck. But you know, is what it is.
Yeah, we can only hope that in December we get the collection of the previous community days, and we have more chances to get more shiny Teddiursas. After the community day today, we actually have more events in game. We have the elite raids starting today. First one starting at 11 local time, and the elite raid today will be the Hoopa in the unbound form. This Hoopa is Psychic Dark, so you need to prepare your bug types and gather up some friends, because this raid you cannot compete as a remote raid. So shoot up those local communities and ask for friends to join and take out the Hoopas in your nearby raids.
Again, it's a wonderful thing to be able to do at this event with so many Pokemon Go players. You can definitely get together and take on those raids, and I'm going to be excited to get the Hoopa Unbound. That will be very, very exciting.
Yes, there was a few nearby, so maybe we have a chance to stop and catch a couple of Hoopas.
If there's an extra delay break, you know why. You know what we're all doing on production. But I mean, that's the lovely thing. There's so much Pokemon Go action happening this weekend, not only with the broadcast, we had the wonderful community day yesterday, and then today, again, we've got more community aspects with these raids. And honestly, the Pokemon Go community and the Pokemon community in general is one of the main reasons that you want to get involved with the competitive side. I mean, obviously, I've come over from the video game side of the Pokemon franchise, and now I'm here over with Pokemon Go. And the thing that I love is how the competitive sphere has kind of grown because of the community. You know, when Pokemon Go first came out, I was there catching all my Pokemon, you know, trying to be Ash Ketchum and catch them all. And then actually you kind of discover this battling element with PvP, and it just opens up a whole new facet and element to the game. Because particularly if, you know, you're not interested in the catching side, you have a more competitive drive, or you have literally caught them all, like what else is there to do? And that's where you can kind of get involved in a new way to play the game.
Exactly, and that's probably the thing that keeps people playing Pokemon Go. There's so many different ways to keep playing. Even if you've caught them all, you still can keep getting better ones, and possibly even more shinies, and whichever you think is your thing. And now we will be taking a small break and heading into a small video.
Hey everyone, we're going to be playing Guess That Pokemon. It's going to be Team TCG with me, Mike, and Alex against Team Go.
I'm Amandine.
And I'm Freddy Comics.
And I think we all just want to get started. It's going to be 1 minute 30 to draw the Pokemon we're given by name, and the other person on your team is going to have to try and guess it. So best of luck.
Best of luck, man.
Thanks. Let's go.
So 1 minute
Let's
30
go.
on the clock.
You guys can go now. I think this one should be a quick one.
I have not seen them.
You'll
So
know
this is a
straight
surprise.
Oh
to
yeah,
me
yeah.
already.
Diglett.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fast.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
Yeah, it was easy because I had to find, you know, the French name and then translate it in English.
Oh, that's amazing. I just need to find the English name, and that'll be a trouble.
I think we've just found out we've got an advantage, and that's very concerning.
Blue things are in trouble.
Oh, we've started.
Oh, you're not in trouble at all, I
It's
think.
pink, purple, what? He's adding all the colours for me, which
It's
is
good.
fantastic.
It's quite good.
Yeah.
I'm
I
so,
knew
how am I
which
stuck?
one it was at the beginning. I mean,
Yeah.
just with the,
He's drawing quite well.
yeah, I like it.
You're getting a lot of plaudits with it. Jigglypuff. Sorry. Oh my god.
The eyes are melt. Give that one away. It's a pink circle, man.
I'm assuming you drew like a flame torch that is holding on to.
That's the microphone. Wait, next
It
time
looks like
I'm just
a
gonna
knife.
go like that.
Yeah. That would work best, I think. All right, so we're going to be passing back over to Amandine now, I believe, who's going to be
I'm
drawing
ready.
next.
It's your
Thank
turn
you.
now.
Okay, Go now gonna get their second drawing in. I didn't see this one, so I don't know what we're gonna be up against.
No, it's a mystery to both of us. So it looks quite interesting already. There's a lot of detail coming
Okay,
in.
he's angry. Is it a Snorlax?
That is a very angry Pokemon.
I'm going to be equally as surprised as you are.
I think I've got it, but I don't want to say.
I mean, it'd be worrying if you did. We would lose.
There's a feature.
Oh, that's Primate.
Yeah, right?
Oh.
Not exactly.
Oh,
Oh,
pressure's
the
on.
The little one.
They
Say it in French, maybe.
they got so much time.
I know only the French name.
Yeah.
But Primate, Ferrosinge.
Yeah.
Monkey.
Monkey.
Monkey. I remember it.
They get it.
Monkey.
Okay. Well, you know, we almost had them there.
Well done.
So
well done.
close.
You draw it well. Quite well.
Was it your sound?
I was gonna say Primate, but then
Yeah.
yeah, I probably would have been able to work it out from there.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. She. So now it's like TCG turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alex, it's your turn. Let's go.
Okay. Gyarados.
I think I might know.
It looks like blue.
Yeah, dabba-dee-dabba-da.
Okay. Oh, so it's got. I mean,
I think I know. Yeah. It's a cool Pokemon.
Okay, so it evolves
I think.
into something. Oh, is it a Squirtle?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I recognize
There you
the
go.
sunglasses.
Yeah,
Right,
that
yeah.
was the first thing I had to draw. You know, Squirtle Squad.
I feel like we've got anime details. Like you got Squirtle Squad, I put the Jigglypuff with a microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, this is what we grew up with, right? So, yes.
Genius.
It is.
Right, nice warm-up start for both rounds. It's now Pokemon Go's team turn.
Yeah. Let's go, Tragicomics.
Right, Pokemon Go on to round 3.
I didn't also catch his name from this Pokemon at all, so...
It's something to do.
I think I've got it.
Oh, I think I've got it. Oh, he's drawing evolutions.
So 2 evolutions?
I thought it was a Azumarill as well, to be honest.
Oh, Azurill?
Yes, exactly.
Ah,
Well done. It was a baby.
Yeah, the little baby.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
It makes a lot of sense now.
On the ball, you know? On
Yeah,
the
yeah,
tape
yeah.
of the ball.
That
Nice.
makes sense.
True,
The ball of the
exactly.
tape.
But
Yeah.
you found it.
Yeah, it's true.
Fair
Okay.
play. Well, we've tried drawing some Pokemon now, but we'll be going back to the games in the main arena, so we'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We promised we were not off doing any elite raids or anything like that. We were just making sure our players are getting seated and settled and ready for their first match. They're ready on the stage, so we'll be able to take you over very soon and dive straight into the first action of this day 2.
What are you expecting on the first match?
I mean, I would love to see that Frostlass again. We saw how well he, piloted it yesterday, and I think it would be a really key Pokemon when you consider there's a Trevenant on the opposing side and Altaria as well. Neither of those want to take those ice moves. But then at the same time, I really want to see that Victini. And, Victini will then give Frostlass a lot of problems. So then in order to counter the Victini, you're going to have something like the Stunfisk come in. So they're kind of, I suppose, the triangle core that I want to see rotating through these 2 players.
Yeah,
what about you?
I agree. I also want to see Victini mostly because I want to know what the moveset is. Because you could also run Confusion, which would be really interesting fast move choice. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be a quick attack one. But the charge move is the one that I'm interested in. There's probably going to be V-Crit, but as one of the options. But then Victini has access to Overheat, Psychic, and Focus Blast. So even if it's a Focus Blast one, even Lickitung has to be really scared of the Focus Blast because that Focus Blast from a Victini is going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of coverage as well. Fire, Psychic, and Fighting as well. And we saw how much damage Psychics were doing yesterday. And we kind of talked a little bit about how Fire Pokemon and Pokemon Go aren't as dominant at the moment. We did see one Ninetales, but unfortunately it was not victorious on the broadcast. Whereas Victini, might be out there to try and change it for the reputation of those Fire types. You just never know. But again, I wouldn't be surprised to see the classic Pokemon that we saw yesterday, Noctowl, Lickitung, Stunfisk, all coming to it. Do you think there's a place for the Registeel?
Looking at teams, depending a bit, I can't remember if we saw it yesterday. Do we know the moveset? If it has Flash Cannon, then it has some play against it will basically one-shot the Frostlass from the opposing side. Looking at Smedix's team to counter the Registeel, there's the Medicham and the Stunfisk, but everything else has a bit weak spot for the Registeel. There's Noctowl, which is totally going to get walled except for the Shadow Ball, but those Zap Cannons are going to hurt the Noctowl. Then there's Lickitung and the Lantern, which both will take some damage from the moves, but with the Lantern being Water Gun, that matchup is not as bad as it would be with a Spark one.
So there is possibly scope for Registeel if it can get in a good position away from the Medicham, away from the Stunfisk, to then kind of just sit on the field and clean up the rest of the match. So who knows? I think this is going to be an interesting kind of best of 3 situation. I think game 1's going to be a lot about not only scouting what your opponent wants to actually bring to the match, but again, how are they going to play it? This is at the end of the day, day 2. We've had 84 competitors. We're now down to just the 8 remaining. 7 of those will be going home without that champion title, and 1 will remain victorious. So your kind of mental approach to the match has to change a little bit because there's so much more at stake today than there was yesterday.
Yes, and starting with the winners bracket, the players are still having the chance of losing one match and then coming back from the losers bracket, but you still don't want to lose the first match of the day to start the second day with a loss.
That's true, and also you're undefeated at this point in the competition. You want to keep that winning streak alive, Yes, you can afford to have 1 loss and you're just going to drop to losers bracket but not out of the competition. But if you can maybe win the whole tournament and claim, hey, do you know what, I did this undefeated, that's always a really nice flex to have at the end. Exactly.
So soon we should be ready to get on to the matches. But still looking at the teams from Coxiac's side, I would also expect the Obstagoon to have a lot of play. It has positive matchups against everything in Smedix's team except that Medicham. So keeping it away from the Medicham is the main thing that Coxiac will be looking to do.
Yeah, and the thing is the Medicham's going to have, if every Pokemon on the Cox's team is going to be trying to target down that Metacham and remove it, because again, it's going to cause a few problems for some of the others as well, like the Registeel. So Metacham's going to have a target on its back, essentially. If you're Coxax and you can get rid of that Metacham, then some of your other Pokemon, like the Obstagoon, like the Registeel, are going to have a much happier time and going to be able to just wall through opponents and pick up KOs. So I feel like with these players, you're going to have your game 1 plan ready, but possibly on what your opponent's choosing to bring and how they're playing it. I would not be surprised to see between games 2 and possibly game 3 some really kind of radical adjustments in the Pokemon choices that our players are bringing, because you might, you know, leave your Obstagoon at home and then be like, you know what, I really needed it against that Lickitung, but at the same time your opponent might then kind of read into that and bring the Metacham and obviously keep it. You have to make sure that you deal with it. So I would not be surprised to see quite a shake-up between games 1 and 2 here, depending, of course, how it plays out.
And yesterday we saw some risky picks on some of the games to lead with a Swampert into a team that doesn't really look good for Swampert. But
yes,
I think that was Ares who managed to pull it off, and so some of these mind games are big and could flip whole matchups.
Yeah, it really was about Swampert, so like you mentioned with Ares' game, and then in Tomahawk's game yesterday, in game 2, they didn't bring the Swampert to what was a really good matchup, predicting that their opponent would bring the Jumpluff, and then they didn't. They brought the Ninetales, and Swampert's just sitting on the bench kind of crying a little bit, but it came back in game 3 and got victorious. So, as you can see, our players for game 1 are seated and ready. They are focused, taking their notes, getting themselves prepped and ready. I mean, as a competitor yourself, probably, coming into this kind of tournament, how do you focus and prepare for the match in front of you?
Just in general for the tournament, players usually do some practice games. As we spoke yesterday in some interviews, players mentioned that they trained a lot, but they also tried to train with players that are not coming to this regional, so that they are not revealing any strategies or tactics. But coming into every single game, you kind of have to have some kind of a game plan to at least the first match, and then you usually vary that or change that game plan a bit on how your opponent plays and which Pokemon they decide to play.
Are you able to sort of flowchart out your matchups a little bit? I know in video game, for example, there might be a common core and you'll be like, hey, if I see this in team preview, I lead these two, I do this, I have this in the bag. Is this similar for PvP?
Yes, sometimes. It varies a bit on players. Some players really have like that they build their team around like a couple of cores that they basically play, and then they switch like the third Pokemon or something. Then just some players build their teams to just be really flexible, and so that they can prepare and basically play it really flexibly. So it varies a lot.
I guess as well it must depend on that kind of debate. Do you go for a team that is tried and tested in the sense that it's won lots of things, but you don't know it very well, or do you go with the Pokemon that you know have got your back, the ones that you're most familiar with? But let's see how game 1 rolls out. We're going to jump straight into the action here in Warsaw on day 2, top 8, and there is a Registeel and a Noctowl as the leads in this game 1.
As we spoke, this is not the matchup that the Noctowl wants to see. Here comes the Frostlass. That is not also something that Frostlass is enjoying, but as we see from Coxiac's side, there is no Flash Cannon, so these moves will not one-shot. But this Zap Cannon is still going to hurt because the Frostlass is not a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, Frostlass having to shield here to not take the Zap Cannon. It's going to get its energy charged up, has the potential to go for something like an Avalanche, but Obstagoon is going to switch in and another Pokemon that Frostlass doesn't want to face down against those fighting type moves, and just damage that Obstagoon can deal out are going to really hurt the opposing Frostlass, but it does get some good damage with Avalanche.
Yes, as we saw, the Zap Cannon from Registeel did apply the attack debuff, so now Obstagoon is a bit more comfortable taking these avalanches, but they are coming so fast that now Coxiac has to shield, and here comes the first Night Slash. Frostlass can still tank it. Smedix decides to no shield and possibly get to another avalanche before going down.
Oh, Obstagoon means business, takes it down to just minimal HP, but there's still enough in the tank to be able to go for another charge move. But first of all, it's going to be that Obstagoon once again. It is going to be the shield coming out this time from Frostlass. It wants to get one more charge move off.
Smedix wants to get a charge move off, get rid of this Obstagoon, and possibly get the Noctowl into a more favorable matchup, but Coxiac is not letting him go. Possibly even get to counter it down. Yes, here we go, and then let's see what Smedix is going to bring in. It's going to be that Noctowl to try to save it from that Registeel. Obstagoon going for Night Slash again. Maybe we'll see a Night Slash boost.
Very possibly. I mean, there's no protect shields on that side for the Noctowl, so it is going to have to take this. Able to tank it really well thanks to the bulk, but the attack does raise on that Obstagoon, so it's going to be able to deal out a little more damage. No protect shields on its side either, though, so Noctowl's going to be able to deal with this Obstagoon once and for all.
And here goes a nice Skydack that's going to take out the Obstagoon, and the Registeel comes back in. There's the Lantern that we saw, but gets faced with a Trevenant as a water gun Lantern. This is just a really bad thing to see. There's not a lot Smedix can do at this point.
Yeah, a really nice adjustment from Kosiak here, bringing in the Trevenant while that Lantern is now pinned in, and it's able to go for its charge move with Seed Bomb and do some super effective damage to that Lantern. And like you said, there's not a lot the Lantern can do to Trevenant here.
Here comes the first Surf. This is not going to hurt a lot, maybe 20%. Trevenant can easily tank it, and Kosiak has a Seed Bomb ready to go, throws it right away, and Smedix is going to come back in with the Noctowl. Probably going to wing attack down this Trevenant and try to get some Shadow Balls off on that Registeel.
Yeah, the thing is the Registeel is going to have an absolute whale of a time against something like the Noctowl here. You can see the Lantern, though, just going to go for its charge move down into that opposing Trevenant, going to be able to take it really well. And again, Trevenant just primed to go for some of its fast moves, deal with that Lantern as the Noctowl is going to return.
As you saw there, Kosiak decided to not throw any fast moves for a bit to let the Lantern do some water gun damage so that Trevenant will be lower health when the Noctowl comes in, just to make sure that Registeel will easily take it out without not giving it too much energy.
Exactly, not allowing that Noctowl to farm up some energy with its fast moves. Registeel is going to have to take a Shadow Ball, however, but it is going to be able to retaliate with that Zap Cannon, and Noctowl sitting very exposed on the field here.
Yeah, this Zap Cannon is going to take out the Noctowl, and Kosiak takes the 1-0 win on the first match of the day.
Yeah, and that Registeel that we talked about certainly has made a comeback. You know, there wasn't the Metagame to contend with or anything like that, so Registeel was able to, you know, pilot itself around the field well. Having the help of the Obstagoon to deal with Pokemon like the Frostlass as well was really, really helpful. I think if you're Semantics now, you're going to have to think, how am I going to deal with that Registeel? I think Metagame might be the answer.
Yes, Smedix kind of wants to bring that Medicham to keep the Obstagoon and the Registeel in check, but looking at Kosiak's team, everything else is just going to make Medicham's life really uncomfortable. So it's really tough to bring Medicham into this team. And here we have some footage from Kosiak being happy for the first win, first win of the day, and getting ready for the second game.
Exactly, and I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier, actually, that we felt like this match in particular is going to come down to the adjustments between Games 1 and Games 2. And we've already identified that Registeel really was such a problem for Semantics here. So are you going to have to bring that Medicham in, or possibly even the Stunfisk? But as you mentioned, Boobly, there's a lot on Kosiak's team that then can counter those Pokemon. So again, if you're Kosiak, do you think, right, my opponent's going to bring the Medicham, going to bring the Stunfisk, I'm going to have to bring my counters. And at the same time, if you're Semantics, it's like, well, that's a really obvious play that I'm going to bring Medicham. So my opponent's going to bring my counters. I'm not going to bring them. I've got ways to deal with the counters. And then, unfortunately, Kosiak's kind of plan backfires a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see what leads come out. Do you think there is any chance of this Victini?
Maybe. I'd say yes. Well, Kosiak just wants to keep the Victini out from a Lantern, because that water gun damage is going to chunk the health pretty quickly, and Lickitung doing super effective damage with the Lick is still uncomfortable matchup for the Victini, but I think we might even see it. Looking at Smedix's side, though, I'm thinking that the Galarian Stunfisk is probably the best thing to bring here to fight the Registeel at least.
Yeah, and of course the Stunfisk has a lot of natural bulk, but I think you're right, the Earthquake would be really pivotal here, just being able to do a huge chunk of damage to something like the Registeel. At the same time, if that Victini comes in, it doesn't want to face down against that Stunfisk either. But Game 2 is underway, our players are ready, and don't forget, this is the winner's bracket. Whoever loses this will still be in the competition, but the one who wins will advance to the next stage already. We can see the Obstagoon is in against that Stunfisk.
Apparently the game had already been started, but there was a safe swap into Stunfisk, and Kosiak replies with an Obstagoon. Here comes the first Earthquake. It's going to connect, takes about half health from Obstagoon, but Obstagoon is loading up energy, has 2 cross chops ready to go. If he throws both of them, it will take out the Stunfisk.
Absolutely love the way Obstagoon is holding its own right now. Like you said, the cross chops are charged and ready. Here comes the first one, does a decent chunk of damage, but the second one is just going to follow up absolutely rapidly. Now Stunfisk has a decision to make. Do you want to go for a shield here and preserve the Stunfisk? No, Semantics has opted not to go for it.
Stunfisk goes down. Here comes the Medicham that we didn't see earlier, but here we go. And Coxiac is probably going to bring that Trevenant in. Yes, there it is. And looking at Coxiac's team, there's that Registeel waiting in the back for whatever Smedix had as a third Pokemon. I think it was the Noctowl, yes. Here.
Yeah, it is the Noctowl. Ice Punch does a significant chunk of damage, but Trevenant still had a lot of HP remaining. It is going to get out of there, though, as the Noctowl joins, and Registeel, the Noctowl, once again is here. Noctowl not going to have a happy time. Lock on, obviously going to boost up the energy on that opposing Registeel, but not before Noctowl can go for a Shadow Ball of its own. Going to try and deal some damage, but the shield's going to prevent that from happening.
Both Pokemon now have... Well, Noctowl has 2 shields, Registeel has 1 shield anymore. So this matchup is going to be pretty close for Noctowl because Noctowl can keep shielding these Zap Cannons and not Lock On doesn't do much damage, so it doesn't need to be worried about that. Registeel gets the attack debuff, so this Shadow Ball is definitely not going to do much, so Coxiac decides to not shield it this time.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to, burn through all your shields unnecessarily. If you can take a Shadow Ball thanks to the debuff, you might as well. And you can see it's exactly what Registeel is doing. Go for those lock-ons. Like you said, it's all about energy generation, not about damage. The damage comes from these charge moves. And Zap Cannon's going to come out once again from the Registeel, burning the second Protect on Cementic's side. So this Noctowl, although relatively healthy, needs to get out of there and bring Metacham in so it can actually deal some damage to this opposing Registeel.
Registeel loads up a Zap Cannon ready and then comes in with the Trevenant. Coxiac probably, there goes the shield, shields the Ice Punch, and now it's raced to the next charge move. Trevenant has the charge move ready to go. This Shadow Ball will take out the Medicham, and then we just have to deal with the Noctowl.
Yeah, Trevenant not messing around, came in with some energy farmed up. Doesn't get the KO against the Metacham, however, but Metacham still has a mountain to climb in terms of that energy, and it will be KO before it's able to go for a charge move.
And here comes the Noctowl. Trevenant throws a Shadow Ball, double resisted, but better move than the single resisted Seed Bomb. And Noctowl is going to wing attack this Trevenant down and throw Shadow Ball, maybe 2 on the Registeel.
Yeah, Registeel coming back in, but also has a lot of energy ready. Noctowl gets the edge, however, so that Shadow Ball will come down. No protection remaining. Is it going to be enough to get the KO?
We'll see. It's going to be close. It is enough. And that's why the Noctowl is such a core Pokemon nowadays. We just saw it take out the bulky Steel type.
I mean, I'm sorry, Noctowl, we ever doubted you in Team Preview. Us saying, against Registeel, Noctowl's going to have a hard time. And my favorite thing about that moment was actually Cementix's reaction, hand over his mouth, shocked that the Noctowl was able to do that. But it's pulling through for its trainer. It knows what's at stake. This is top 8 of Day 2 at the Warsaw Regional Championships, and Noctowl wants to be able to get that title.
Yeah. With the Trevenant on the Medicham, I think Coxiac now, looking at his reaction, realized that he made a mistake to allow or take out the Medicham too quickly with the Trevenant, allowing the Noctowl to get a lot of energy with the wing attacks and get that Shadow Ball off.
Again, it's all about Noctowl. We saw how dominant it was yesterday, and today it is proving that it can keep going in this competition. It has the longevity to go all the way. Going into Game 3, however, do you think there's going to be too many adjustments? Because we saw a lot of changes from Game 1 to 2. For example, Cementix brought both the Stunfisk and that Metacham. Do you think both of them are going to stay, or are we going to see things shake up a bit?
This is usually a hard decision.
It's a bit of a 50-50, isn't it?
because now Smedix is thinking, like, okay, this worked. Maybe I should keep going with it. But also he needs to think about, okay, maybe Coxiac might now decide to start countering that more, bring more counters to the Medicham and the Galarian Stunfisk. Maybe we see Azumarill come in and the Trevenant to make both of those Medicham and Galarian Stunfisk hard to play.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a few adjustments. But you're right, this is kind of the mind game they've got. There's lots of options that both our players have in front of us, but it's going to come down to their kind of gut instinct on how they want to make those adjustments. I think Registeel was a really, really strong throughout Games 1 and Games 2 for Coxiac there. Unfortunately, Noctowl did get the edge, but Registeel still was on the field for a long time. It was dealing a lot of damage or applying pressure to something like the Noctowl. It was able to burn through both those shields on Cementix's side. But at the same time, Cementix was able to get Coxiac to also give up the shields quite early on in that match, leaving the Registeel a little bit exposed towards the end.
Yeah, for Coxiac, I think he's going to stick with the Registeel and the Obstagoon, keep both of them, and then just maybe switch it to their Pokemon. Maybe we see the Azumarill in the lead, and then Obstagoon and Registeel in the back, or some other thing. We'll see. Yeah,
Trevenant as well, it's been a really good pick, but I feel like very early on in that game, when the Stunfisk went for that Earthquake, it gave away a lot of damage to that Trevenant very early on, so it wasn't able to get those Seed Bombs off or the Shadow Balls, and just unfortunately, suddenly Coxiac was down a Pokemon very early on, and because of the inflexibility you have against the Pokemon on Cementic's side, it just meant that he didn't didn't have the potential to switch, you know, possibly even just bring in a very low HP Trevenant from the back to kind of sacrifice it to get a switch or to burn through a charge move, and just didn't have that flexibility. So I'd possibly like to see, as much as I say you need to preserve your shield, I'd possibly like to see Trevenant protected a little bit more in this game, just so that it is able to have the capability to pick up KOs later on.
Yes, the main thing the Trevenant has to be afraid of is the Noctowl on the opponent's side, and Smedix has brought it both games so far. And we get into the game 3. This will decide who goes down to the losers bracket and who keeps the winning going.
Is it going to be Noctowl or is it going to be Registeel? Both of them are on the field for these trainers. Semantics with that Noctowl, and last time it was in this position, it switched straight out, and it's doing it again, but this time for the Metagame, and now there's also the Trevenant.
Yes, it's again Trevenant on Medicham, not something you want to see. Looking at the other Pokemon in the back, there's an Obstagoon on Coxiac's side, and Smedix has the Galarian Stunfisk. So Smedix really wants this Medicham to have some good play against this Trevenant. Maybe has to shield here and get to another Ice Punch.
I mean, a lot of damage taken very early on in this game thanks to the Ice Punch on the Trevenant and the KO on that Medicham from the Shadow Ball. So now Semantics is down a Pokemon, but has the option to bring in that Noctowl from the back, start dealing some good damage against the Trevenant, start farming up some energy for later on. And we see the Noctowl come into play.
In game 2, we saw this Noctowl get a lot of energy from the Trevenant, and that's what Smedix is going for right now. Possibly get a lot of Shadow Balls on the Registeel. We'll see.
Yeah, and of course the Shadow Balls do nothing to that Noctowl. It's able to take it really well and keep that energy high. Registeel's coming back in, so it's going to be possible redemption for the Registeel, going for that lock-on, boosting up its energy, but is not going to be able to get revenge on the Noctowl as Stunfisk joins the field and Obstagoon makes the switch for Kosiak.
Yes, and Obstagoon starting counter down this Galarian Stunfisk. Here comes Earthquake. Coxiac decides to invest his first shield and probably load up more energy and start throwing those cross chops.
Yeah, really nice to see the shield in the face of that Earthquake. You don't want to take unnecessary damage. And you can see the Obstagoon here, you know, going for the cross chop. Just wants to deal some good damage to the Stunfisk. That isn't going to be going for a shield here. And if there's another one stacked up, which there is, but it's not going for it yet, the Obstagoon is just holding on, allowing the Stunfisk the opportunity to go for a Rock Slide here.
Smedix wants to get a lot of energy from this Obstagoon on the Noctowl, leaving all shields on the Noctowl and hoping that the play that worked last game works now too.
Yeah, that Noctowl's just going to be thinking energy, energy, energy. You're going to see the Obstagoon, however, going for this Night Slash, wants to deal some decent damage to that opposing Noctowl. Does a little bit of damage, but Noctowl still has, you know, charge moves ready to go. It has shields to protect it. I mean, Obstagoon is not going for the shield on this occasion, however, maybe just preserving them for that Registeel, learning from that game 2 that Registeel does need a little help from time to time.
Yes, here comes another Night Slash, and after this, Coxiac is probably going to go back to the Registeel and start loading him up on energy. Having one shield against Noctowl with 2 shields, Noctowl also has a lot of energy loaded up. Here comes the first Zap Cannon. Here comes first shield from Smedix, and after this, Smedix is probably going to go for that Shadow Ball.
Yeah, Registeel joined in with energy primed and ready to go. One Zap Cannon down, and the attack drop on that Noctowl as well. You can see it farming up the energy on that Shadow Ball. We're going to see the first one here, but the Registeel does still have access to a shield. I think it can take one of these Shadow Balls, however, and then Noctowl's at such low HP, Registeel might be able to finish it off before it even takes a second Shadow Ball.
Yeah, he's going to... Yeah, here comes the second Zap Cannon. Another shield probably taken out by Smedix, and Smedix already has a Shadow Ball loaded, but the health on that Noctowl is getting way too low to survive this, even these lock-ons, and another debuff lands. So now Coxiac still has one shield, does not use it, saves it for the possible third Shadow Ball. Let's see if the lock-ons will be enough to take out this Noctowl, or do we actually see another charge move throw?
Yeah, I mean, those Shadow Balls really are not doing too much. You do get the third one in, however, lock-on was just not enough, unfortunately. But Registeel, again, not going for the Protect here. Kosiak wants to keep that shield in its back pocket for that Obstagoon that's just come in, dealt with the opposing Noctowl, and there we go. Kosiak is able to take this set 2-1. Huge congratulations.
Coxiac saving that one shield to the next game. So starting the day off with a 2-1 win is probably going to feel good of himself, and still staying undefeated.
I mean, can you imagine if the shields carried over to your next match? That would bring in a whole new different mechanic to the game. But it's always nice to kind of finish with that one shield, and I think it was a really good strategy because you just didn't know when you needed it. And considering that you got the 2 attack drops on the opposing Noctowl, you knew that your Registeel was relatively safe. Even if it went down due to the low HP on that Noctowl, Obstagoon would be able to come in and finish the job. So really good identification by Kosiak. And obviously Semantics as well. not out of the competition, just going to drop down to losers. And as we are showing all the games today on the broadcast for Sunday, we will be able to see Semantics later, see if they can stay in the competition.
Yes, and while the players are getting ready to move out of the stage and get the next players in, we will have a short interview with Koksiak on the feelings on the win on the first game.
Yeah, it will be really good to speak to our players and kind of see how they're feeling at this point of the competition as well, and how they possibly prepare going into the next round, because you surely are absolutely full of adrenaline at this point. You've just won a game on stream. It's the first game of the day. You're going to be feeling confident, and then you know that you've still got, you know, a very long road ahead to be able to get into that final and then try and get the title. So you have to kind of regroup, think ahead, and possibly also you want to see how the other matches are going on, so you can take a second as we are watching everything today. You might be able to see a little bit about what the competition is showing. But we will grab our winner for a quick interview, so don't go anywhere, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back, Pokemon players. I am joined for our first winners interview on Sunday's broadcast, and what an amazing best of 3 set it was to kick off the show. You mentioned to me just now that you were playing actually against a friend. How do you approach that, particularly at this stage of the competition?
Well, I knew he liked playing ABA, so I kind of predicted Knuckler. He knows how I play. I like playing Registeel. He knows it was my strong Pokemon, and he knows I like playing in the back. So I switched things up a little bit, and it worked out for sure.
I mean, Registeel was certainly very strong. We were talking about it a lot at the commentary desk, and we're really happy to see it back in action. Unfortunately, Game 2 didn't quite go to plan. Can you tell us your thoughts at the end of that Game 2 and how you maybe adjusted going into Game 3?
Yes, well, like in Game 2, I definitely should just straight swap into Trevenant. That was a mistake. Knocked a Rin CMP against Registeel, just had the shield saved, and I would be fine. But, like, unfortunately, I luck out in third game, so that doesn't matter. But, yeah, I will for sure try to do better in my next games.
Well, before we let you go off and focus on the rest of the tournament, is there anyone you would like to give a shout out to while you're here in the interview?
Thank you, Homelands Henry. You told I am a Giga Chat for using Victimini top 8. I really appreciate it. Also Toe Tactical, Race to the Occasion, Me Whittle, the Mega Junko. There's great games, and of course my teammates, my family. They will be here probably watching it. So great race.
Brilliant. Well, there's a lot of people rooting for you. Good luck in the rest of the competition, and we'll see you later on. We will have a short break and be back with you very soon.
And we are back and ready for the next game. Players are still waiting to, or getting ready to go on stage. And next matchup we have Bakemi versus Tomahawk UK.
These were two of my favorite players to watch yesterday. You know, Tomahawk gave us some really interesting information during the interview about kind of how he approaches the game, and particularly about the Swampert, because Swampert was one of the key Pokemon that he showcased yesterday, you know, bringing it so well in the matchups, making sure that it was able to pick up the critical KOs, preserved it rightly so when it was needed to be saved for the end game. And there was one match in particular where, you know, he forgot to bring it in game, well, didn't forget, but chose not to. I think Swampert felt like he was forgotten, but chose not to bring it in game 2. It didn't quite go well, and then made this amazing recovery in game 3, bringing that Swampert back to kind of reclaim some dominance. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Swampert, and fingers crossed that it will make it into this match.
Yes, Swampert has been a staple in the Great League teams ever since it got the Hydro Cannon charge move with the Community Day back in a couple of years ago. And here we see the players, Bakemi sitting on the left, and Tomahawk UK going to the right and starting to get ready to play.
Yeah, and Bakemi as well. I was really impressed with kind of Bakemi's solid approach to playing this match. You know, clearly Bakemi knew every single kind of mechanic and facet that the Pokemon had on the team. We're able to kind of switch things out and identify that, I suppose, that flowchart we were talking about earlier. And going into this match, I know both of these players will have a very solid game plan. They will be familiar with each other's teams as they were kind of showcased on the broadcast. And I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to come out in the leads and how they're going to approach it. Again, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of adjustments between games 1 and 2. But I think particularly with both these players and how well versed they are with their particular teams, you know, they've tried and tested them. They know exactly what they're capable of, where their weaknesses are. It might be a case of going for those more solid, dependable options.
Yes, and here we see the teams that we mentioned. There is that Swampert, which actually is a shadow one, but we will add that on the screen shortly. But looking at teams, I'm pretty sure we're going to see some Swampert action again.
Yeah, Swampert looks pretty good here. It's going to be able to do, you know, some good damage to something like the opposing Stunfisk there. It can deal relatively well because it is the Shadow variant. It has that extra attack pressure, so it's going to be able to deal well with something like the Lickitung. It can deal well against the Noctowl. But at the same time, I've got my eyes a little bit on that Frostlass. I mean, I know that it's ice and water and they're not the same type, but do you think that they work well in terms of synergy on the same team together if you were to bring both Frostlass and Swampert?
Yes, definitely. There has been some times where you basically could be playing Swampert in front and then 2 ice types in the back, because those cover each other well. Swampert being weak to that grass type, and ice being generally really good against ice grass.
It is nice to see kind of ice on the rise a little bit, because its defensive typing is pretty terrible, to be honest. You know, being an ice type isn't good defensively, but offensively you can do really well against, again, all these grass types that are coming up in terms of the Trevenant and some of our flying Pokemon as well, like the Altaria as well, doesn't want to take from its dragon typing, doesn't want to take any of that ice as well. I mean, taking a look at these teams, we've got, again, some tried and tested favorites. Medicham, Noctowl, Stunfisk, Lickitung on Bakami's team. Do you think Azumarill's going to have play here?
On Bakami's side?
Yeah.
Looking at the Tomahawk UK, yeah, I think there's a lot of play for Azumarill. I can't remember whether he had a Hydro Pump on stream, but if it has Hydro Pump, then the Stunfisk on Tomahawk's side is really need to be scared about it. Other than that, there isn't really a strong answer to Azumarill on Tomahawk's side. Lickitung being the best with the power rip, but even Lickitung has to be afraid of Azumarill's charge moves at some point.
Yeah, and Bakami's team, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe these 6 are the 6 that won the Lille Regional Championships.
Yes.
So, you know, this is a team that if you're Tomahawk going into the tournament, you will have prepped for anyway before you knew that you were facing it. It's one that you have to make sure you have a plan against. And at the same time, when I was speaking to Bakami yesterday, you know, Bakami mentioned that the 6 that they've brought to this tournament is because of its success as well. And you know that it has got the potential to go all the way and win a regional title. So it's something that Bakami's going to be really thinking about going into this match.
Yeah, and you can basically prep by looking at the previous regional run, because there's a lot of games there that have been shown to play that team, but that also works against you, because your opponent is going to be prepped against that team with those same team matches.
And just because it is the same 6 Pokemon doesn't necessarily mean it's running the same moveset and things like that as well. So you could always have that kind of bluff in a way, you know, these are the same 6, yeah, it's just the same team, but actually I've changed up possibly one of my charged attacks, and that could really throw your opponent and catch them off guard. You can see our upgraded graphic here as well. The Swampert has gained its shadow form. It is raring to go in this match.
Yes, and looking still on Bakami's side, I kind of also like the Sableye there, though it still needs to be afraid of, really has to be afraid of the Noctowl and the Lickitung, but it has solid play against basically everything else on Tomahawk's side.
Yeah, Sableye is definitely going to be pinned down by all those, you know, Pokemon like the Noctowl is going to be able to apply the Shadow Ball. Frostlass, we know as well, can deal some good damage. I think my eyes are really on the Lickitung on both sides, to be honest, because again, on both teams, you have got Metachams as well that can apply a lot of counters. So I feel like a lot of our trainers here are going to have to create that triangle based on Lickitung, Metacham, and something to deal with the Metacham, so that Lickitung can kind of have a party on the stream. And I feel like that's where our players are going to be looking for. Can that Lickitung get into a position where it's safe, whittle down the HP of the opposing Pokemon, and then allow its partners to maybe clean them up and get those KOs in the end?
Yes, and as you mentioned, that Tomahawk having access to Swampert and Frostlass, I'm actually kind of sure that we might be seeing both of them in the same team.
That would be really cool to see, just making sure that, you know, Frostlass can maybe provide that support to Swampert a little bit, so it's going to have a happier time. And again, we can see how offensive the Swampert is when it is that Shadow variant. Of course, defensively, as you mentioned yesterday, you know, if you're the Shadow form, yes, you get an extra boost of damage, but your defenses are a little bit weakened as well. So it does need to rely on its partner Pokemon to help it out a little bit if it gets into a sticky situation. But game 1 is ready for our second match here in our round 1 of the winners bracket of day 2, and it's going to be Lickitung and Metacham.
Yes, and Tomahawk goes straight into that. Frostlass gets answered by the opposing Lickitung. This is, even though the Licks are super effective, the charge moves, Lickitung has to go for the Power Whip to not be resisted by Tomahawk's Frostlass.
Yeah, exactly. Frostlass is going to be able to deal some damage with Avalanche to that Lickitung as well. It's got it below 50% HP, and of course you're going to see, like you mentioned, the Power Whip coming out, because Body Slam's really not going to deal too much to this opposing Frostlass. However, the Licks are certainly making a dent in the HP bar of that Frostlass, so I think it is wise to go for the shield here, just because Lick is going to be able to clean up where the charge moves maybe aren't going to get the damage.
Exactly, and Tomahawk loading up on energy, close to 2 Avalanches here. Probably going to get them both off before Bakami can retaliate with a Body Slam.
Yeah, it's amazing, the energy generation on that Avalanche. There you go. First one's down. The second one is now in play. And there's another shield going down on the Lickitung. You can see Bakami is not happy having to use these shields so early on in the match to preserve this Lickitung for later on. But of course, Lick's just going to be able to keep whittling away. And I think before that Frostlass is able to go for another charge move, it will be KO'd. But Lickitung is in such a precarious situation.
Lickitung having 2 Body Slams ready to go on this Noctowl. And Bakami is going to throw both of them and then probably let the Lickitung go and get the Azumarill on this Noctowl.
Yes, we're going to see another body slam come out here. There's one shield remaining on Noctow's side, but it looks like Tomahawk maybe wants to preserve that for a little bit later on in the match. Body slam isn't going to do too much damage. Noctow able to take that really well, and Noctow is going to be trying to get the last little bits of damage on this opposing Lickitung, but it's able to go for another body slam. Like, it really is going to be good for this Lickitung getting up the regeneration it needs to keep going for these charge attacks. Once again, no protect coming out from the Noctow.
Noctow farming down the Lickitung, and now he has 1.5 Skyducks ready to go. Here comes the first one on this Azumarill. There's no shields on Bakami's side. Tomahawk still has one with Lickitung in the back, but Bakami has the Medicham waiting for that Lickitung to come back in.
Exactly. Sky Attack being charged up here, as is Shadow Ball. We're going to see a switch instead. Lickitun's going to come back into the action, as is the Medicham on Bakami's side. So a really nice positioning here from Bakami, being able to apply a lot of pressure straight away to that Lickitung. And
Lickitung starting to throw these body slams, but also these licks. As I mentioned yesterday, actually, licks are super effective on the Medicham. So if this match goes long, Lickitung has a chance to win.
Yeah, every little bit of damage matters here. Medicham obviously going for counter here, just trying to get its energy generation up, and it's going to go for the Ice Punch here. Doesn't do too much damage to Lickitung at all, whereas those licks in return are doing significant chunks to the opposing Medicham.
Tomahawk still holding on to that shield. Does he? Still keeps it in check. Going for another body slam on this Medicham. This should be enough to take it out, and now it's all down to the rest of the Noctowl and this Lickitung to take out the Azumarill, which already has an Ice Beam and a player off ready to go.
Yeah, this thing Azumarill ready to go, has a lot of HP, and yes, it looks like Tomahawk's down to the last Pokemon coming out. It's going to be that Noctowl, but again, it doesn't have a lot of HP. It is, however, going to get its charge moves off first before the Azumarill is able to move, and like you mentioned, Azumarill does have the Ice Beam ready to go, but Tomahawk does still have one of those shields.
Yes, we're going to see that last shield go up here, and Tomahawk probably will get to another Skyduck, but will that be quite enough? I think the Azumarill might have too much health at this point to be taken out.
I mean, you said this earlier, it was going to be a very close game, and Noctowl is going to be doing everything it can to try and get the KO on that opposing Azumarill, because there really is only a couple of HP left on Noctowl. It can't afford to take too many. No, Azumarill's able to just hang on and go for the Ice Beam in return. So, what a close call there for Bakami.
Yes, this went down again to the wire, as we've seen a lot of games this weekend go down all the way to small bits of HP, and Bakami takes the first win.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Tomahawk's strategy holding on to that shield. And, you know, in the end game, if there had been more HP down on the Azumarill before it came back in, I think that would have definitely been a winning strategy. But just unfortunately, Bakami was able to have that Azumarill nice and safe in the back before it was able to switch back in. So Tomahawk needs to kind of identify that Bakami is identifying the win conditions in this match, you know, really preserving that Azumarill. So if that comes into the next match, Tomahawk's going to have to find a way to deal with it before it can come back and close out the game for Bakami.
Yes, and looking at Tomahawk's team, the Lickitung is quite often considered as a good save swap, so you rarely see it in the lead, but I think Tomahawk here tried to find a neutral lead, so he probably wasn't expecting that Bakami would lead Medicham, so everything else in the team is kind of neutral for Lickitung, or Lickitung can stay in on basically everything else. So I think that was his plan, and unfortunately it just didn't work out this time.
Yeah, if you're Lickitung, you never want to lead into a Medicham, because then that puts you and your trainer on the back foot straight away. You're forced to make the switch. Then you have that switch timer clocking down the 60 seconds, and it just allows you, you know, very little flexibility at that point. And when the stakes are this high, you know, we're here in top 8. Yes, again, one player will drop to the losers bracket, they're not out of the tournament, but you want to keep that winning streak alive. And we saw both of these players victorious on the broadcast yesterday. They want to keep that showing up for you guys at home as well.
Yeah, one interesting thing about the Shadow Swampert, we didn't see it on the first game. Maybe we'll see it on the second and possible third game. But one interesting thing about Shadow Swampert compared to the normal one is the Lickitung matchup. So Shadow Swampert actually has a chance to beat the Lickitung, which as the normal Swampert does not. The normal Swampert quite does not do enough damage to take out the Lickitung. Of course, both Swamperts need to shield those power rips, but the Shadow one does a little bit more damage, and that is enough to have a chance to beat the Lickitung.
So possibly if you're using your shields to protect from the power whips on your Swampert, then it can retaliate, get the KOs. I mean, again, that's the benefit of having that kind of Shadow variant on your Pokemon. And we know yesterday that, you know, Tomahawk trusted in that Swampert, brought it back to be able to close out a set. So maybe he's going to have to dig deep once again and bring a Swampert to the match. It's not out in the leads, however. It's going to be Medicham for Bakami and the Noctowl for Tomahawk.
And there we see the Swampert in the back, but Tomahawk likes this lead now last game he led a Lickitung into a Medicham. Now he leads Noctowl into a Medicham. Normal types both, but the Noctowl's flying typing is going to make this matchup a lot more comfortable.
Yes, we know it can take one of these ice punches. No need to go for a shield here. And the Noctowl's going to be able to start farming up some energy. Sky Attack is primed and ready to go, and it's going to be able to catch this Azumarill that's just come in. Azumarill not going to go for the Protector. We'll be able to take this really well. But of course, it's just more damage on that Azumarill towards the end game, which Tomahawk will be very happy to see. You can see, however, just the bulk of Azumarill. It took that so well. But now Swampert here is going to have something to say about it. It's not going to worry about the bubbles coming out from this Azumarill.
Yes, and Tomahawk knows this is just an Ice Beam, no need to worry about it being a Hydro Pump, which would take out the Swampert. The Ice Beam takes out half of Swampert's health, and Swampert has an Earthquake ready to go. Decides to go for the Hydro Cannon. Let's see if Bakami decides to shield.
Yeah, Hydro coming out, trying to bait that shield. You know, Earthquake was primed and ready to go. And there is the shield there in the late game, and it was the Hydro Cannon instead. So the nerf just failing Bakami there. But Azumarill is going to be able to come back with another Ice Beam. I think it's wise, though, to go for the shield here on that Swampert, though. You want to protect it. We saw how much damage the first one did. And Swampert sitting very nice with a lot of energy right now.
Yes, and has now 2 Hydro Cannons ready to go. Decides this time to go straight for the Earthquake. Let's see. Bakami decides this is time for let the Azumarill go, take this energy on the Medicham and try to get a win from there.
Oh, absolutely. Amazing mind reading from Tomahawk there. Getting the KO with the Earthquake, not going for another Hydro Cannon. But it looks like Swampert is down and out there. But I think it's done a very, very, great effort in this match so far. It's now down to Noctowl and Medicham to try and even the score out for Tomahawk.
Tomahawk going in with the Noctowl. Bakami throws an Ice Punch, loses the charge move priority and has to take this Sky Attack. Decides to no shield because knowing that I can live it, and now here comes the Ice Punch. This Ice Punch will take out the Noctowl, but does Tomahawk think he needs Noctowl more?
That's the thing, and preserving the shield once again, just like we saw in game 1. It's going to be the Lickitung coming out, though, however, against that Medicham. It's a little bit unfortunate for the Lickitung, but we saw how much damage it could do to it with that Lick in the previous game, and it's going to be able to go for that Body Slam, just trying to deal a little bit of damage.
Yes, and Bakami wants to try to delay this matchup to possibly get a catch on his own Medicham, but the 60-second switch timer is probably going to be way too long to manage because these counters are super effective and they are chunking the health of that Lickitung.
Yeah, and Lickitung does go for that final shield. So there are no shields remaining in this game 2. Lickitung is going to be able to go for a Body Slam. It's got Medicham sitting about 50% HP. It's going to be able to take one of these, but if Lickitung's able to keep stacking up, particularly with the Lick, I think one more Body Slam is going to be able to finish off Medicham.
And Medicham goes straight for the Psychic, wants to take out this Lickitung to not take any more Licks and make sure that Tomahawk's Medicham can take out Bakami's Medicham before it gets to an Ice Punch.
Oh, this is getting so close. Tomahawk's Medicham does come victorious. Just had that little bit of extra HP, and thankfully for both the Medichams there, neither of them had the energy stacked up to go for a charge moves that would have given them that edge straight away. It really came down to the battle of the fast moves. But what an amazing comeback for Tomahawk. And I have to say, Swampert put in an absolute shift in that particular game, being able to get some good damage across and just made it an even score there for Tomahawk. I think Swampert really is the key when it comes to Tomahawk's strategy of coming back from a game loss.
Yes, and looking at the players here, both seem very, very calm. There was some reactions from Bakami's side when some of the baits didn't go as planned, but both seem really calm and focused. And this is basically the match that they want to win.
Well, I would personally, of course, really like to see Swampert come back into Game 3. I think it was good to have it in the back, though, however, because it enabled Tomahawk to be able to bring it in safely with the Shadow variant. You don't want it to take any unnecessary damage and then force it to switch out. So it was good to kind of have it in the back as a nice little surprise. From Bakami's perspective, though, now knowing that Tomahawk isn't afraid to bring the Swampert, what Pokemon do you think Bakami's going to bring to counter it?
I'm expecting them to bring the Azumarill again, because it's been strong on the first 2 games, and actually on the second game Tomahawk didn't really have a strong answer to it. Tomahawk decided to not play the Lickitung, which has the Power Whip and has the best matchup to the Bakami's Azumarill. So I'm expecting Bakami to bring Azumarill and then probably his own Lickitung trying to fight the Swampert.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that either. I think you made some good observations about what can counter that opposing Swampert. I think, again, one of the biggest clashes that is happening in this match is between Medicham and Lickitung. From both of our players, they've both got those 2 Pokemon. They seem favorable in bringing them because it just provides so much against that Lickitung in terms of pressure. But I'm impressed with Lickitung not only in its bulk, but also the offensive capabilities it has against all the other Pokemon, in the sense due to both of its moves and its coverage, it can still deal significant chunks here and there. It's got fast energy, so it's able to, you know, build up those charge moves in succession quickly. And due to its natural bulk, it's going to hang around on the field and be allowed to do that if you're not constantly applying pressure to it.
I'm also looking on Bakimi's side. I'm looking at Galarian Stunfisk. I'm thinking that he's a bit afraid of getting the Stunfisk on that Swampert, which is why we haven't seen it so far, but maybe we see it on the third game, because it would be a solid answer to the Noctowl that has already been doing a lot of work for Tomahawk.
Yeah, if you're the Stunfisk, you do not want to take any unnecessary Hydro Cannon damage. I mean, one other thing we have to talk about from that game too was the bluff from the Swampert going for the Hydro Cannon instead of the Earthquake, and Bakami just locking in the shield at the last second. Going into this next game, you're going to have to kind of shake off that one judgment error and then try and focus going forward in the next, because it allowed Tomahawk to capitalize on the second charge move and go for that Earthquake with no shield. But it's going to be the Frostlass coming out for Tomahawk with the Licky Tongue for Bakami.
Yes, this is also not a great matchup for the Frostlass, because those licks are going to be chunking that health. Look at that, how much damage they've already done. Here comes the Avalanche, but we already saw earlier how much this Avalanche does to the Lick Tongue.
Yeah, exactly. Lick Tongue's not going to worry too much. No need for a shield, but it still does a significant chunk. But it's able to survive, obviously. It can rack up some more energy and go for something like a Body Slam that's going to catch the Metagame that just switched in for Tomahawk.
Tomahawk switches into Medicham with a lot of energy on the Frostlass, catches the body Slam, and let's see what Bakami brings out, the Azumarill, and then there's the Galarian Stunfisk in the back, and Tomahawk has that Swampert waiting for it.
Yeah, I love to see the Swampert waiting in the wings. It is going to be the Psychic, however, coming out from this. Metacham, first of all, going to connect down on the opposing Azumarill, do a little chunk of damage, but Azumarill going to be able to farm up some more energy and can now go for that play rough. So if Tomahawk doesn't go for a shield here, it could be curtains for this Metacham.
Decides to shield the player off correctly, and now probably going to load up and throw another Psychic, and then we'll see whether Bakami decides to value this Azumarill and shield.
Yeah, Metacham just able to get energy faster there, lock in the Psychic before the Azumarill was able to get one of its charge moves up. So Bakami wisely going for the shield here, because Azumarill after this is ready to go. It has both Predator Ray Ruff and Ice Beam ready, and Play Rough obviously going to deal so much damage to this opposing Metacham here. But instead it's going to be the Ice Beam, maybe thinking that there could be a switch.
Yes, and also saving a little bit of energy in case Tomahawk decides to shield, and he does, and gets to another Psychic. Does Bakami decide to use his second shield? Yes, he does, and Bakami is going to take out this Medicham with an Ice Beam or Play Rough.
Well, very early on in this very kind of quick offensive game 3, we have no shields remaining for either of our players. Frostlass, with all that energy generated, is going to jump in, is going to go for the Avalanche, going to catch this Lickitung like we saw how much it did. I think this is going to get the KO.
Yes, this is going to be enough, but the Azumarill still has a move ready, so you can come. Okay, decides to come with the Galarian Stunfisk, makes sense. It's going to get to that Rock Slide pretty quickly, but Tomahawk gets to an Avalanche first. This is going to do a lot of damage because it's just neutral.
Yeah, Frostlass may be frail, but it can certainly pack a punch, and it takes it down to below 50%. So Stunfisk does have a Rock Slide ready to go, though. That will be enough to pick up the KO against the Frostlass, but you might as well just keep farming energy for that Swampert in the back. So wisely getting the second Rock Slide primed up and ready, able to go for some good damage here. Frostlass will go down. And my only concern with Swampert, if it does come in here, is it doesn't have any energy ready to go. It does have, of course, Mudshot that does regain it pretty quickly, but it could just be in a difficult situation where Bakami has those charge moves ready.
That's why Tomahawk decides to come in with the Medicham to force the Galarian Stunfisk to empty their energy so that they can come quite comfortably come in with the Swampert, outpace the Galarian Stunfisk to the move, but there's also the Azumarill still alive.
That's very true. Azumarill is hiding in the back. The Swampert is the last remaining Pokemon for Tomahawk here, and it's going to have to take one of these Rock Slides first of all. It should be able to take it relatively well, but don't forget the Shadow deficit on the defense as well is going to pay off here. It is going to be the Hydro Cannon as the Azumarill does switch in. I mean, is it going to be enough on this Azumarill?
Yes, definitely. From a Shadow Swampert, the Hydro Cannon is going to do enough damage, and then it's just Mudshot down. Tomahawk takes out Bakami on the winner's bracket, so Bakami goes down to the loser's bracket and has a chance to come back from there.
Oh, Swampert reigns supreme once again. Huge congratulations to Tomahawk and that Swampert. That, again, you know, he lost the only game that he didn't bring the Swampert to, so it really is kind of a lucky ticket for him. Commiserations to Bakami, but of course Bakami will only drop down to the loser's bracket. We will be able to see Bakami later on in the tournament as we are showcasing all games from today. But I have to say, amazing Swampert play there, really bringing it in the last moment, preserving it till the end, and it got those critical KOs.
Again, he didn't bring it on the first game. the first game was a loss, and then he decided, okay, let's play Swampert, and Swampert was really the key to win both of the 2 other games.
Yes, and also pairing it up, like you said at the beginning, with that Frostlass. And, you know, Frostlass played so well. The Avalanche was actually devastating to that opposing Lickitung, dealing so much damage to put it in a dangerous position that when it came back in without only their shields, one more Avalanche was able to clean up the game, and that just meant that that fast damage that comes out from Lick wasn't able to be utilized against the rest of Tomahawk's Pokemon. So really great Pokemon synergy from all of Tomahawk's team there.
Also had to point out at the end of the game, when Bakami brought out the Azumarill, he tried to get the charge move off onto the Swampert, but Tomahawk knew that that's what the game plan is, and immediately just threw the Hydro Cannon to take out the Azumarill.
Absolutely fantastic, knowing those quick adjustments to make. Well, we will have a very quick interview with Tomahawk, so don't go anywhere.
And we are back here at the interview desk with Tomahawk UK, taking the first win of the day. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, that was a really, really tough game. I think that's the first one where I've really got my heart beating. So it feels amazing to come out of that with a win. That was a tough one.
Yeah, it definitely came down to recognizing that the Bakami is going to try to combo play with the Azumarill. How did you recognize that win con?
Obviously, I know Swampert has CMP advantage over the Azumarill, and I'm hovering my thumb over the Hydro Cannon, and as soon as I see that little, water fairy type pop up in the top right corner, I know I have to throw, because that's the play that I would do. I would come in and look to snipe and things, so I had to also be aware of that, and thankfully it paid off.
We also noticed that you didn't bring Swampert on the first game, but once you brought it on both 2 games, you just got a win. Do you think that was the plan, that you don't want to bring it the first game and then just surprise it with the second one?
Yeah, so my thinking for game 1 was that Swampert looks very good on my team, and I felt that he would respond to that by not playing any Pokemon that are weak to Swampert. So I wasn't expecting to see his Galarian Stunfisk in game 1. So I played a team that was quite weak to Galarian Stunfisk. I was right in that Galarian Stunfisk didn't come, but the Azumarill, it's so bulky. It's it's a very safe Pokemon to use against, particularly against my team. And I got close. It didn't quite work out in game 1. I thought, I just have to come back in with Swampert, and you saw that I was matched up against the Azumarill in game 2. And I had to bait. I had to use the Hydro Cannon bait. Thankfully, that paid off. And then you saw the Earthquake damage come in, and that was obviously devastating, even though Azumarill's extremely bulky. And then, game 3, Swampert again, and it's been amazing for me this weekend.
Yeah, it was nice seeing on game 2 when Bakami brought in Azumarill. We were kind of looking like, okay, you don't really have a solid answer to Azumarill, but getting the Sky Attack off and then finishing off with the Swampert with the bait, it was really nice to see some good plays there.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I thought to myself, you know, don't rush, don't panic throw. I just need to think, can I get it within earthquake range? Because then he has to make the decision on that. And yeah, sometimes it's 50-50, but it paid off. So
yeah, it was really nice to see some good plays. What are your thoughts on the rest of the games, or what are you expecting?
Truthfully, I haven't looked too much into the remaining games. I felt like that was going to be a tough matchup. He used a team that I think has proven itself in previous regionals, and so I did feel like it was going to be a hard matchup. And I thought, you know what, let's not speculate past this at this point. Focus on this match. I'll take 5, and then we'll look forward.
Yeah, we actually spoke about the team that Bakami was using, that it's already proven to be a solid team because it's already won a regional. Did you actually prep for that? Did you prepare that there's going to be a lot of people using that team?
I'd anticipated the team, and there were a couple of things that stood out to me from the Lille finals, where the final was actually kind of similar matchups to what you had here, except instead of a Shadow Venusaur, I have a Shadow Swampert. And that team is slightly soft to Shadow Swampert. And so that's why I thought, you know, this is probably going to be my win con. I don't have to worry so much about Venusaur's weaknesses, but I can really come in and start hitting hard, you know, and even Hydro Cannon damage against the Azumarill. You saw it at the end, obviously. It still does a lot because it's so powerful. And I thought to myself, you know, I've got something here. Let's see if I can make the most of it. And thankfully, it paid off.
All right, I think we're ready to move on, and hopefully we'll see a lot more Shadow Swampert action tonight. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
And we go back to the caster's desk. And we are back here at the caster's desk with Amandine. How are you doing tonight? Today?
Tonight, yeah. It's already the night here. No, I'm kidding. I'm fine, thank you. And you? How are the games? Because they were so exciting.
We saw a lot of good games, really close, really came down to the wire, and we also had a couple of good winners interviews. We are getting ready for the losers round bracket, and here we see the first losers round. Losers bracket matchup with Eamon on the left and Aspercelto on the right.
Yeah, Asprescelto, because he's Italian. Okay, so the teams are pretty meta. I mean, both of them. We don't see a lot of out of meta Pokemon this tournament. I mean, for the top 8, probably the Victini is the most spicy Pokemon, let's say, because Spice in Pokemon Go is a Pokemon out of meta. So the ones you never see that much, let's say. Then we have like the best score, because we had like some information about the top 8, and we saw that Noctowl, Jfisk, and Medicham are clearly dominating this top 8. So expect to see a lot of them.
Yes, and on Amon's side, we see the Toxapex, which was introduced into Pokemon Go not too long ago. But in addition to Toxapex, there is Frostlass, Stunfisk, Galarian Stunfisk, and the Scrafty. Some not so common Pokemon in this tournament.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Toxapex, everyone was expecting to see him like more in Lille, because it was new. But finally, it was probably just for Warsaw. I mean, in Lille, the Pokemon was maybe too new, so people did not really know how to use it. And then now they were able to manage a bit with GBL and training, because you can see a lot of tournaments. I mean, on C, for example, you can have some training tournaments for regionals on a lot of Discord, in Adequance, for example, to Tactical, and some more. So people were able to train these Pokemons.
And looking at the team on Aspercelto's side, there is that Venusaur looking pretty well. Not as strong in this matchup. There's not a lot of good targets for it for Venusaur on Amon's side. But what do you think about teams in general?
I think that Venusaur is not that good just because of the presence of Noctowl, but it can still try to manage versus Trevenant, versus Crafty, and it can even try to pressure Frostlass, but it's obviously not the best answer for a Frostlass.
Yes, and looking at the teams now, we got Registeel that is looking on Aspercelto's side pretty strong. There's not a lot of good answers. There's Galarian Stunfisk and Scrafty, but even those have to be afraid of the Focus Blast.
Yeah, because Registeel can always try to take one shield from one side. The worst matchup for Registeel is probably the Jfisk and not the Scrafty, the Scrafty, just because Scrafty has to shield the Focus Blast and not Jfisk. So.
Yeah, and actually, as we remember yesterday, Aspercelto is running Flash Cannon on that Registeel. So commonly, Trevenant is considered to be a good answer to Registeel, but if that Registeel is running that Flash Cannon, it's not as comfortable matchup.
Not at all, and especially for Frostlass as well, because a Flash Cannon is able to one-shot a Frostlass, so he really has to watch out. So since he has Flash Cannon, he has, let's say, a bait move as well. Noctowl is probably a bit more comfortable for Registeel because of the Flash Cannon. Same for Toxapex, because Flash Cannon, both Flash Cannon and Focus Blast are resisted from Toxapex. So, but it's still hurting a lot, I guess, because I never experimented the matchup before. I mean, Registeel with Flash Cannon versus Toxapex.
Yes, that's going to be a bit... I would expect it to be a slow matchup, because both are doing... well, Toxapex is doing resisted damage with the fast move and has to go for the Brine, which we already saw that it does not do a lot of damage, while Registeel has to go for resisted charge moves, and we already know that Lock-On does no damage.
Yeah. Oh, actually it deals 1 damage,
yes.
Because you can't have like negative damage, and all Pokemons have to deal at least 1 damage, since you don't have decimals. So, yes. In Pokemon Go, because in Pokemon you have decimal numbers, so Pokemon Go is a bit different for it. So if you have, for example, a fast move who deals who is supposed to be resisted, for example, you deal 1.
Yes, at least 1. So even if you shield, you'll still do 1 damage to the opposing player. What are you looking at? What are you expecting to see from both teams? Which Pokemon?
I think that Aspercelto has like not really a dead pick, but you know, I think that Venusaur is actually better than Aizu, to be honest, because Aizu only has plays against Crafty. Even Frostlass is a bit tricky. It's completely a dead pick against Toxapex. Against Noctowl it's good, but Trevenant is a wall, and I don't remember if he's running... no, I think he's not running Hydro Pump, so he's not really that good against Jfisk as well. But I expect honestly to see the Medicham, because Medicham can still defend itself against Frostlass, against Crafty, against Jfisk, and since he's running Ice Punch, it can still has some answer for Noctowl or Trevenant.
Yes, looking on Amon's side, I'm definitely going to expect to see the Toxapex because the best answer is the Registeel, but everything else is kind of neutral. There's the Sableye that's also pretty strong against the Toxapex, resisting those poison jabs and the Sludge Wave, but in addition to that, the Toxapex looks pretty strong here.
Actually, for me, the best answer for Toxapex from Asprey side is not a Registeel just because of the moveset, but Sableye. Just because of the moveset of Registeel. So if you don't run Zap Cannon here, Sableye is probably the best answer.
Probably, yes. But also on Amon's side, I think Frostlass looks pretty good. There's you don't want to get that on the Registeel, but other than that, the matchups are not that horrible for the Frostlass.
But you can still try to deal some more damages, trying to lower the HPs of the Registeel, and then coming back with something else to farm down.
Yes, we've seen it before where Frostlass has set up the bad matchups to be a bit better for the upcoming ones.
Yeah, it's true. So the players are probably ready now, I think.
Yes, seems like we're getting ready. And moving on to game 1, let's see how we get to the game. First match of the losers bracket.
I expect Sableye from Asprey side. Yeah.
Sableye leading into Noctowl. This is not what you want to see, as Asprey switching straight into Registeel, gets faced by the Trevenant, and now Asprey is going to reveal that he's running that Flash Cannon on that Trevenant.
Yeah, so we do shield now. You never want to shield the first move of a Registeel as a Trevenant, so of course he does not shield. And here come the really good damages. Whoa. Flash Cannon is really good on Trevenant, and it forces you to shield the second one since you are outplayed to the second one. Yeah, of course you don't want to shield the Registeel here because you want to come back with more energy. But it's CMP. No, it's not CMP. I thought that Aemon wanted to try to CMP here because he has to shield, so he's probably going for the farm down.
Yes, he's probably gonna farm this Registeel down, get a lot of energy to throw at Asprey next Pokemon, which is probably gonna be that Sableye that we saw.
Yeah, because you have no point bringing the Azu here.
Asprey using the time to think what to do and what could be in the back, decides to come in with the Sableye, going to get hit by a Shadow Ball. Will he decide to shield that? Yes, there comes the shield, but Aemon is close to another Shadow Ball. Decides to go for the Seed Bomb because he wouldn't have made it to the Shadow Ball. Will Asprey let this go? Probably, because he knows this can't be another Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and even though Shadow Ball does not KO a Sableye at this range, so he's pretty safe, let's say. So now I think Asprey just wants to try to lower the HPs of the Noctowl before switching on the Azu.
Yeah, here comes the Azumarill on that Noctowl. There is that Galarian Stunfisk in the back. I'm not sure if Aemon knows what the moveset is on this Azumarill. Here comes a Shadow Ball from that Noctowl. Then we're probably going to see a switch.
I don't really know if he wants to switch right now because he's probably comfortable with the G-Fisk. Oh, okay. So here comes the J-Fisk on the ground, so Azu is just bubbling and throwing Ice Beam because he does not try Hydro Pump. Oh, Aemon does not know that it's not Hydro Pump, so it's a safe shield then.
Yes, Aemon decided to shield just in case that would be an Hydro Pump, but that turned out to be an Ice Beam, and here comes an Earthquake from that Galarian
he's not going for,
Stunfisk, and Asprey decides to no shield that. Going to get another Ice Beam off, but now Aemon will surely know that there is no Hydro Pump on this Azumarill.
Yeah, because then Sableye will have to manage both Galarian J-Fisk and Noctowl with some energy, so it's about to be a bit tricky since the matchup between J-Fisk and Azu, if Azu does not run Hydro Pump, is tricky because it depends on the bait, shield and everything. So if you shield the Earthquake, you're okay with Azu, otherwise the matchup is over for you.
Yeah,
because the double damages are not enough.
We see this Sableye come in, start throwing those Shadow Claws, get that energy. But first, Stunfisk throws a Rock Slide, trying to take out this Sableye. Sableye gathering as much energy,
he counted!
Fall play.
He caught the fall play on the Noctowl because he has to return the Noctowl to have enough damages to take it down. And it's, of course, not enough And here comes the other full play, but the Galaran Stunfisk has a Rock Slide stored, so it's over for the poor Sableye.
Yes, Eamon knows he has a Rock Slide ready to go,
Yeah.
and here he comes. This Rock Slide will surely be enough to take out the Sableye, and Eamon has this first game locked in for his favor.
Yeah, and it was probably the safe option for Aemon, because you know that you don't win the CMP as a Galaran Stunfisk versus Sableye here. So here we come the second game. So what do you think? Because Aemon did not bring the Toxapex at all for this game.
I think he's saving it for the next one, so I'm expecting Toxapex on this game 2.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Noctowl is it's pretty good against almost everything from Asprey Shelter's side. So I maybe expect like a Sableye, Aizu, as I said, because I really like Aizu in this comp, and Noctowl maybe.
Yeah, that sounds like a good
maybe
treat.
a Noctowl lead
There
Myra?
could also be that Registeel come back in. It did a lot of damage on that Trevenant with that Flash Cannon, and now Eamon knows what the moves, probably knows that there's going to be a Flash Cannon and a Focus Blast as the other option, so that will help him when he's deciding on what to play.
Yeah, but you can never know, because most of the time it's just around your team comp that you show your moveset, but here maybe would need the Zap Cannon. He's not really struggling with flying types, I guess, but he has like Medicham and Venusaur to cover for flying types, so maybe Aemon is maybe running Zap Cannon. We don't really know, but all we know now is that the Registeel is pretty strong against Aemon's team.
Yes, so I'm expecting Esprcelto to keep playing that Registeel, possibly change the other Pokemon. Maybe the Sableye is not that safe to play. We'll see what Esprcelto decides to do on this game too.
Yeah, maybe you can try to use Sableye to lure something.
Maybe lure out the Noctowl with the Sableye and then try to get play on the Medicham or the Venusaur.
That's what I thought, but yeah, Medicham is obviously really good against Aemon's team, but you have to lure the Noctowl just before.
Yeah,
the
there's also
the
two ghost types, so Medicham might have some trouble finding those possible matchups in Aemon's team. I think Aemon looks really confident here that he has a game plan already. Esprcelto is still thinking, at least looking at the player screens here.
Yeah, just looking at not even looking at the spreadsheet
Notepad
matchup. Yeah. So yeah, I really like the idea to have a Registeel with Flash Cannon. You know, you know why? Because I TM'd mine back. I had Zap Cannon on mine, and I don't really know why I did it, but I clicked yeah when I was like, do you really want to TM it back? Yes, I mean yeah, just do it. And then I was pretty desperate, so I ran my Registeel with Flash Cannon and with a Zap Cannon.
And we are ready and going into the game 2. Let's see what changes these players make on their teams.
So okay,
we saw this again on game 1. It's Sableye on the Noctowl. We go back again on that Registeel, and there's the Trevenant again. This seems like a lot what we saw already on the first game, but this time Esprcelto has decided to bring Medicham in the back.
Yeah, and he lured here the Trevenant on the Registeel, so Medicham is about to be a bit trickier against the Noctowl. I think he can still manage it, because you can take a Sky Attack. So here comes the Shadow Ball from the Trevenant on the Registeel. He decides not to shield once again and just keep the shield advantage for this matchup.
Yes, this looks like a lot what happened on the first game, so Aemon decides to shield and probably gonna Shadow Claw down again and then get a Shadow Ball on that Sableye as we saw in game 1.
Yeah, it's just a remake of the scenario of the game 1, and he's waiting for the clock to be stored once again.
But Esprcelto is gonna come in with the Sableye, farm this Trevenant down and do as much as he can on that Noctowl to get that Medicham to be able to take the Noctowl out.
So, he's shielding well the Shadow Ball like the first game. And this time the Trevenant does not reach the the seed bomb.
I think it had the seed bomb, it just didn't, for
Did
some
not
reason,
throw it, yeah.
did not throw it. Maybe Amon decided that this way he'll get more farm on the Noctowl.
Maybe, but maybe it died with it. Also, because sometimes when you have the move, when you're dying, you can throw it.
Yes. And here comes Sky Attack on
Sky
that
Attack.
Sableye. Sableye can tank this, and I would expect Asproshelto to decide to leave that shield on that Medicham. Here comes another foul play. Will the Sableye get to another foul play?
I think he's about to, not to throw, but because he wants to force the Noctowl to throw its energy here.
Decides to swap in the
catch it,
Medicham
yeah.
and start countering this down, getting that energy and hoping that there's something weak to Medicham in the back.
Yeah, so here, if you're in Amon's side, you just don't want to be countered down, and even if it will be difficult for you because you know that Steel type are weak to fighting one, you just don't want to give this Medicham some free farm.
Yes, Medicham is throwing those counters, doing a lot of damage. The charge moves don't do that much damage on this Galarian Stunfisk, but Galarian Stunfisk throwing that Earthquake right now, doing a lot of damage on that Medicham. Medicham going low onto the yellow health bar, and here comes another Ice Punch. Amon decides to use that last shield. Will he get to another Earthquake before getting countered down?
I think he does not reach the other Earthquake, so he's about to throw Rock Slide before Medicham reaches another Ice Punch here. So here comes the Rock Slide, and the Rock Slide does not KO your Medicham, and he undercharged it because he wants some farm on the Sableye now.
Sableye comes in, farms down this Galarian Stunfisk. Will he get a foul play to take out the Noctowl before?
He will. It was really well played.
Here comes the foul play, and that will take out the Noctowl. So the beginning of this game looked a lot like the game one we already saw, but then that little change from Asproshelto's side, bringing the Medicham instead of that Azumarill, was really the thing that mattered.
Yeah, the play to do, because Azu had no play against the team Amon played just before, and it was really well played from Asproshelto.
Yes. Do you think Amon would do any changes? He has been playing the same team two games now.
I think, yeah. Now he's probably about to play Toxapex, I guess, because he saw that the core was good, but broke by the good use, of shields, of moves from Asproshelto on the Medicham and on the Sableye. So he's probably thinking that he has to bring something breaking this core.
Yes, but Toxapex hasn't really been that good on the first two games. There was the Sableye, there was the Registeel. Those are not great matchups for the Toxapex.
Yeah, because
but
it still did not reveal the not zap cannon.
Yes,
so.
Azumarill and Medicham are a bit weaker to the Toxapex, but getting that Toxapex in those matchups rather than those two uncomfortable ones is not easy.
Yeah, Asproshelto just brought 3 Pokémons good against the Toxapex, just to tell Amon, yeah, I know that you have your Toxapex. I don't want to see it. See, I run just 3 counters to Toxapex, so now feel free to bring it if you want to.
Yes, and now this is the place where the players really need to think, really need to focus, because this game 3 will decide which of them will still hold on in this tournament and try to battle for the champion title.
Yeah, and we are here in the loser bracket, round 1, so the loser will be eliminated from the tournament. And here comes the game number 3. So which lead would it be?
We'll see.
Sableye lead once again? Oh!
Getting the Registeel on that Noctowl. Amon wants to get out of here. Here comes the Galarian Stunfisk, and Asproshelto decides to stay in because he doesn't have that Medicham in the back.
Yeah, and since Amon switched to the G-Fisk, you reach the Focus Blast before you reach an Earthquake on your G-Fisk, so now he's probably about to take this Earthquake with his shield.
I would shield. Looking at Asproshelto's team, he's kind of weak to that. He doesn't have a solid answer to that Noctowl in the back, so he might want to try to preserve this Registeel. Decides to no shield though. Gets to the second Focus Blast first. Will Amon let this go?
Yeah, so I mean, a Focus Blast here does not care about this range, so it's probably fine. So it decided to counter, Shadow Claw everything down with Sableye trying to get some energy advantage here. Here comes the bait and shielded by Asprey-Shelto, and here comes the second one because you know that Sableye is probably about to shield your Earthquake, so you just want to put some damages on the Sableye here. So it's the safest option to get some damages on it.
Yes, Amon having the Noctowl and the Trevenant here, looking at his options on which one to bring in. It's going to be that Noctowl starting to throw those wing attacks and getting to that sky attack quite quickly. But first, Sableye is going to throw the foul play.
Yeah, I think it's safest because you don't really want to see your return shielded, so you can just read 3 foul plays instead of 1 return and 1 full play.
Yes, Noctowl does not want to get hit by another foul play, so decides to throw the sky attack, takes out the Sableye. Now Asprey-Shelto has a little bit health on this.
Registeel gets the wall.
Amon swaps into Trevenant and gets faced by Asprey-Shelto's Noctowl. This is going to be Asprey-Shelto getting a lot of energy on this Noctowl, taking out this Trevenant and then having to throw moves against Amon's Noctowl.
Because you know that you can just throw. I mean, you can just fast move down the Trevenant as a Noctowl. Everything is resisted. In the typing of Noctowl is flying and normal, and the typing of Trevenant is ghost and grass. So everything here is resisted, deals nothing to your Noctowl. Oh, he decides to throw and not to go for the full farm down because he wants it healthy.
Yes, wants to keep some health on his own Noctowl to have better answer to the Amon's Noctowl because his Registeel is low on health and does not have energy to get to a move.
And here comes the shield from Asprey-Shelto. And Amon will probably he decides not to shield, just probably to see how much damage it is and if he can try to have a shot or not here.
Yes, and Amon probably is not sure how much energy the Registeel has and probably trying to save the shield for a possible zap cannon from that Registeel.
But he can't because Asprey-Shelto's Noctowl has too much energy for it.
Yes, and Asprey-Shelto is going to wing attack down Amon and gets the 2-1 win on the first round of the losers bracket, saving his journey in this tournament and sending Amon packing.
Yeah, but Amon did a really good journey until here. I mean, he made it to the day 2, and if I remember the interview with Amon, it was like his first tournament. So he's probably really excited, and he went really far away. So it's a good performance overall.
Yes, and anyone who makes it this far can be proud of themselves. This weekend has been stacked with good players, and we've seen a lot of really close games that have gone really down to the wire.
Yeah, so it was definitely a really, really high performance from him, and he can be proud of himself.
Definitely. And players are here just doing the end of game setups, and soon we will get a winner's interview here with Asprey-Shelto.
Yes, players are probably trying to log out, I guess.
Yeah, making sure that the game is ready for the next match, and here we see Asprey-Shelto doing the last checks, and we'll soon get him here. But while we wait for him to get ready and get the interview table ready, we'll go on a short break. Actually, we're not going on a short break. Just to remind you that we have Elite Raids starting today. First one starting at 11 a.m. So you can look around you to the nearby gyms whether there is this kind of a red egg. And which raid do we have today?
Hoopa. We have Hoopa, and don't forget about tomorrow, because tomorrow we will be able to turn back the frustration, to remove frustration from our Pokemon, because we are about to jump on the Rocket event.
Yes, Rocket event starts at midnight on Monday. So after that, until I think it was Thursday, you have time to TM frustration from your shadow Pokemon to this weekend we've seen a lot of shadow Pokemon and how strong they are, so you can make your own shadow Swamperts or own shadow Venusaurs. Make sure you don't forget there are only certain times in Pokemon Go when you can get rid of that frustration.
Yeah, and we will probably have some more Pokemons in the Rocket Stops, and also I think we have a Shadow Mewtwo from Giovanni.
Yes, Giovanni will have his lineup changed, and he will have the Shadow Mewtwo in his arsenal. And once you defeat Giovanni, you have a chance to catch the Shadow Mewtwo.
Yeah, so you will have Shadow Mewtwo coming, and then coming with the event rocket, you will also have Shiny Ponyard. It's the release, I mean, it's the new Shiny coming. So keep your incubators, trainers, because the 12-kilometer eggs are about to be really interesting.
Yes, Shiny Ponyard will be released into the eggs, so saving those incubators to hatch those eggs to get those Ponyards will be a really nice thing to do next week.
Yeah, and you can flex them.
Seems like our player is ready for the interview, so we will transition to the interview desk.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm now with Asprescelto with me to have a little interview with him. So, how do you feel after this match? It was really difficult, complicated, a bit tricky, but you managed it really well.
Yes, it was difficult because I lost game one, so and I'm the loser bracket, so I had to win every single game from that moment. So I had to put on some strategy.
Yeah. So for you, who was the MVP of this game?
MVP of this game, I should say Registil. Yes. It put a lot of work, both when I used it as a swap, both in the final game in the lead. It was the best lead I could have put.
It's true. I also saw that you're running Flash Cannon. Why this decision and not running Zap Cannon?
Because in the current meta, you can still win against Azumarill, Skarmory, Noctowl, even without Zap Cannon. While you have a really better matchup against Nidoqueen and also some other stuff using Flash Cannon. Also, Trevenant, if you see this matchup, I can force. When I swap into Registil, you have to shield. You have to go down shields if I have Flash Cannon.
Yeah, it's completely true. That's what I said just before, that cannon is not really mandatory in this meta, but I just wanted to have the feeling of our player here. So, will we stay a bit after Warsaw? Will you stay a bit in Warsaw after the tournament?
Will you?
Oh, sorry. Will you stay a bit in Warsaw here after the tournament?
Yes. I have the flight tomorrow in the evening, so I will visit Warsaw this tonight and also tomorrow in the morning. Yes.
Okay, it's nice because the city is kind of beautiful. It's a really nice city, a bit cold, but we can manage.
Yes. There is something like water in the hair, so when you walk, you are all wet. But the city is very beautiful, and me and my friend have the hotel inside the Warsaw Museum in the old city center, and it's very, very beautiful. It's very, very nice. Something like medieval city, and very, very beautiful.
Yeah, I completely agree about it. So, how do you feel for your next matches?
I need to get prepared.
Okay, thank you for your words and best of luck for the next.
Thank you.
I will be back soon on the Welcome back to us. We are still here in Warsaw, day 2 with Bubbly and me, Nim. So the next match coming is Iris versus Ripperly.
Yes, this is the second match from the losers bracket, so another match where we will decide who gets to keep his dream alive of becoming the Warsaw champion and who has to pack his bags and get ready to go home. On the left we see Ripperly, and on the right we see Aries getting ready to set up for the games, and Aries setting up his is that Corsola? Yeah.
Yeah, Corsola, because it's Corayon in French, and I was like, what is the English name already? Yeah, so we are in the loser bracket, so the player will get eliminated for the tournament, and the journey will just stop here, but the winner will face Smietix for the next match, and it will not be over for him because all these trainers are trying to reach the top 1 because they probably want to go to Japan. I remember that the top 2 will have an invitation for Yokohama.
Yes, top 2 will have an invitation to Yokohama in August next year, and the top 1 will actually also get the travel award. So everyone in this tournament will have their eyes on the prize, and here we see the teams Ripperly running the Lickitung Medicham, Altaria, Nidoqueen, and Swampert with the Galarian Stunfisk. And on Aries' side we have the Medicham, Galarian Stunfisk, Trevenant, Noctowl, Swampert, and the Walrein.
Yeah, and as you can see, we have a really good, let's say, core between all the Pokemon, because I had some information about the top 8 Pokemon. So the most used Pokemon for the top 8 are Galarian Stunfisk, Medicham, and Noctowl. As you can see, yeah, it's
yes,
the Pokemon.
These Pokemon are also in this matchup, but on Ripperly's side there is that Nidoqueen that we haven't actually seen that much this weekend, while it's been dominant before as well, ever since it got the Poison Fang. Poison Fang buff.
It's true, but also something. I won't say weird, but you can see that this Nidoqueen is not Shadow, because most of the players, most of the trainers prefer to run Nidoqueen as a Shadow one, because you're just pressuring your opponent with your Poison Fang, so your Poison Jab are stronger, because Poison Fang drops the defense of your opponent, and 100% by the way. And you just want, to pressure with Poison Jab, but I wonder why he chose to run a regular one and not a Shadow one.
Probably just decided that he prefers the bulk rather than the damage, and to be honest, normal Nidoqueen still packs a punch with debuffs, and so there's a good point made for the normal Nidoqueen. Ares has decided to bring back the wall rate that everyone has been talking down ever since the Icicle Spear energy was increased into 40 energy rather than the 34. And yesterday we saw a lot of good play from Ares with that wall rain, destroying some teams with, for example, Trevenant and the Noctowl, and wall rain is a great answer to that core.
Yeah, it's completely true. And the thing is, it's not because of you had a little nerf on the Icicle Spear that the move is not interesting anymore. I mean, the damages are still insane, but cost more energy. And yeah, it's just a little nerf, because even if it costs more energy, it's not that much energy.
Yes, and looking at this matchup, that wall rain looks really strong against Ripperly's team. Only has to be really afraid of that Medicham. Galarian Stunfisk has to be afraid of the Earthquake from the wall rain, but is able to hit back with the Rock Slides being super effective. But on Ripperly's side, there's the Altaria that really does not want to see the wall rain. We yesterday saw him lead. I don't know, it wasn't Ripperly, but we saw someone lead Altaria into that wall rain, and that's not a great thing to see.
Yeah, we also saw Dragonite versus a wall rain, and the poor Dragonites. Yeah, also here, for example, I mentioned, the Shadow Nidoqueen lately, and for example, against the Warren, you can win the one shield if you go straight Poison Fang versus Warren with the Shadow one, but not with the regular one.
And the players are ready, and we are getting into the game one. Let's see what we're getting leading into. It's Noctowl into Medicham. This is not what Ripperly wants to see. Go straight for the Nidoqueen. It's actually Shadow and not on the... That's what I thought.
Immediately by the Swampert, Shadow Swampert from Iris.
Yes, this is... not looking good for Ripperly.
Oh wait, Ripperly has a Shadow Nidoqueen actually.
Yes, it is need to be updated. Ripperly is starting to throw these Poison Fangs on that Shadow Swampert. Shadow Swampert needs to be afraid of that Earth power, because Shadow Nidoqueen against the Shadow Swampert is going to hurt a lot, even without the Poison Fang buff. Gets the shield with the Poison Fang, and now Ares returns with another Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, I think that Ripperly is about to shield it, because he just wants to take the other shield of Swampert. So he's just going straight Poison Fang, and it's... Oh no, he's not going straight Poison Fang, he's going for the Earth Power here.
Decides to throw the Earth Power. Ares recognizes this and shields it, and now Ares is gonna keep the switch advantage, throws the Hydro Cannon, keeps the Noctowl on that Medicham, and let's see which Pokemon they have in the back. Ares is holding into that wall rain, and the wall rain is waiting for Ripperly's Altaria. This is not looking good for Ripperly.
No, it's not looking good at all for him, just because here Swampert is able to reach another Hydro Cannon, and it's about to deal a tons of damage versus this Medicham.
Yes, the Hydro Cannon connects. Medicham drops to the 50% and gets to an Ice Punch on this Noctowl, but Ares has the wall rain waiting for the Altaria on Ripperly's side.
Yeah, it's kind of risky. I mean, to bring the Altaria when you see that Warren is a really good Pokemon in your opponent's team. But here comes the Warren on the Altaria, and here comes the Icicle Spear. So it's about to KO, I think, because it's double effective on Altaria.
It's double super effective. You could see Ares throw a small smirk at Ripperly once he saw the Altaria coming and threw in the wall rain of his own.
Yeah,
and here comes an Icicle Spear that's going to take out the Medicham, and Ares locks his first game of the day.
Yeah, so it was really well played from Iris, because you probably already know that Iris is like a mastermind, reading all the time his opponent really well. I mean, this guy is just in your head most of the time. Yeah, so we are just about to correct the fact that the Nidoqueen is Shadow because it's the Shadow one.
Yeah, so getting ready for the second game. Now players are Ripperly is back against the wall, has to win the next one to keep his dream alive of becoming the Warsaw champion. Aries, on the other hand, he's kind of sitting on the driver's seat here, able to feel a bit more confident probably with the team.
Yeah, but you still have to not to get out of your guard because as we saw for the last match with Asprey Shelto versus Simon won the first one but lost the two other ones. So don't feel too confident even if you're winning the first one because everything can turn not like you imagined it.
Yes, winning the first game is always a great feeling, but you just have to keep your mind calm and not get too ahead of yourself. Yes, keep your focus on the game because you still need to win that second game. You just can't win the first one and then lose two next ones.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was risky for Ripperly to bring Altera and Nidoqueen, but I'm pretty sure that if it had like alignment, it would have paid off.
Yes.
And we're jumping into the game number 2 for this second day of our championship in Warsaw. And here comes the Lickitung versus Warrain. So Iris switches immediately on Medicham. Medicham just, Lickitung just takes some leak damages and builds some energy and switch immediately on the Swampert.
Ripperly answers with the Swampert, starts loading up on energy. Aries goes for the Psychic. Ripperly decides to shield.
And his defense fell.
Gets the defense well, and Ripperly's Swampert is now ready with 2 Hydro Cannons loaded. Here comes the first one. Gets the shield. Will he throw another one? Gets hit by an Ice Punch first. Will he use a shield here? Yes, he does. And Ripperly is now out of shields and already has a Hydro Cannon loaded.
Yeah, because now you know that thanks to this defense spell, you can just go straight Ice Punch in this matchup, because if you don't have the defense spell, you can't KO with just an Ice Punch and the damages of counter, but now you can. And Iris decides not to shield the Hydro Cannon from Ripperly and decides to farm everything down, probably shielding this move, just to get some energy and keep the alignment on this matchup.
Yes, Aries holding on to that switch advantage, keeps the Medicham alive. And here comes the Lickitung. Medicham gets a Psychic off, and Aries has that Noctowl waiting for this Lickitung one, and also the Walrein, which we saw already in the lead. But Ripperly does have the Medicham, so Aries has to
snipe his opponent.
Aries has to bring in the Walrein, the Noctowl here, and keep that Walrein for that Lickitung.
Yeah, but it's still a bit tricky because you know that you don't want to bring a nice type on the fighting one, and that Noctowl is a good answer, but this Medicham has some energy advantage, so it's about to be a bit dangerous for the Noctowl as well, because you know that the Sky type still does not KO at this range.
Yes, here comes the first Ice Punch. Noctowl goes straight for the Shadow Ball, knowing that it does a little bit more damage. Probably going to be quite enough to take out this Medicham. Not quite enough.
Yeah, it is way more. So this the catch!
Aries catches the Ice Punch, double resisted move on the Walrein, get some energy on that Walrein to start chunking down the Lickitung that's still alive on Ripperly's side.
Because his Ripperly switch is still not available, and even if he's trying to go for the Power Rip, this Power Rip is not about to KO the Walrein, and it's probably the end for the poor Lickitung Ripperly.
Yes, Walrein loading up those Icicle Spears so fast. Ripperly has a Power Whip loaded. Will he get to throw it? There it comes, but Walrein will live through this Power Whip and get to an Icicle Spear that is going to take out the Lickitung on Ripperly's side.
Yeah, it does not even KO, but he has now an Icicle Spear ready, and he threw it, and the Lickitung is probably now KO. It was a really good game from Iris, because Iris is really good at reading his opponents, but he's also a really good player because he did like a lot of really good options. Even if lead was not in his advantage, he managed things really well. So it's a really good game from both players.
Yes, Aries using that wall ring, bringing it back to the meta, breaking that Trevenant Noctowl core that has been quite common in what we've seen today.
Yeah, it's true. Because most of the time, I mean, I saw the graphic, for the top 8 people, players, and you have like 3 first class and I think just 1 Trevenant. I'm not sure about my information, but a graph is about to come later from our production, so you will be able, you two players, to see which Pokemons are the most chosen in this tournament overall and in this top 8. So you will clearly see which Pokemon dominate this meta.
Yes, so Aries holds on to his dream to becoming the champion of Warsaw. We will be getting him into the interview desk shortly. But looking at the forward of the stream, next up we will have more losers round matches with Bakami that we saw earlier facing the Aspercelto. And after that, we will be looking at Smedix versus Aries from this match. So once we get Aries here for the interview, we can get that done. And yeah, I can see him walking over towards the interview desk. So while we get set up for the interview, we'll go for a short break.
Yeah, we will be back soon, trainers.
And we are here on the interview desk with Aries winning 2-0 against the previous match. How do you feel now that you have locked your first win of the day 2?
I feel pretty good. I think it will be a really hard match against Mietix. And yeah, it was a really fun match.
Yeah, you showed really good plays with the wall rain. Recognized probably that it was pretty strong in that matchup. How do you feel bringing wall rain in now that everyone's been talking how it's been weak now that it got a bit of a nerf?
After that nerf, it's really hard to play wall rain, for example, against the Shadow Nidoqueen because it loses 2/2 shield. So it's worse, but I think it's much better against Ghost than Frostlass, and you have to have like 2 Noctowl counters.
Also on stream, we saw the Corsola here, but you also had a small fruit on it. Do you want to tell the story behind that?
Yeah, I can tell that. Mati said for her fun before my match that I should bring that fruit, and I did it for the meme.
All right, having some fun here on the stream. Going back to yesterday, what do you think was the hardest match yesterday?
I think the hardest match was against Matis in losers finals because it was like friend match but elimination, so that was really hard, and that was probably the hardest one to play.
All right, and what are your thoughts for the rest of the day? What's the game plan going to the next? You're facing off Smedix.
I'm gonna try to RPS everyone like always, and I will see it works or not.
Right, as we mentioned on stream, Aries is pretty good at reading opponents' teams, so let's hope that continues and keeps you going in this tournament. Thank you for this interview and good luck.
Thank you.
And while we set up for the next game, we will go for a short break.
the cat challenge now, just in front of the Palace of Science and Culture. Now follow me for the next part of the challenge. Okay, so now we are live and we are close to the park. We are supposed to meet with basics. Unfortunately, the spawns are pretty bad because all the CPs are too low. Maybe on the way I can just find something good with higher CPs. Let's know. Let's see it, let's discover. Big B barrel, oh, I will catch it. It's 1481 CPs, so I will just keep it. It's close to 1500 CPs, so. Oh, Pelipper in my incense? No, the CPs are too low. I can't use this one. Swinub in my incense, are you good? Or shiny maybe? Nope. Another Scorvat. Scorvat is not interesting because it's too low in CP. So for this challenge, unfortunately, I can't use it. Maybe the during, no.
We're going there. Let's try there. We have a big building there. I don't know exactly what it is, but let's check it out. And let's check this Whalmer. It's too low. And a Golbat. Okay, let's just catch this Golbat. Okay. We have a Pelipper. 514. I'm going to lose this battle. Oh my god. Maybe I should spin some stops and do some research tasks for another good Pokemon. We have a Grimer here. Over 1000 CPs. Let's catch this one. We're taking an Ultra Ball for this one. Yes, gotcha. So trainers, we're going to have a little break. See you soon.
Welcome back, trainers. In this day 2 of this regional Warsaw, I'm now with Lou. Hey.
Hey, welcome. It's good to be here behind the stage with you again once again. Yesterday was awesome. You taught me so much about Pokemon Go, and then hopefully today I can show off some of the tricks that you taught me yesterday.
Yeah. So now we are jumping in the match with Asprey Shelto versus Bakemi. So we're still in the loser bracket with round 2. Players are probably having a seat now, preparing everything, logging in their account, and ready to get this match because this match is important for them since it's loser bracket. So the loser will be eliminated for the tournament and the winner can continue the journey because they all want to reach the top.
Their tournament lives are really on the line at this point, aren't they? Because one more loss will completely knock you out the competition. One more win will see you advance into losers round 3, but that of course is definitely not the end by any means. Bakemi and Esposito, we got to see both of them on today's broadcast already. Bakemi got knocked down into the losers bracket by Tomahawk UK. You know, coming into day 2 in the winners bracket must have been a really nice, confident feeling strong, but then knocked down to the losers bracket. And of course, we were able to feature with yourself and Bootly the match with Esposito versus Eamon, where Esposito was able to win 2-1 and advance into this stage. So both of these players will be at this point very familiar with each other's teams. Obviously, we know that Esposito has Pokemon like that Registeel on there. Always really interesting to see a Pokemon make a comeback like the Walrein I was harping on about yesterday, which I'm really hoping to see at some point again today. But, you know, we saw a lot of Registeel earlier today. Do you think it's going to have a place in this matchup?
Yeah, definitely. Even if you have, even if Bakemi runs a Sableye, Medichar will have, let's say, soft counters to Registeel, we know that Asprey runs is Registeel with Flash Cannon. So Flash Cannon is really important because it can win the match versus a Medicham.
Yeah, that's really true. It's good to have that kind of charge move just to be able to deal with Metagame that is quite literally everywhere at the minute. You know, it's on so many teams, being able to counter a lot of those kind of bulky Pokemon like the Lickitung, for example. So it's good to make sure that you have a counter.
Yeah, I mean, Medicham is probably the best counter user in this meta because Toxic Rock is not that bad, but the thing is, Toxic Rock is not as bulky as Medicham because Medicham is an XL Pokemon, so you want to have some bulk in your team because you already run some glass cannons like Venusaur, for example, or Sableye is also a bit tanky, but for example, I think the most glass cannon Pokemon the most used here in this tournament is Frostlass.
Yes, I mean, you love Frostlass, though,
yeah.
So, you know, you're going to be rooting for it, glass cannon or not. But I think we saw that really well demonstrated, actually, I believe, again, in Bakumi's match against Tomahawk UK, where Tomahawk was using that Frostlass, and it just dealt so much damage to that opposing Lickitung with Avalanche.
Yeah.
So, you know, yes, it may be a little bit more frail, but it can certainly hit really hard as long as it gets those charge moves up.
It's true, because if you have some energy advantage with Frostlass, it's always bad for your opponent. So it's really scary, you know, to see a Frostlass with, for example, 2 moves, I mean, coming back in the matchup against a Frostlass with 2 moves, for example. But here, regarding of the teams the players have, I think the Venusaur is really good against Bakumi's team. Against Bakumi's team, and probably the worst matchup for Venusaur is Noctowl. So I guess that Bakumi will have to bring his Noctowl every match here.
Yeah, and of course the Venusaur here going to be able to apply a lot of pressure to something like the Azumarill, to the Stunfisk, for example. And Venusaur, you know, has a nice range of its charge moves as well. You know, can go for that grass or poison option. So I think you're right that Noctowl's going to have to be a very key Pokemon in this match. Well, I mean, it always is at this point. You know, there's a reason why it's so dominant in the meta at the moment, countering grass-type Pokemon like the Trevenant, being able to counter against a lot of those ghost types. And then it can also then, as you said, deal quite nicely with the flying type moves with the Venusaur.
Yeah, but also Venusaur can still defend himself against Noctowl if, for example, it can switch or he has some energy advantage because Venusaur has Sludge Bomb, so Sludge Bomb deals damages to Noctowl, actually.
Yeah, so it's good to have that in your typing, isn't it? Just making sure you've got an extra move for coverage. I mean, taking a look again, we've got a Sableye on either team. Do you think this is a matchup that is going to feature Sableye?
Sableye is good overall against both teams, I think. Because Sableye is always a good safe switch. You can still defend yourself with your return or your full play. So Shadow Claw always deals some damages except for Noctowl because it's resisted. But the damages of Shadow Claw is really important in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Sableye, as you guys were telling me yesterday about that power of return, can deal really, really heavy once it's obviously been caught as a shadow Pokemon and then purified, gaining that return move option. But I haven't seen it actually utilized as much as I was expecting. You know, we see Sableye on all of the teams, but it definitely, for me, has been a lot more dominant in terms of the Noctowl, Lickitung, and Medicham kind of triangle, as opposed to seeing Sableye really step to the forefront. I see it on Team Preview a lot, but I haven't seen it go for too many returns. Hopefully we can get a few today.
I think no, I did not see any return. I mean,
I think I saw one yesterday, and that was it.
Yeah,
just the one.
Because it's safer, you know, it's like safer to throw full just to spam full play and not going straight for the return because you don't want to see your return being shielded.
Yeah, that's true. If you've charged up, got a move ready to go, the last thing you want to do is spend all that time wasted and throw it into a shield move. But again, I think the shields are going to be really critical in here, whether they're burnt early by a few baits, can easily determine that end game situation. But speaking of games, we're going to jump into game 1 here. Remember, this is losers round 2. These players are fighting for their lives in this competition. And there is a Stunfisk out for Bakumi versus the Noctowl of Asproselto.
Switching immediately on the Medicham and immediately answered by the Sableye here, so I highly doubt we will see a return for this game, to be honest, but Medicham is just going straight for the Ice Punch since the Psychic is resisted here, and Sableye can take it easily, so he's probably going to charge some energy, and he does not want to CMP with the Medicham, so he's about to take another Ice Punch because he probably does not want to give some forms to the Noctowl.
Well, Sableye able to take 2 of those Ice Punches, and you can see the energy being racked up on Sableye, both return and Foul Play ready to go, but Foul Play is the option that Bakumi has locked into, trying to really get rid of this Medicham.
Yeah, and here Asproselto could have tried to take the switch advantage, but he decided to let the Medicham go and going back on his Noctowl to take all this farm. I mean, not that much farm, but yeah, Sableye will be able to reach the return here. And no, he decided to go for the safest option, which is just double foul play here.
Yeah, foul play. There's a decent chunk to that opposing Noctowl, but it will be going down. And then we have got the Stunfisk coming out now. Stunfisk versus Noctowl. We've seen this matchup time and time again. Stunfisk able to have that Rock Slide as its charge move. Going to deal a decent chunk to that opposing Noctowl. I wonder if Aspracelto is going to use a shield here.
No, Aspracelto has no reason to shield because it does not KO yet, so he's just going for the Shadow Ball, trying to put some damages on the Jeffisk, and probably switching right after.
Okay, well, Shadow Ball going to come down, connect onto that opposing Stunfisk. It is going to do a decent chunk of damage, but no switch as from the Noctowl yet. It's going to be at Jeffisk's time to go for one of those Rock Slides.
Yeah, because he probably just wants to fall the Jeffisk to throw his move, and having some energy here to take at least one shield from Bakemi.
Yeah, so one of those shields is gone, and we're going to see another Rock Slide come up from Stunfisk. Honestly, the fast move gets so much energy for the Stunfisk. It's able to just use charge move after charge move, and using another shield on that Noctowl that has lots of charged energy. Sky Attack is primed and ready to go.
Yeah, you probably want the damages of your wing attack here from the Noctowl, so even if it does not really KO, he's going for the bait and probably trying to catch the Rock Slide, and this was he tried to do, but it did not work. So Bakemi was probably aware about it, so he saw the Aizu coming, and here comes the Earthquake, because Aspracelto now is all shields down.
Yeah, as you said, Aspracelto is going to want to preserve that Noctowl. So it was good to see it, jump out there, and Bakemi just capitalize on that with the Stunfisk. But of course, the Azumarill is now going to be able to go for the Ice Beam into this Noctowl.
Yeah, and the Ice Beam deals a lot of damages on the Noctowl, even if it's not stabbed, and just because it's super effective. But it still needs 2 Ice Beam to take this Noctowl down. So Bakemi is going for the Sky Attack and not the Shadow Ball, because Shadow Ball, both moves probably don't KO at this range, and he's probably trying to go for the double Sky Attack, because he still has a shield, and shield the Ice Beam, trying probably to take some more energy from this Azumarill, and throwing his move just before Aizu can reach another Ice Beam.
Yeah, shields are no more in this game, but as you said, the energy didn't get up on the Azumarill, so a switch into the Noctowl means that Noctowl on Aspracelto's side is going to have to take this charge attack from Noctowl on Bakemi's.
He tried to switch and to catch the move, but it did not work. So here, yeah, it's over for Aspracelto, because he reaches another Sky Attack before Aizu can reach an Ice Beam.
Yes, and you can see Sky Attack coming down, dealing with that Azumarill, taking game 1 for Bakemi here. I mean, we saw such a slog in that match between the Noctowl and the Stunfisk at one point. The Noctowl was just staying in, being really brave against all of these oncoming Rock Slides, took one of them, then was able to go for the shield, but at the same time dealing damage against that Stunfisk. I mean, I was expecting a few more switches at that point to get out of the situation, but it certainly ground down the HP of those Pokemon for the end game.
Yeah, and I think for the Noctowl, when Aspracelto decided to switch his own Noctowl, he probably did not expect to catch the move, I think, because I'm correcting myself, and he just probably tried to snap the energy and yeah, just trying to take down the Noctowl, and then coming back with Aizu close to one move.
I mean, if you're Aspracelto now, obviously you're 1 game down, you need to win the next 2 in order to stay in the competition. What adjustments do you think he's going to make to his team? Do you think he's going to bring the same 3?
Bakemi has to bring the Noctowl, as I say, just because he's probably scared of the
And it did so well.
Yeah, he did really well. I mean, Noctowl did a really good job here, but Jeffisk is pretty good against Aspracelto team, because he probably knows that Aizu does not run Hydro, so he can try to take the advantage of it. Also, Lickitung is not that bad from Bakemi's team, but I think he's probably trying to have a more aggressive team.
Yes, you definitely need to go on the offensive at this point of the competition. It was nice to see Sableye come in, going for those foul plays, doing some decent damage, and was able to withstand quite a lot of the charge moves that were coming its way. So it was on the field for a long period of time, but it, as you said, kind of didn't go for that return, didn't want to get the damage down and waste all that energy, just easier to go for that foul play.
Yeah, because he reached the return at the last moment, and I think Bakemi probably thought he would not reach it, because he was 1 move off dying, so he probably tried to go for the safest option, which was just throwing a full play, because if you don't know if you would be able to reach your return or not, your move, you just throw you just throw the one you have because you don't want to lose this energy.
Yeah, you'd rather get some damage down on the board than, you know, sacrifice it by either hesitating a little bit. And we all know from Pokemon Go, everything happens in split-second decisions. You don't want to hesitate, otherwise you will be caught completely off guard. What about the Registeel in this matchup? I mean, the issue is the Stunfisk, because we saw the Stunfisk do so well, going for that, you know, Earthquake, calling that switch in that Aspracelto went for. Do you think it's too risky for the Registeel to join this match?
Probably because I don't know if Aspracelto know the moveset of the Azu, so if Azu has Hydro Pump and you don't have Zap Cannon, sorry, it's a bit tricky for Registeel as well, and you can lose the Zero Shield matchup.
Okay, well, let's jump into Game 2 at the Regional Championships here in Warsaw. Remember, this is losers round 2, and Bakami is up 1 game. He just needs 1 more to stay in the competition and knock Aspracelto back home.
And this time the lead is for Aspracelto. I mean, not really, because you don't have Hydro Pump, so you have to stay here against this Azu, because you also have Noctowl and Sableye in the back, so it's probably the best matchup you can have versus Azu here. You just want to put some damages on this Azu, so that's why he's going for the Earthquake at first.
Yeah, some decent damage on the Azumarill there. You can see as well the energy getting racked up on both sides. The Azumarill is going to be able to go for the Ice Beam here. Don't see a shield coming out from the Stunfisk, but it is going to be able to take one of these.
Yeah, because he probably knows the moveset of the Azu, but Aspracelto is still building to an Hydro Pump before throwing Ice Beam, and here comes the other Earthquake. Does not KO the Azumarill definitely, so you can decide to shield or to let it go, but you want to keep it healthy. So Azu is going for the Ice Beam and probably going to spam Ice Beam straight away after. But all you want from Bakami's side is just to have low HP on the Azu, because you're weak to it in your backline.
Yeah, so you need to get it down early so it isn't able to come in and snipe at the end game. The Earthquake's coming out again from this Stunfisk though, however. Azumarill is going to be leaving itself exposed, but is able to survive on just a slither HP and lock in that Ice Beam for a return charge move.
Yeah, and Bakami is probably about to let the Jeffis go just to try to get some more energy on the next Pokemon, which probably be Sableye, I guess.
Yeah, Sableye could start getting up some energy, get those foul plays rolling a little bit later, and then you've got the Noctowl safe in the back to clean up the rest of the game. So Sableye is going to join the fray, going to go for a few moves here, going to get that little bit of energy up as the Noctowl on Aspracelto's side is going to join.
Yeah, so now Aspracelto has the alignment on the game, because if Bakami switches now on his Noctowl, he will have the Noctowl aligned on the Registeel.
Yeah, and we saw Noctowl versus Noctowl before. We're going to see the Noctowl on the opposing side get the Shadow Ball charged up, but it is instead going to be going for the flying charged attack here, just trying to get some good damage down onto that opposing Sableye, just trying to whittle it away so it can't keep going for these foul plays one after the other. Both our trainers only have 1 shield remaining as well, so they need to be able to preserve it. But look, there's the Registeel. It's going for the lock-on, just trying to get as much energy as it can so that it can deal with this opposing Noctowl.
Yeah, now Noctowl is going for the Shadow Ball. Definitely not enough. I mean, 2 are not enough to take down this Registeel, because it's definitely not stab. And Aspracelto is going for the Flash Cannon here. Not shielded by Bakami, because he probably knows that it's not Flash Cannon, and even though the Flash Cannon does not KO Noctowl at this range.
Yeah, it still does a huge chunk of damage. And both these players, Pokemon, are kind of low on their energy consumption here. Sky Attack is going to be the first to lock in, though, from that Noctowl, but Registeel still trying to have to go for those lock-ons to get more energy gathered. Instead, of course, it's going to be that Shadow Ball going to connect down onto the opposing Registeel, do a significant chunk, and there we see Flash Cannon and Focus Blast finally charged up.
Yeah, and now both players are probably trying to stall the clock, especially Bakami, because he's probably trying to catch the next Flash Cannon on the... Oh, no, he's not. He's just trying to farm everything down and shield the next move from Registeel, just to have 2 moves ready for the Noctowl when it will come back. So here is the shield from Bakami, and Noctowl is halfway, I think, to a move. Switch and Aspracelto switches immediately. Would you shield the return, or do you think he would just go for the full play? Yeah, it's the safest option here to shield.
Yeah, because Sableye had a lot of time to get up all that energy, and you just don't want to lose your Noctowl to such a big move. Noctowl is going to be able to retaliate. There's no Protect Shields, of course, remaining on Bakami's side. Those have been used. So Sableye is exposed and going to have to take the Sky Attack and knock itself back into its Pokeball.
And it's a good game from Aspracelto.
Really good adjustment coming back in. And I think you were right, kind of preserving the Noctowl towards the end and stuff as well, but making sure it had enough energy just allowed it to be able to come back in and go for those charge moves straight away.
Yeah, and you know, the funny thing here is that I did not really see Registeel, you know, in this matchup, but probably because the opponent probably thinks the same about it. Aspracelto It's like, you know, the surprise effect, just bringing the Registeel when you don't expect it.
Yeah, that's true. But also from Aspercelto's side, something that they did really well is identify the fact that the Stunfisk was going to be a problem. If that Registeel's in the back, you need to deal with the Stunfisk. And they made sure to kind of whittle away at it, you know, to get some good damage on it so that it wasn't going to threaten that Registeel when it came into the fray. And possibly Registeel heard you earlier, you know, kind of heard you saying maybe it doesn't have a place, I'm doubting Registeel in it, and it was like, no, Nimu, I'm going to come in and I'm going to show you why I'm good.
Yeah, I will show you how powerful my Registeel.
Exactly, don't count me out.
Even, even without Zap Cannon against the Noctowl.
Yeah, but it was nice to see the Flash Cannon come into utility as well. It just deals, you know, a solid chunk of damage, and sometimes that can really be the defining factor between whether you're going to close out a set or not.
Yeah, this is why I tamed my Registeel back, because I wanted Flash Cannon, because Flash Cannon is obviously good, but I completely forgot that Zap Cannon is a legacy move, and I removed my legacy move. So my Registeel has no Zap Cannon anymore. Yeah, but it's honestly a really good move, because in the interview that I had with Asprey lately, he told me that, yeah, Flash Cannon is good against Medicham, against Sableye, against almost everything. So even against Venusaur, for example, because it's not resistant moves. So in this meta, Flash Cannon is probably really good overall, because the Zap Cannon does not debuff anymore, so it's a lot of energy for some damages, but you have 66, I think, % of chances for dropping the attack of your opponent now.
Wow, so there's even a bonus coming off the end of that Flash Cannon. I mean, you've just mentioned two Pokemon that are so key, Sableye and Metacham, and they're Pokemon that, you know, don't want to come down against that Flash Cannon because it is going to deal a significant chunk against them. I mean, coming into this Game 3, remember, this is literally tournaments on the line here. We are in the losers bracket day 2, and at this point, you know, are you going to stick with the 3 Pokemon that you think are more safe bets, or are you going to play risky? I mean, as a player, what would you do at this point?
I would play risky as well, because you hear, I mean, you probably tell yourself, I have nothing to lose now, we are 1-1, so I'm just gonna bring something that could work. I mean, I would take risk as well, I think.
Okay, so high risk, high reward. Maybe just roll the dice, see if you're going to be able to play it out.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm a frostless player, so obviously
so you're always playing a risk
player. Yeah.
That was like me in video game though as well. I'm not good at the defensive strategies, you know, protecting or switching here and there. I just like damage.
Yeah, and you know, I'm always losing when I go for the safest option. So now, yeah, I'm just like send nukes every time.
Yeah, just get big KOs. No, I'm the same as well. When you try and read the opponent's head, like what they're going to do, I then psych myself out, and then I always completely lose my nerve, and I forget what my plan is because I'm trying to read what my opponent's plan is, and then there is no plan. And I have to give such credit to these players. You know, they are the best of the best here at top 8 in a regional. We've been able to follow their journeys pretty much through this whole tournament, and to have that kind of nerve, adrenaline, and also like, I guess just the kind of stamina to get through 2 hot days of competition. That is an absolute credit to what these players are putting themselves through. It's not just a case of, you know, playing some Pokemon because it's fun and tapping some buttons here and there. It's really about making those strategic split-second decisions and all the maths involved with calculating time and how much damage it's going to do. Honestly, I'm in absolute awe of the players that are playing today.
Yeah. Do you think that Asprey this time would bring the Venusaur on the field?
I'm not sure, because the Noctowl is just been so dominant from Bakami's side.
Yeah.
But I do think if Asprey goes, you know, I'm actually just going to target down this Noctowl, we're just going to completely get rid of it, then there's a way for that Venusaur to have a place. And I do think sometimes bringing in that rogue third choice in a Game 3 can really sway things. So if I do see it, I would be very happy. And Game 3 is underway. We have got a Metacham versus Metacham, and no Venusaur, unfortunately, hiding in the back.
Yeah, because Venusaur is kind of risky, because you know that your opponent has to bring Noctowl all the game, because you know that Venusaur is the only answer to Venusaur. So even if you don't see it for the previous games, you don't want to see it on alignment. So.
Yeah, particularly when there are psychics coming left, right, and center. And one psychic from Asprey Metacham going into Bakami's, and Bakami's is just going to return one straight away.
And no defense drop from Asprey side. And here comes the Psychic, not shielded as well by Asprey no defense drop as well. And they are probably trying, to catch the Psychic. So Asprey, it was the bait, so it's resisted on AZ.
Yeah, really nice switch here from Asprey bringing in the Azumarill. Not going to do any damage at all, and of course costing that Metacham a good chunk of energy, allowing the Azumarill to start farming its own up. There is a switch on Bakami's side though as well. We have got the Stunfisk that's already got a Rock Slide primed, and the Ice Beam from the Azumarill, but which one is going to come off first?
Yeah, and now here come the earthquakes. So Aspirational 2 want to keep this Azu alive because he probably know that the backline is weak to Azu because usually you don't switch a Jfisk on your Azu. So if you switch Jfisk on your Azu, it means that your backline is weak to it.
Okay, so you're just trying to get rid of it as soon as you can. We can see as well the G-Fisk is not having a good time here. It is being able to go for another charge move. It's going to go for another one of those earthquakes, but the Azumarill is going to be using a shield against it. So Azumarill going to be primed with a lot of HP remaining and just being able to just keep chipping away its opponent with, that bubble, then can go for these ice beams, and there's not a lot the Stunfisk can do. Of course, Bakami does still have the utility of both shields, but is it worth protecting the Stunfisk? Yes, it is.
Yeah, he wants to protect the Stunfisk because he knows that, oh, he caught it! I mean, he did not cut, but he sniped the energy of the Jfisk now, so Bakami is probably about to come with the Noctowl and farm everything down at this point.
Yeah, Noctowl has prime choices here to just be able to get lots of energy up, get both of the charge moves ready in the face of this Metacham. Metacham is going to go for the Psychic.
Yeah, it's about to deal a lot of damages, to be honest, because he probably thinks it's a nice punch, but it was a Psychic. So Noctowl now has some energy advantage on the Azu, but here will come the Registeel on the Noctowl. So since Aspirational 2 aggressively switched, he does not have his clock anymore, so that's why he's waiting for the timer now.
Yeah, and Registeel is here in the action. Of course, Bakami switches in the Metacham at this point, but the energy is racking up. Ice Punch is ready on the Metacham, but it is instead going to be the Registeel going for this Flash Cannon.
Yeah, Registeel is going for the Flash Cannon and probably switching immediately on Azu when he will be able to. And Medicham reaches the move before is able to switch on the Azu.
Yeah, and of course there's no Protect Shield, so Psychic is going to come out and hit hard into that Registeel. Of course, not doing too much damage at all as the switch happens as well, and that Azumarill is in play.
Yeah, and now a nice beam is enough to KO this Medicham, and Noctowl has to throw the energy of the Azu, but unfortunately for Bakami, this Azu is way too healthy.
Yeah, there's a lot of health actually on Aspiration's side with that Registeel in the back as well at around 50%. Noctowl's going to try and give it a go though. Going to have the Shadow Ball charge move connecting down into the opposing Azumarill, but there is still so much health left on it. It's going to be easily able to take that. Firing a little bit of bubble to get some energy regen on the Azumarill here, but again, Noctowl is going to be the faster.
The CMP against, he wins the CMP versus the Azu, but the Registeel is way too healthy because now you need 2 more Shadow Balls to be able to take down the Registeel. Oh, it does not even kill.
It's able to survive there. The little Azumarill hanging on is able to go for this Ice Beam into that opposing Noctowl. Maybe Registeel is just going to be able to have to take a nap and prepare for the rest of the competition as Azumarill cleans up for Aspiracelto.
Yeah, it was a really good game for Aspiracelto.
Yeah, and Registeel,
for both players anyway.
Oh, I mean, amazing from both of them, but Registeel really was the hero of the hour there, coming into games 2 and 3 and being so dominant for Aspiracelto there.
Yeah, it was risky to bring the Registeel because of the Medicham, so this time Bakami was a bit more prepared for Registeel because he brought Medicham.
Yes. And the Medicham, came in, was trying to do its best, but there was just too much that Aspiracelto was able to do with the positioning, with the damage calculations, that just meant that, unfortunately, in that endgame situation where the shields were down as well, Bakami just didn't have any options, and it was a bit of an uphill struggle for that Noctowl.
Yeah, and here I think the best play from Aspiracelto was just to keep the Azu really healthy because Azu did a lot of work during this game.
Yes, it certainly did, particularly while Registeel's having a little nap in the back as well. But between the two of them, they were both really healthy. And again, I think this is where the meta is really shifting at the minute. I know that we've both said that we like that hyper-offensive style, but I think having that bulk in your back pocket as well has been really sort of positive for these players, and it's enabled them to go the distance in these matches.
It's true. It's completely true. And the Medicham mirror was also interesting because most of the time with the Medicham mirror, you just want to know who wins the CMP because the charge move priority is the Medicham. I mean, not the Medicham, but the Pokemon overall having the highest attack. But sometimes, you don't really know it because if, for example, you both have rank 1 and if you power up a Medicham, you want a rank 1, it's just a flip,
It's just a roll of the dice, isn't it? And it can be so difficult in these split-second decisions. I mean, I'm still blown away by how quick Pokemon PvP is in Pokemon Go. But we will just have a short break while we get our player ready for an interview. So don't go anywhere, Pokemon trainers.
Welcome back, tuners. So now I'm about to interview once again Asprescelto. Hey, Asprescelto, how do you feel now?
Yeah, it was very stressful. Another time I went down 0-1 and I had to do my best to revert the outcome. And luckily I was able to do.
Do you feel excited for the rest of the tournament?
Absolutely, yes. This is a dream, and I hope that I can win, that I can take the win.
Yeah, you definitely can, because all the matches you showed were really exciting. I mean, you did a lot of really good plays and you managed really well, even in bad situations. So is it your first tournament? I mean, your first official Pokemon tournament?
This is my first play Pokemon tournament, but I play tournaments since the day one that Niantic implemented PvP on Pokemon Go. I play a lot on Sylph. I play GBL, so I have a lot of experience, of course.
Okay, so yeah, you have a lot of experience, but not like live experiences, like the tournament in Play Pokemon. So what is your feeling about the tournament, about everything here at the venue?
To be honest, I did a lot of live tournaments, not official.
Before COVID?
Yes, before COVID. Also with 30, 40 participants, so pretty big. But since COVID, this should be my first time that I'm back to such a big tournament. And after all, this is the most important thing you can do. Actually, if you play PvP in Pokemon Go, you have to play in this kind of tournament. You face the best players around the world. So I'm very excited. I'm very happy to be here.
And we're happy to have you here as well. So if you have one advice you want to give to new trainers, what should it be?
Learn the theory and then do practice. But study the theory.
Thank you for everything, Asprescelto, and good luck for the next, because you're pretty close to step by step, you're making it. So you're pretty close to be able to face again the winner brackets. So you probably feel excited about it. And thank you for everything, and see you later.
See you.
Thank you.
We're welcome.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are, of course, sticking with all of the amazing Pokemon Go action at the Regional Championships in Warsaw, and we're staying in the losers bracket at the minute, losers round 2, and we're going to see who's going to be advancing to face Asprosito in that losers bracket between Cementix and Ares. I mean, both of these players we've already featured today. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing Ares because I know that Ares is running that wall rain that I've been hyped up about all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Ares did really well here because he's a really good player, and you probably know it. He was the champion of UICs for the last season, so he won Frankfurt. He was the winner, and he's probably like now in a bad situation because he's in the loser bracket, but he's probably trying to fight to be able to win this tournament.
But as an international champion, you're going to have that expertise, that experience under your belt that you're going to be able to handle these tough situations when you are in the losers bracket. And I think, you know, we saw yesterday as well, Ares versus Matisse, I think twice, and it was the rematch redemption for Ares to be able to push through to stay in the competition. Unfortunately, that meant we said goodbye to Matisse, but lovely to see Ares still fighting out in the losers bracket, and I'm sure Matisse, who is his friend as well, will be rooting for him.
Yeah, and he's fighting now Smietix, which is a local player, and probably I think the leader of the Polish community. I don't really know about it, but I know that Smietix organized a lot in Warsaw lately.
Oh, amazing. So there's going to be some home crowd support here. I mean, that's the lovely thing about the community as well. You know, right next to where we're obviously got our players on the stream and where we're broadcasting from, there's a lovely spectator area. So, you know, people who have been knocked out of the competition or are just here to support their fellow Pokemon Go friends are able to watch the broadcast and react live to their amazing performances. And I think as the player, having that extra adrenaline and support is going to give you such a boost going into this match.
Yeah, and what do you think about the war reign of Ares for this matchup? Because the war reign just show, you know, lately that it was a really good Pokemon, but thing is now the matchup is a bit tricky because it's a Warren versus a Medicham, a Stunfisk, a Jfisk, sorry, a Frostlass, a Lantern, but Noctowl, Lickitung. So Warren is obviously good versus Noctowl, but no Trevenant here.
No, but I do think the Noctowl, and again, I might be biased because I love the Walrein, but I do think the Noctowl is reason enough to bring the Walrein. I mean, Noctowl's been so dominant so far. Warren does have such good utility to be able to deal with it. But then when, again, you look at the rest of kind of Ares' team, there still are other Pokemon that, even I have to admit, would be good options here. You know, Pokemon like, again, your own Noctowl, you've got the capability for your own Stunfisk and Medicham, those kind of 3 core Pokemon. They're going to be able to deal with Pokemon like the Frostlass and Medicham on the opposing side. But you have to, again, bear in mind that there is a Lantern on Cementix side, and we saw Cementix use the Lantern very well yesterday. So that's where you need to maybe consider bringing your Trevenant if you are Ares.
Yeah, I mean, Trevenant is really good in this team, but also you don't want to see the Trevenant align with the Noctowl. But I mean, from Iris team, I really like the Swampert because Swampert can be good against Frostlass, against Medicham, against Jfisk, still good against Lantern because it's a bit tricky versus Lantern just because Lantern I mean, as a Swampert, you have to reach your Earthquake to take down the Lantern, but if you shield the right move, it's fine.
Yes, I mean, Shadow Swampert has definitely been another standout from the broadcast this weekend. You know, we saw it on Tomahawk's team, and we've seen it piloted well on Ares' team as well. I think that Shadow variant just has shown why having that extra edge in offensive pressure can be so dominant because you can just start getting that extra damage, pick up the extra KO here or there. So again, I'd love to see it come into this match. Like you said, it can deal some good damage against Pokemon like the Stunfisk here and just keep chipping away at the Lickitung. That's something that Ares has to bear in mind. The Lickitung on Cementix side can cause a lot of problems. If you allow it to sit there, you have to find a way to make sure you're constantly dealing damage.
Yeah. I honestly really like the Lantern from Smietix team, honestly, but do we have the moveset revealed yet?
On the Lantern?
On the Lantern, I don't remember if Smietix played this yesterday. Because the moveset is really important on such
I believe
matchups.
We did see it yesterday, but just in case, you know, I'm having a little bit of a brain blip, we will just hold it until the match starts. But I do believe we saw it, because I remember him piloting it. It's just whether we saw both the charge moves or not. So in the caution of, you know, being fair to our players, we'll talk about it when the match is on. But, you know, again, some other really cool Pokemon in here. That Frostlass, I know that's been one of your favorites.
Yeah, and I think Smietix is probably about to play her because, as I already said, she's really offensive, so you always take shield with Frostlass. I mean, you have to shield the moves coming from you because most of the time it KOs or it puts you in such a bad situation, but also you can just take them back then.
Yeah, it truly is a little bit of an ice cannon. But when you look at Eris's team, Trevenant, Noctowl, Stunfisk, they're almost just asking that Froslass to come forward and try and deal with them. But then again, Froslass isn't going to have the best time against Pokemon like the Walrein. The Swampert, thanks to the Shadow, it's going to be able to still chip away at it a little bit. But Froslass certainly does have a good time here. You just have to be careful if you're Eris that you make sure that you have a Pokemon that's going to be able to deal with it before it deals with you.
Yeah, definitely. And what do you think about both G-Fisk in both teams?
For me, the G-Fisk is going to be really important.
We saw the G-Fisk dominance. That's why I'm asking this question.
I feel like for Semantics, it's going to be really useful, primarily for that Rock Slide. You know, having that charge move that's going to be able to deal some decent to things like obviously the Noctowl, tackling the Walrein, and then if in doubt, you know, Earthquake, even if it is resisted, it's still just such a powerful move. It can still deal a chunk of damage that towards the end game might be, you know, what throws the game for you, because you're just going to get KO'd to a quick fast move. But game one is here. Do remember, people at home, that this is losers round 2. So those trainers who lose this match are going to be going out. The other one will be able to stay in the competition. We're just going to wait for the feed on the left side. Oh, it is back, so all is good. There is a Froslass.
Is here. And it's a Froslass versus a Medicham. So Iris is not in a good spot and switching immediately on Swampert, not throwing his move. So he's just shielding carefully here, because he cannot really take this avalanche. If he takes it, he's about to be farmed down and probably going for the double Hydro. No, he's just throwing Hydro on the Lickitung coming.
Yeah, Froslass tries to get that charge moves off, but the protect from Eris with the shield means Froslass is going to get out of there, allow Lickitung to come in and take this Hydro Cannon instead. It is burning through one of the shields of Semantics' side, but we know the offensive pressure that Swampert in the Shadow form can have. Lickitung going to try and fire off a Body Slam, though, just to try and chip away at it a little bit, take advantage of the fact that the Shadow reduces the defensive capabilities. Look how much that did.
Yeah, and I think that Smeatix here just shielded because he did not want to take an Earthquake.
Okay, so going for the protective move against Earthquake, but it was the Hydro Cannon, and we're going to see another Hydro Cannon come out as well. Semantics, you know, not going for the shield here, calculating it's not going to be possible to have gone for that Earthquake.
Yeah, and yeah, whoa, whoa, the damages.
It still does so much. Honestly, the Swampert is on a rampage. If you're Ares now, you know, do you bring in the Medicham or the Stunfisk?
But Smeatix is probably fine about it because he does not want to give that much farm to this Medicham. So 2 counters for Ares, and Froslass still has some energy, so yeah, Iris is about to switch immediately out of the matchup on the G-Fisk. And here comes the Medicham from the Smetic side.
Yeah, you can see the G-Fisk just trying to get up as much of that energy as possible. Rock Slide 1 is primed. The second one will be very quickly on the way. But first of all, it is going to be that Earthquake, just trying to deal as much damage as possible to that opposing Medicham. And it's going to get it down to below 50%. So Medicham in a bit of a precarious situation, but it does have both of its charge moves ready. And it's going to go for the Psychic.
Yeah, I think that Smeatix is about to keep all the shields for Froslass here.
Yeah, you want to protect that Froslass, like you mentioned. It's very frail, but can be so critical towards this end game. The Medicham just going to keep chipping away at this Stunfisk. There's not a lot that it can do. It is going to be able to go for the Earthquake, but there's still a shield.
Yeah, it's about to let it go because he knows that this G-Fisk is not dry, so he can just take some more energy on Froslass without using any protect shield here.
Yeah, there wasn't anything Stunfisk could do, and now you've got Froslass versus this Medicham, and as you can see, there's not a lot that Medicham can do, but there is a lot that Froslass can do to Medicham with that Shadow Ball.
Yeah, because at this round, since we have a lot of energy advantage, you can go straight Shadow Ball, and it's well shielded by Iris, so we will probably try to bait for the next move, going for the Ice Punch bait, because he's probably about to take the shield here, because you don't, the Psychic, there's the Psychic is about to KO the Froslass, but Froslass reaches the Shadow Ball before Medicham is able to reach the Psychic here.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a wise shield there because you know that you're going to be able to survive it. You can then go for the Shadow Ball that was primed and ready to go and just get the solid knockout, securing game 1 for Semantics. I mean, you already called it. You said that Froslass is going to be really important. You'd love to see it, and it absolutely dominated that game 1 for Semantics.
Yeah, Froslass is actually doing a lot in this game. And I think Froslass honestly helped Smeatix a lot also for the past days, you know.
Yeah, no, it definitely has. And, you know, we've seen it piloted so well on this team, particularly with the flexibility that you've got throughout all of your Pokemon, if you're Semantics. Again, you've got that Lantern for the water and electric coverage. Noctowl obviously being able to be so dominant in the meta at the minute, dealing out offensive pressure and having that defensive capability as well. But I think having that flexibility between Froslass, Medicham, Lantern in particular, allow you so much move coverage that's why it fits so well onto this team. Froslass can just deal with so many counters in the meta at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hardest counter to Frostlass is probably Bastiodon, because Bastiodon is just way too bulky for Frostlass.
But there's no Bastiodon here today.
Yeah, it's true. So no hard counter to Frostlass today. It's good to see.
Yeah, Frostlass is breathing a little sigh of relief, but it has to focus down now because Semantics may be one game up, but you have to then continue to win the next one in order to stay in the competition. So if you're Semantics now, seeing how dominant Frostlass was for you, do you go for it again? Do you think, hey, it was really successful, I need to bring it once again to destroy Aeris' team? Or if you're Aeris, are you going to now put your hard counters in place?
Aeris is probably trying to bring Swampert again, maybe in lead, because he probably thinks that Mystic is about to keep the same team, because this team did really well against Aeris team, so maybe it's like he won't change anything. And Swampert is really important for me in the entire matchup, because Swampert, you saw how much damage the one Idol Cannon deals to a Leaky Tongue, for example. And it's not even super effective or anything. It's just insane damages.
I mean, Swampert is insane this weekend. It's just done so much destructive damage. But I think you're right, possibly switching to the offensive a little bit with Aeris and leading straight out with that Swampert, applying a lot of damage straight away. It could be risky, but it could be exactly what he needs in order to get back into the game.
Yeah, because probably you want, maybe here you want to close the game with Swampert and not with G-Fisk, because it was not really good with the G-Fisk. Let's see how it will go, because we're jumping into the next game.
Yeah, the players are ready. It's a Lickitung coming out for Semantics and the Noctowl coming out for Aeris. Now, these is a matchup we've seen before. The Swampert and the Trevenant, however, are handy in the back for Aeris. I love to see that.
Yeah, me too. Because so now Aeris probably happy to see the Noctowl here because he has Trevenant in the back.
Exactly. Try and deal with that Trevenant with the Noctowl early, so Trevenant has a happier time later on in the match. Aeris is going to go for the charge move on the Noctowl. Sky Attack going to connect down onto the opposing one. And we've seen this before when you get the stalemate of both Pokemon against each other. It's just chipping away at damage. Who can get the charge move off first? Who's going to be able to get that KO?
Yeah, so both Pokemon are about to throw Sky Attack on Sky Attack on Sky Attack. I'm wondering if one of both players wants to take the alignment, so the switch advantage. Maybe Aeris will want to try to align, not to align his Pokemon. I don't really know here at this range, so Aeris just did switch on his and take on his Swampert and taking the damages of the Sky Attack here.
Yeah, that was so much damage on the Swampert, but the trade-off is that Swampert got to come in early, start farming up some energy, and is now able to go for that Hydro Cannon. Is going to go into a shield though, however, and it's now whether or not Aeris decides to use one of his 2 shields remaining in order to protect that Swampert, and that is the decision he's gone for.
Yeah, because now Aeris is forced to throw another move, because otherwise he would just be farmed down with the wing attack of the Noctowl.
Exactly. Swampert has to deal with this Noctowl now. We know that the Trevenant is waiting in the back as well, and it needs to make sure that Noctowl is out of action before it makes an appearance. Hydro Cannon is going to be enough to pick up the KO against that Noctowl, and there is still some energy ready on that Swampert, but we're going to see a switch instead to the Lickitung.
Yeah.
Oh no, to the Noctowl, sorry.
Yeah, on the Noctowl, it's a little drama about to happen, because you will see the Medicham align on the Trevenant, and it's completely not what you want to see.
Yeah, that's really true. Sky Attack is going to connect down, do barely anything to that opposing Lickitung. Medichamp's going to switch in as the Trevenant joins the field too.
Yeah, so here will come the damages of Ice Punch. So Smetix throws one before. Trevenant is about to reach the Shadow Ball. Not shielded there, obviously, because you can take one, so you will just shield the second one. Would Aeris try to bait here? No, he would not.
No, just goes for the safe play. He goes straight in for that Shadow Ball. I mean, the Ice Punch did so much damage. It was able to take one, but that coverage charge move on the Medicham really paying off here as Noctowl is down and out already. And you can see Medicham just going for another one here. Aeris is going to be forced to go for that shield, otherwise Trevenant is going to be out of this match.
Yeah, I mean, here Smetix probably shielded because he wanted to take the other shield of his opponent, so the Lickitung is free to spam the Body Slam on the Noctowl.
Yeah, getting towards that Lickitung end game, but we're going to see the Seed Bomb, I believe, come out from this Trevenant, so switching it out from that Shadow Ball, just going for that coverage, making sure to get the KO onto that Medicham, just in case, you know, something like the Lickitung was to switch in, you had that grass type advantage.
Yeah, and here you just want to take some, to stall the club, because you want to switch, Aeris wants to switch immediately on the Noctowl, I think he's doing, and here will come the damages of the Body Slam. So I'm not sure that a Sky Attack would be enough to take down this Lickitung.
No, I mean, it is in a precarious situation, but there's still far too much HP there. Noctowl's going to go for it anyway, though, of course. Try and get as much damage onto Lickitung as you can. And that Sky Attack, like you said, is not going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough, but maybe with the Wind Attack damages and the Shadow Claw damages, it would do it. Or maybe it will be a tie.
We'll see. We're going to see one body slam come out from the Lickitung. It is going to remove that Noctowl from the battle, though. But Trevenant is back. Is Trevenant going to be able to pick up the KO against Lickitung?
And the Lickitung was able to lick everything down of the Trevenant here, and it's a good game from Smitix.
Yeah, huge congratulations there to Smitix. We did say the Lickitung endgame was very likely, and that's exactly what happened. But, you know, Lickitung was only holding on by about 1 HP itself, so very, very close endgame, but a very commanding victory there for Symantix. Commiserations, of course, to Eris. That wall rain, however, certainly do not count it out. I know it got a nerf on Icicle Spear, but it is still something that you need to consider, and, you know, he's done so well in this competition. He's one to watch out for in the future, for sure. EUIC champion. He's one to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, the journey for Eris is over, but not everything, because he's about to compete here in Warsaw. Maybe he will be able to compete in Stuttgart for the next month, maybe.
Yeah.
We don't know, but Eris did a really good journey. He did some really good battles, so I'm pretty sure he will have his revenge later.
Yes, and of course, Symantix really piloting, again, speaking of ice types, we've gone from Wall Rain to Frostlass, and I know Frostlass has been one of your favorites this weekend, but you can see why. Yes, it is that little bit more delicate, but it can deal out so much damage, and as long as you position it well, so it's not going to be forced to, you know, use up a shield or make a switch. Hello, little Pikachu on the stream as well. Always love to see a Pikachu. Then it does have that capability to be such an offensive pressure.
Of course, and of course here Harris was not able to show his Warren just because everything is really, I mean, everything in the Smitix team was really good against Warren except Noctowl. So even if you know that Noctowl will be here in Smitix team, you don't want to risk it.
Yes, and again, I love these little mascots. We've got the Pikachu. We know Eris has been running that little Corsola, but as a complete segue, I want to know if these are little pumpkins or if these are little Satsumas that are next to that Corsola. I don't really know what the object was, and I kind of wish I could ask. I will probably go find him after this and just ask him, because it's been burning a question in my mind watching it. If Corsola's hanging out with pumpkins or oranges, that's just a little insight into the way my brain works. But we will be back for a winner's interview very shortly with Symantix, so don't go anywhere, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, for another fabulous winners interview with Symantix. That was absolutely amazing. Talk us through, however, the end game of that game 2, because it came down so close to the wire. We want to know your thoughts.
Yeah, I know Aris missed one bubble for his mistake. and that was huge for my win.
Well, it was very close, very intense. The crowd was cheering, we were cheering. And another Pokemon we were talking about was that Frostlass, because we know it's quite a delicate Pokemon, but it really was an MVP for you. Do you want to just talk a little bit about why Frostlass fits so well on your team and why you like it?
Oh, I don't know. He's great. This is good Pokemon. Have some good coverage. Don't have too much weaknesses. Ghosts, Darks, only, and Rock, I think.
Yeah, and you positioned it so well in that match as well. It was great to see. Obviously, this was in the losers bracket. Kind of how are you approaching mentally the rest of the session? Because you've just got to keep winning.
I want winning only. This is my goal today.
Well, there's definitely a crowd here rooting for you. Just before we let you go off and focus for the rest of the competition, is there anyone you would like to give a shout out to while you're here in the interview?
Oh, maybe to all people on the stream and in the hall.
Yeah, there's lots of people cheering for you, and good luck in the rest of the competition. We'll certainly be watching. We'll have another short break and be back with the next round of Pokemon action very soon.
Welcome back, trainers. We are moving on in this tournament, and next up we will be the winners finals, where Coxiac 2400 will be facing off against Tomahawk UK.
Yeah, really looking forward to this match. Two fan favorites coming into the competition, and I really cannot wait to see more of that Shadow Swampert from Tomahawk.
Yes, and maybe we'll finally get to see Coxiac's Victini.
Yes, that's another thing we want.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the teams yet, whether it would be good, but maybe we'll see it soon on the stream.
I mean, one of the issues with Victini, though, is it doesn't want to come down against that Swampert, so it might have a difficult time, but, you know, it's what the crowd wants. Victini should just, you know, just turn up for all of us.
Yeah, speaking of Swampert, Tomahawk has been using that a lot, and almost every time it's been on the field, it's been really dominant and avoiding those grass types that's really weak to it. It's weak to grass types, and finding those powerful hydro cannons on Galarian Stunfisks, and also we saw Hydro Cannon take out an Azumarill today.
Yes, we did. I mean, there's kind of a running joke between us commentators now that every single time Tomahawk leaves Swampert on the bench, that's the game that he loses. So it's going to be interesting to see whether it's going to make a strong appearance in this next game, because we are still in the winners bracket. So if there is one loss, the player is still in the competition. They will just drop down into the losers bracket and still have to fight it out for their tournament lives. But if you win, you're going to be advancing into the winners finals.
And also to let you know that this actually is a best of 5, so the players have to win 3 battles out of the next 5 games to proceed into the grand finals.
Exactly. So the kind of pressure, the odds all ramp up a little bit, because not only do you have to try and win a best of 3, it's now a best of 5. So there's extra kind of adrenaline that you have to find to kick in. You have to have that extra stamina to kind of push through with the match. But both of these players will be ready for it. You know, they are at this stage of the competition well versed with their team, with the matchup, how the meta has gone in the tournament so far. So they'll have a plan, they'll be focused, they'll be ready.
Exactly. You were casting the couple of losers bracket matches right ago. How did they go?
So they were really intense, and it's always heartbreaking when you have to send a player home. I didn't get to see my beautiful Walrein, you know, it was technically there on the bench, just didn't get any action, but Amandine was very happy to see a lot of amazing Frostlass action. So I think one of the key things that we've seen is, again, a lot of Noctowl, a lot of that synergy between switching to make sure you've got your Licky Tongue in a good position where it can just start farming away some energy. You've then got, again, Noctowl versus Stunfisk and those rock slides that are always incoming, and it's always great when a Stunfisk player is able to pin down the Noctowl, forcing it to go for those shields and then burning them through, so at the end of the game there just isn't any utility to be able to protect. So we saw quite a lot of those tense moments as endgames played out, and particularly that last game, Licky Tongue just surviving on 1 HP. I mean, I need to lie down after that. I don't know how our players are feeling.
Looking back at the whole tournament, is there any Pokemon that you would have liked to see more?
I mean, obviously Ninetales. I said that at the very beginning. I love the idea of the Alolan Ninetales as the ice type. I did get to see a Kanto version of Ninetales, so that was great. But I think going forward, those kind of more interesting choices, again, like a Victini or like the Walrein, for example. I always like seeing that underdog Pokemon, particularly early on in a day one, and then seeing it go through the tournament. So I'm pretty satisfied that I got to see Walrein go quite far, but I would have definitely liked to have seen a little bit more of kind of an Alolan Ninetales in day two. What about yourself?
Alolan Ninetales is something that I was surprised to not see that much, because it's been stable for a long time in the Great League meta. Then there's a few other Pokemon that have also been kind of fallen out. One to mention is Pelipper. That's been a long time favorite, but ever since it got a nerf on the Weather Ball, that was already about a year ago, it's kind of fallen out of the meta because of the nerf.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of the meta as well, we've talked a lot about the community on this kind of broadcast this weekend. And yesterday was Community Day with that Teddy Ursa. You could then get your Ursa Luna, which I know a lot of traders were excited about. And it was great to feature on one of our kind of break videos, one of our trainers actually we were able to see them make that evolution. Do you think Ursa Luna is going to have a place in the meta? Do you think it's going to shake things up, or not really?
I would say probably not, but we've seen a Victini come this far, so someone might surprise us with an Ursa Luna next time.
So anything is possible.
Yes.
Well, taking again a closer look at a matchup between these two players, Kosiak and Tomahawk UK. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to advance forward. We're in the winners finals right now. They are playing it out to get into that grand finals, a best of 5. Obviously in our losers semi-finals, Semantics and Espresso will battle it out in a best of 3 to get into that losers finals. Well, they will meet whoever loses the match you are about to watch. They will then have to battle it out in another best of 5, I believe, in the losers final to then get into that grand final, and again another best of 5. So you can see how the remainder of this tournament in top 4 is going to play out. One other thing we have got for you as well, because this is top 4, you know, there were 84 competitors. We've knocked 80 of them to the curb, and now we've got our top 4. We have some amazing feature videos of these players. So sit back, relax, and enjoy a little feature video to entertain you. Oh, they cut the video.
Here we see the players get set up, and Tomahawk is on the right and Koksiak sets up on the left. And now they will be starting to get ready for this matchup and start looking at each other's teams and trying to find the win con.
Yeah, I absolutely love seeing those little videos where you get to see a little bit of the personality of our players as well and get to know them. They always have me in stitches, though, some of the posers. But it's always nice to kind of see them be able to, you know, make themselves known on the scene as well. And it's really nice to be able to, as a broadcast, kind of allow you to follow these players' journey, because the Go season is starting up. You know, there's still many tournaments to come in the future. So for those of you tuning in on a more kind of casual basis, it's good to know who to root for.
Exactly. Once we get the teams up on the screen, we can start analyzing on what the Pokemon players will be picking up for their first match.
Yeah, so both the players are going to be focused and ready. So let's have a little closer look at the teams. Obviously on Kosiak's team, there's the Trevenant and Azumarill that we've seen before showcased really nicely. And Trevenant's always going to be that difficult Pokemon for Pokemon like the Swampert on Tomahawk's side.
Exactly. And also Kosiak has decided to bring Obstagoon as the fighter of choice, or so-called pseudo-fighter, while Tomahawk has gone with the quite common Medicham, with which also has the same type attack bonus on his counters.
Yes, and another thing that I really want to talk about is that Registeel. I mean, Registeel is one of these Pokemon that, again, a lot of people kind of ruled out. It's been replaced a little bit as the Steel type of Desire by the Stunfisk, for example. But Registeel has done so well. I mean, for Kosiak previously in the match that we got to showcase of him, Registeel was awesome. It was just able to go for that lock on and just get loads and loads of energy and just not be KO'd by anything. It could just keep farming up the energy, keep dealing out some big damage with the charge moves, and that just put it in a really great position going forward. And if you're a Pokemon that's a little bit, you know, more delicate, like the Frostlass, for example, that's going to be a point of concern.
Yes, and looking at Tomahawk's team, there is that we already spoke a lot about the Swampert, but in addition to that, there is the Frostlass that we have seen doing a lot of damage throughout the tournament with some energy lead. Energy on Frostlass, and especially with the opponent with no shields, is the worst thing you can see.
Yeah, that's really true. Frostlass always needs a shield just to give it a little bit of breathing room. The Obstagoon, again, is another Pokemon that I like to see. Like you've said, the pseudo kind of fighter, having that counter, which does such fast energy generation, just allows it to then apply so much pressure with its charge moves like Cross Chop or Night Slash, for example. And again, Cross Chop's going to be a really good one to deal with the Lickitung on Tomahawk side.
Exactly. I was also thinking that the Obstagoon looks really strong on Coxiac's side. Basically, he has to only worry about the Medicham, while every other matchup seems, if not favorite, then at least neutral for the Obstagoon.
Exactly, and that little Victini, now that we see the 6v6 Pokemon on the layout, is there scope for Victini? I mean, I know it's going to do well against the Frostlass, but then you are looking at a Stunfisk and a Swampert there on the bottom third, and that just spells disaster for Victini, surely.
I think every time we've had Coxiac on stream, I've been hoping and saying that Victini might have some play, so maybe this third time's the charm.
If we will it enough, it will happen.
Exactly.
We will talk it into existence. That's what commentators do. But I think one of the key things here is going to be I really want to see how well this Obstagoon is going to be able to challenge Pokemon like the Lickitung, Pokemon like the Frostlass on that team. But for me, Tomahawk needs to be bringing that Swampert. We know it's the Lucky Charm that we've been saying. When he doesn't bring it, he loses the game. So I am expecting to see Swampert in this lineup.
And here we go to the game one of the winners finals. Let's get ready. It's Medicham into an Altaria. This is a horrible matchup for Tomahawk, though Medicham does have that Ice Punch to do a lot of damage on that Frostlass. Tomahawk has the Frostlass in the on the back for this Altaria. Maybe we'll see a switch at some point.
Yeah, Altaria using that Dragon Breath to get some energy up. But first of all, it's going to be that Medicham going for the Ice Punch. Does a huge chunk of damage to the Altaria, but it is sitting ready with a Sky Attack. But instead, there's going to be a Lickitung on the field. So Obstagoon switches in. This is a great opportunity for Coxiac to start farming up some energy and going for those Cross Chops.
Yeah, these Licks are triple resisted, so they're literally not doing any damage on that Obstagoon. It's basically still sitting comfortably at a almost 100 energy before the Body Slam. It's already at 2 Cross Chops, still farming up more energy. Here comes another Body Slam from the Lickitung. Soon I would expect Coxiac to start throwing off these Cross Chops.
Yeah, this is where Tomahawk's in a difficult situation because that Lickitung is pinned in against the opposing Obstagoon, so it's going to be forcing potential shields or just losing damage from that opposing Lickitung. Cross Chop's going to come out once again from this Obstagoon, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a shield on that Lickitung, so it is going to have to take the brunt of it. It is able to survive, however, and it cannot get enough energy up to go for another charge move.
Coxiac decides to throw the Cross Chop right away to take out the Lickitung before it gets to a Body Slam, and Tomahawk is going to come in with the Medicham to start get on energy.
Yeah, Medicham's going to have to try and get vengeance for that fallen Lickitung here. But, I mean, there's a little bit of HP to farm up some energy here. But Obstagoon's ready to go. It's got its charge move of Night Slash ready to go, be able to apply a lot of damage into this opposing Medicham, taking it below that 50%.
Tomahawk looking close to swap out right away into the Frostlass, clicking on it and catches this Night Slash, but you probably want to decides to no shield, hoping that there's probably something, maybe a Registeel in the back for the Medicham later.
Yeah, the Frostlass is going to have to take a chunk of damage, but it was a nice switch in to try and catch that opposing Altaria. But now there's the Azumarill, and it's going to be able to take these Ice-type moves much better than the Altaria would have been. So I think it's wise going for the charge move of the Shadow Ball instead.
Yes. Frostlass has to throw Shadow Balls here to actually do any damage, really, to this Azumarill. Look at these Power Notes, they do no damage, and here comes an Ice Beam from the Azumarill. Coxiac decides to go for the bait and gets a shield from Tomahawk.
Yeah, shield going up here, and of course Azumarill just having a great time here because it's really demonstrating the fragility of this opposing Frostlass. These bubbles are still chipping away at it. Shadow Ball is going to be thrown out once again from this Frostlass, however, but Azumarill is going to be able to take it, preserving a shield on Coxiac's side while the energy is just being ramped up on this Azumarill. It's free to go for either Ice Beam or Play Rough. Is going to go for the Ice Beam because it's going to be enough to pick up the KO and might have been a nice catch on something switching in.
Azumarill throws the Ice Beam to force force Tomahawk to lose the Frost Lash before it gets to another mover. And here comes the Medicham, loads up on energy. Azumarill is throwing a play rough. Medicham kind of needs a lot of energy here to take out first the Altaria and then also the rest of this Azumarill.
Yeah, the HP is dwindling down here. Bubble keeps connecting into that. Medicham just trying to rack up some HP. But first of all, the Ice Punch is going to come out from Medicham. Azumarill wanting to make sure that it has the utility to go for its charge move afterwards. So going to go for that shield and make sure that it can fire off a charged attack of the Ice Beam in return. But the Medicham's just too quick.
Medicham gets a Psychic off. This will take out the Azumarill. Maybe an Ice Punch would have been enough. Tomahawk needs to get to an Ice Punch before this Altaria gets to Dragon Breath it all the way down. Will it make it? It's 1 HP. No! The Dragon Breath kills, faints the Medicham, and it was so close that
that was a very close
got
endgame.
the Ice Punch off.
Oh, I mean, that went right down to the wire there. Altaria able to come in right at the beginning, go for those powerful Dragon Breaths. Then it stayed in the back for all of that game one. Popped just right out at the end to go for some more Dragon Breaths just to be able to pick up the KO. So fantastic pivoting of that Altaria from Kosiak.
Yes, and Tomahawk had a nice catch on the Frost Lash with the Sky Attack, knowing that Kosiak was going to throw that Sky Attack right away on that Medicham. Decided to no-shield the Frost Lash and hoping to live the Sky Attack and get to a lot of moves on the Pokemon in the back.
Yes, so now we're going into game 2. Remember, this is winners finals and it is a best of 5. So it's not a case of Kosiak needs to win 1 more game. He needs to try and win 2 more and get it to that 3-game advantage. Both the players sort of checking their notes, really thinking through how they're going to adjust going into this game 2. I mean, Tomahawk and the Swampert, do we think it's going to be key here?
The Swampert has a lot of play on Kosiak's side, but there's also Altaria and Treven that are kind of pushing it away, trying to hold it in the back. But we've seen before where Tomahawk has first game they've decided to not bring the Swampert, but then swept 2 games in a row by bringing the Swampert.
Yeah, so possibly Swampert's just kind of psyching itself up on the bench. It's ready, maybe trying to put Kosiak in a false sense of security, being like, hey, the Swampert's not here. And then as soon as it comes out, it's going to absolutely cause destruction. But one Pokemon I really want to talk about is that Obstagoon, because I felt like it did exceptionally well for Kosiak in that game, going for those cross drops and just whittling away at the Lickitung or Tomahawk side. And when we've previously seen Lickitung in action, it's there to, yes, be bulky and stay on the field, but it's also trying to deal a lot of damage and whittle away Pokemon so that when shields are down, some of its partner Pokemon to just pick up those key KOs. But thanks to Obstagoon's typing, there was very little that the Lickitung was able to do, and it was having to take painful cross drops in the process.
Yes, and had to rely on the damage from the body slams rather than the lick because of the triple resistance. So Kosiak also recognized there that he can't take out the Lickitung too fast with the Obstagoon, because that would allow Tomahawk to farm it up with the Medicham and get a lot of Ice Punches on the Altaria.
Yeah, that's true. It's an interesting concept when you kind of look at your own Pokemon's HP bar, and obviously you want it to stay really healthy, but at the same time, the more health you have, the more energy you technically can give to your opponent. So it's interesting to kind of think, which Pokemon do you want to be giving that HP and energy to? And in that situation, you're quite right. I think having the Lickitung on there allows it to make sure that Obstagoon doesn't give Tomahawk an advantage once Lickitung is down.
And at this level of play, recognizing those points where you're minimizing the energy you're giving to the opponent is key to winning even the worst matchups.
Honestly, with each game, I'm learning more technicalities about this, and I am fascinated that anyone's brain can have all these calculations. It's honestly amazing. You've got to remember, this is top 4 at the regional championships in our winners finals. It's Obstagoon versus Stunfisk.
Not a great matchup. I'm looking at Tomahawk going straight for that Medicham and gets answered by an Altaria, but Medicham has that Ice Punch, which we already saw does like half of Altaria's health.
Yes, and it's already primed and ready to go. Ice Punch will be coming out from the Medicham. I wonder if Kosiak hasn't gone for the shield on this occasion, wondering if it is ready on the Altaria to fire off a Sky Attack in return, and it is primed and ready to go. Just trying to get some more Dragon Breaths on that Medicham first of all, though.
Interesting choice from Tomahawk. Usually you want to, when you face a bad lead, you don't want to go to your best matchup, because usually players build their team so that they lead with 1 and cover it in the back, so they can get, if the opponent leads with a bad lead, they have their worst answer to the bad lead in the back.
But the Medicham came out instead. We're going to see some more shield action happening here as the Altaria is going to be able to go for its charge move here. I wonder if that shield... Yes, the shield comes in late for Tomahawk, protecting the Medicham here in this game too.
And getting another Ice Punch off farming up a little bit of more energy in case Coxiac decides to let it go. Actually has two Ice Punch loaded, and Coxiac knows, so he can leave this shielded because he would have had to shield another one. Sorry, he would have to take another one.
Exactly, yeah. You might protect against one, but then another one's just going to come out, so you've technically wasted your shield. So good to preserve it. Azumariil's going to come in, though, and there is a Psychic coming up from this Metagame. This is certainly going to hurt more than an Ice Punch would.
Definitely, but Coxiac decides that no need to shield. I can keep the shield. I have still the Obstagoon there. Tomahawk comes in with the Galarian Stunfisk. I think he knows from before that this Azumariil does not have Hydro Pump.
Instead, going to be going for that Ice Beam into the Stunfisk. There is, of course, no shields left on Tomahawk's side, so all of these Pokemon are going to be exposed to the charge moves that Coxiac is able to farm up. The Stunfisk could go for the Earthquake, however. Coxiac still has access to that one shield and is going to use it to preserve that Obstagoon for as long as possible. It really was the MVP in that game 1.
And Tomahawk goes straight into the Noctowl, starting to throw these wing attacks, and Coxiac is starting to go for this Night Slash. A Night Slash boosting here would be pretty detrimental for Tomahawk's success, but let's see if Coxiac gets lucky with the boost.
Well, Obstagoon going for its charge move here. Going to be able to go for the Night Slash into that opposing Noctowl that has no shields to protect it from any of these charge moves. But Noctowl's bulk is exceptional. It's able to take that really well, and Sky Attack is ready to go to combat this Obstagoon.
Tomahawk is almost ready for another night Sky Attack, but also Obstagoon has one Night Slash ready to go and probably going to throw it right away. Here we go. And this is probably going to take it pretty low, if not take it out all the way.
Yeah, let's see how much damage it does into that Noctowl. Able to just about hang on, but there... Oh, Sky Attack does just manage to get fully charged again. And once again, Obstagoon sitting in prime target of being knocked out by it.
Tomahawk decides to hit no bubbles to possibly let the Obstagoon live for a little bit to get some energy on the Galarian Stunfisk. That does not happen, but Stunfisk will get to an Earthquake before the Ice Beam. Is this enough to take out this bulky Azumariil? I do not think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a powerful move, but Azumariil has so much bulk behind it that it's able to survive it and is able to fire off the Ice Beam in return. And with the low HP that Stunfisk has got, it looks like it's going to be KO'd.
Yeah, and the Alive and the Noctowl in the back has so little HP that it's going to die to faint into one bubble.
Yeah, so amazing display from the Azumariil there, but also again the Obstagoon played such a crucial role, going once again for those Night Slashes over the cross chops, just being able to deal out some good damage and counter, just demonstrating why it is one of the best fast moves out there.
Exactly, and here in Warsaw we can hear the crowd cheering for their favorite Coxiac, and being happy that he's now 2-0 against Tomahawk, one win away from Grand Finals in Warsaw.
Yes, that's the thing. It's one win away. For Tomahawk, however, it's going to be a bit of an uphill climb. You've got to be able to find a way to get 3 wins now from this deficit. And I think it's time for Swampert. I really do.
Yes, now is the time to bring the Swampert. It has worked before when you're back against the wall. So now is the time. I'm not sure what else to bring with it, though. You have to protect yourself from the Trevenant, from the Altaria, so maybe Frostlass?
That's the thing, Frostlass will do well against the Altaria, and I think it is important that you have a counter for it, because Dragon Breath has just been so good. We've seen the way that Coxiac's just able to spam it and get that energy built up, and then, you know, even if you switch the Altaria out, it's sitting there with energy prime to come back in later. So Frostlass could be really good, but you need to make sure that you have protective measures, because when you've got Pokemon like Frostlass and Shadow Swampert, the defenses in your lineup are really low. So that's where you might need to bring in something like the Licky Tongue just to have that defensive base. But if you then get pinned in against the Obstagoon, there's not really a lot that you can do to switch in that's going to be able to take it. So you almost need the Noctowl, but that's 4 Pokemon. You're only allowed to bring 3. So it's a difficult situation.
Definitely. And we've seen Coxiac play Altaria on both games. So I'm thinking Tomahawk might be bringing now the Frostlass to try and lock it into the Altaria, and hoping maybe to lead with it. So Coxiac would probably maybe lead with the Altaria again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it, because Altaria has been so strong, and particularly in Game 1, we saw how well he was able to pilot it out at the beginning and bringing it back in. But if you're then predicting that Frostlass coming in, that's where you could easily go for something like the Azumariil, or again, even the Obstagoon out front. It just has such an offensive pressure, and I know one thing that Coxiac's been doing is obviously bringing the Obstagoon in later so that it can start farming up and dealing with Pokemon in kind of the mid-game. But I think it would be a nice adjustment to that offensive play straight away to lead out with an Obstagoon.
And we're going into the Game 3. This is Coxiac's chance to take his step towards the grand final, but also Tomahawk has to hold. That's the lead that I was calling Frostlass into an Altaria. This is now is Koxiak is in trouble. Switches into Azumarill. Tomahawk has that Lickitung, which is the best answer to the Azumarill in his team.
Yeah, that was a perfect turn one prediction for you there with those leads. And Azumarill now in a position where he can go for this play rough into the Lickitung of Tomahawk that has come out. It's going to be connecting, doing a significant chunk of damage, but Lickitung again showing off its bulk and charging up those body slams so it can deal some retaliation. But Power Whip coverage move is a much better option against this water type, forcing Koxiak to go for the shield on the Azumarill.
Yes, Koxiak deciding to shield this Power Whip would have taken a lot of health from this bulky Azumarill. Azumarill is ready with another play rough. Here it goes, and Tomahawk decides to shield to not let the Lickitung go too low.
Exactly, the play rough coming out once again, going down into that opposing Lickitung is going to be able to keep going with these body slams, but wants that Power Whip energy to be primed and ready to go. But is Azumarill going to protect on this one?
This one, Koxiak decides to no shield. Power Whip connects, and Azumarill lives through, gets to, and play rough. Not before this body slam comes through.
Yeah, Lickitung just being nice and quick here. Had all that extra energy before going for that Power Whip, just so that you knew you could go into your second charge move. And you didn't need to go for a Power Whip on that occasion. Just a body slam will be enough. But Altaria back in action now as well. So this is where, if you're that Lickitung, you just want to try and get a little bit of damage on it. So maybe something like the Frostlass later on can come in and just get that KO.
Yes, Altaria loading up on energy to throw Sky Attacks on that Frostlass, even though it is double super effective move on Frostlass's side. It's glassy Pokemon and doesn't really want to take a lot of beating. Here comes Frostlass into Altaria. Altaria keeps loading up on energy. Here comes the first Sky Attack. Let's see how much damage it does, or does Tomahawk decide to protect this Frostlass?
Yeah, that's the difficult thing with Frostlass coming in late. There is an Altaria with a lot of energy on the side, so no surprise to see the shield come out from Tomahawk. But the Frostlass, it's able to go for it, but like you say, the catch, Obstagoon's here.
But Tomahawk does have that Medicham in the back, so he can stay in here, farm up some energy for the Frostlass, and then go back to Medicham, make sure that he has energy for that Altaria to throw later in the game.
Obstagoon's going to be able to go for its charge move here, going for the Night Slash into that opposing Medicham that is switched on for Tomahawk. Going to be able to take that really well, and now it's Medicham's turn to start farming up some damage and applying pressure to this Obstagoon. You can see how much damage that the fast move is doing to it. Counter just absolutely destroying the Obstagoon.
Yeah, Tomahawk loading up on energy, has an Ice Punch ready to go for that Altaria, and Altaria has a move and has to throw it to live through to the Frostlass, but Medicham wins the charge move priority and gets the Ice Punch off, and Tomahawk is back in the game.
I love how Tomahawk played that Medicham there. You know, not even going for the charge moves against the Obstagoon. No need. Counter is basically a charge move against it. It does so much damage, and then it allows you to farm up all that energy. So like you said, as soon as Altaria comes back in, the damage is ready to roll. So we are now 2-1. Tomahawk is, you said, back in it. Yeah.
Looking at these players in the at these small breaks, it's always nice to see kind of how they react.
Yes.
Sometimes you can see the nervousness, but looking at Tomahawk here, he's calm. He probably has a plan already how to go to the next game, but sometimes you can also see the nerves on the players also in the game, making some mistakes here and there, but Tomahawk is still focused and back on the game, as I mentioned.
Well, it's always amazing to see how the players are able to keep their composure as well, as much as sometimes it's nice to see those hype moments, you know, fist pumping the air when there's a great switch or you get a good victory. Sometimes it is that more kind of reserved expression that can be really good to learn from as well, because it's just keeping your focus, not going to get too distracted by what's just happened, focus on the game ahead. But the other nice thing is, like you mentioned, you've got the crowd beside them as well. They're going to be able to hear that. They're going to know that they've got people rooting for them, and that's going to spur them on to keep going, and particularly in a best of 5. It is a long setup to play through.
Yes, and yesterday evening I was watching some games from the stream back, and I noticed that there was a lot of cheering, especially for Tomahawk in the chat. So I'm expecting Twitch chat cheering for, but probably both of these players as well as the crowd here in Warsaw.
Yes, it definitely has been an amazing community experience, and what an atmosphere that we've had in Warsaw. You know, it's always lovely to have a regional championships, but particularly somewhere where it's the first time as well. We're making history here with Pokemon Go, and it looks like the game is ready, so we're going to be moving into game 4 of this best of 5 set. Koxiak just needs one win, and there's the Victini!
Finally, we see the move set. Let's see if it's a quick attack. What's the charge move? It's a quick attack with Psychic and V-Create. Tomahawk switches into the Lickitung, and it's faced by that Obstagoon. We saw this matchup in the first first game, and this is not great for Tomahawk at all.
No, this did not go the way Tomahawk wants. Forced to go for loads of shields as Obstagoon farms up lots of energy, can go for those cross shots, but not before Body Slam is going to connect on it first, trying to chip away on it. But you can see Lick is just doing nothing in return, and cross drop is just getting farmed higher and higher. Lickitung able to go for another Body Slam. Obstagoon not going to protect again because it knows as soon as it gets these charge moves where it wants it can unleash them and just get rid of Lickitung.
Tomahawk has that Frostlass in the back, but that Frostlass is not going to enjoy those fire-type V-creates from the Victini either.
No, it certainly is not. Obstagoon going for that first cross drop. Not enough to pick up the KO against the Lickitung, but it is going to be able to deal with it anyway, just with its fast moves and not even having to unleash energy, saving it for one of the two remaining Pokemon on Tomahawk's side, either that Medicham or the Frostlass, both of them. I mean, Medicham can come in, deal with that Obstagoon, get a little bit of energy up, but it's still going to be difficult in the face of this charge move.
Yes, and looking also, Medicham getting energy here. It's not going to go anywhere because there's the Victini resisting everything, and Medicham. Coxiac does a aggressive swap into Victini, forces Tomahawk to bring out the Frostlass. This is not great. Now Coxiac already has two V-creates loaded. One of these will take out the Frostlass.
I mean, we said we wanted to see it. There's one V-create. There's going to be a shield up. But look, there's going to be another one coming straight up from this little Victini.
We see the defense severely fell notification on top of Victini. So V-create drops your defense by 3 stages. And now it's really weak. Probably an avalanche from the Frostlass is going to be enough.
But Victini played its role here perfectly. It wanted to go for those V-creates just to burn through the shields. And that's the key thing. Tomahawk is now completely exposed. Whereas on Kosiak's side, you still have that one shield remaining to buy you a little bit of an advantage. Interesting to go for it on the Victini, though.
Kosiak decided to double shield the Victini because it has another V-create ready to go. Tomahawk has to come in with the Medicham, use all of the energy from the Medicham to take out this Victini, and then Kosiak can just come in with the Azum. Oh, goes straight into Azumarill. This is not great for Tomahawk. Tomahawk has some energy for Psychics, but Medicham is low enough for maybe a Play Rough to take it out.
Yeah, it's certainly in a very vulnerable position. First of all, there is the Psychic coming out from the Medicham, though. Not anything that Azumarill really has to worry about, but that Play Rough in return is certainly going to be devastating.
Here comes the Play Rough left. Let's see if it's quite enough. It might. Medicham might live to see another counter.
Just a little bit.
Will not get to another charge move, and that is over. Kosiak proceeds into the grand finals and actually locks his place in Yokohama.
Oh, amazing for Kosiak. Huge congratulations. You can see him celebrating on the stage. The cheers from the audience as well. I mean, absolutely amazing. Little Victini. I mean, we jumped when we saw it there, but it wasn't a meme. It wasn't just there to, you know, get on the broadcast. It had played such a critical role, farming down the shields on Tomahawk's side. Then it had to, you know, go for its own as well, but it was that third V-create just destroying that opposing Frostlass. Absolutely amazing. I love to see that Victini.
Finally, we got to see the Victini, and actually it's the victory Pokemon, and it got the victory for Kosiak.
Now it just has to appear in grand finals.
Exactly.
That's the storyline we want to hear. And of course, Tomahawk has taken a loss on the stream, but will only be knocked down to the losers bracket. Will now be waiting in kind of the losers finals to see who he will play against. It will be either Asprosito or Semantics, depending who wins that match that will be featuring up next. But before that, we have, of course, a winners interview. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
welcome to the caster's desk. We have Kosiak here, who just went 3-1 against Tomahawk. How are you feeling now?
Yeah, I'm feeling very excited about the next match where I have an advantage, bracket advantage. I can lose one game, I can learn my opponent's team, and yeah, I think it's absolutely a great day. Like, I can complain about anything.
Yes, definitely locked your place in the grand finals of this tournament. You brought in Victini on the last game. Was the plan all along to bring it all the way at the end?
Well, like, I expected him to bring Shadow Swamper, and he didn't. Like, I also wanted to bring game 3, but I thought he's gonna like mind game me. Like, he's not bringing Shadow Swamper, so I play something weak to him, but he didn't. Like, obviously, Obstagoon and Azumarill were very strong on my side, and I need that third finisher, I would say. Like, Victini looking like Pokemon he played, like Medicham, Frostlass, Medicham, Frostlass. Yeah. No, I forget. I'm a bit excited. Yeah.
Yes, it was an interesting pick. Did you pick it in your team like first and try to build around it, or how did you come up with the Victini?
Well, the Victini pick is maybe. I tried Victini before in Go Battle League. It's very hard to play Victini in Go Battle because you have much less coverage in. Like, Victini is Pokemon where you really need to cover for it. It has a lot of threats, but the damage is like insane. Like, it deals more than one hit KO for the Frostlass, and yeah, it counters Medicham, it counters Frostlass. It's really good. So I thought, why not spice it up a little bit?
Well, it definitely worked out when you brought it in. Thank you for your time and good luck in the grand finals. And we will be moving into the losers finals, but we will take a short break to wait the players to get set up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back. We are here at the caster's desk waiting for the players to get ready for the losers finals. But before that, we'll take a short look at the bracket and where we are right now.
Yes, just to give you an overview of how the tournament is shaping up on this Championship Sunday. So we've gone through our losers semi-finals, we've done our winners finals, and we saw a fantastic Victini victory for Kosiak getting into that grand final. And then, of course, Tomahawk's going to drop to losers, which means that here we are in this losers semi-finals between Cementics and Asproseto. We've seen them come into this point. Whoever wins this is going to face Tomahawk in losers finals to try and get back into beating Kosiak.
Yes, and we've seen Smedix and Asproselto today already a few times, and both of them are really good players and have been presenting really good battles to the whole weekend, actually. And this is going to be a pretty exciting match.
Yeah, this is where the kind of double elimination bracket is really interesting. Obviously, I've come over from the video game side, and that's not the format we run. It kind of comes out knockout elimination in kind of top 8 to top 4. But the thing I love is the potential storyline that's being set up, because we obviously saw just Kosiak and Tomahawk battle it out in winners, and there is now the potential for Tomahawk to win it through the losers bracket and face Kosiak again in those grand finals. So there's often that rematch potential in a double elimination bracket, and I love to see that.
Yeah, and here we see players set up Smedix on the right with the glowing metal-colored Pikachu and Asproselto on the left.
Yeah, I do love that little Pikachu. I originally was a bit like, well, it looks like it's been, you know, frozen in molten ore or something. But actually, it's pretty adorable when we had it on the interview desk earlier. But I love to see both these players coming together. And there's going to be some interesting matchups to talk about. The Registeel in particular on Asproselto's side, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Registeel's been one of the Pokemon that's really surprised me, I think, this weekend.
Yes, and we know that Asproselto is running the Flash Cannon Focus Blast on his Registeel, so no Zap Cannon to hit those Noctowls, which is on the Smedix's side, but Noctowl still doesn't want to get hit by a Flash Cannon.
No, exactly. I mean, Noctowl looks to be having a decent time in many of these matchups, but the Azumarill as well, going for something like the Ice Beam, could cause a lot of problems for Cementics Noctowl. I mean, the Registeel, like you said, with the Flash Cannon can do so much damage to a lot of the Pokemon. Frostlass as well has been such a champion for Cementics previously, but I feel like it's going to have a difficult time against a lot of these Pokemon.
Yes, looking at Asproselto's team, Frostlass has a good matchups, and then it has pretty horrible matchups, to mention the Registeel, especially with the Flash Cannon. It's going to take it out with one charge move. Then there's also the Azumarill, which resists the ice type moves, forcing the Frostlass to go for those Shadow Balls, which take a little bit more energy.
Yeah, the clash I really want to see is between the Lantern and the Venusaur, because obviously Venusaur has the advantage. So if you're Cementics, where Lantern I think can be so critical, you know, going for those Thunderbolts into things like Noctowl and Azumarill, if it comes down against the Venusaur, it's going to have a difficult time. So I want to see Cementics bringing the Lantern first and foremost, but secondly being able to pivot it in a way that it's going to avoid the Venusaur. So possibly relying on Pokemon like the Frostlass or the Noctowl to deal with that Venusaur, so Lantern can come in and sweep.
Yeah, Lantern being one of those water types, water and electric to be exact, that does not want to see grass, because Lantern does not have anything to hit grass, even neutral. Everything that it can throw to a grass is resisted.
Yeah, so Venusaur might be having a bit of a good time here. I would love to see it actually come in because, like you said, it can apply a lot of pressure to that Lantern that otherwise has a good time on the field, and it can just start chipping away at things like the Stunfisk, for example, as well.
Yeah, looking at the teams, Venusaur looks pretty good here. The only thing it has to really fear is the Noctowl, because Venusaur Frostlass matchup is really relevant is dependent on the stats. So whichever has more attack gets the charge move off. They reach the charge moves at the same time, and both charge moves do a lot of damage to each other.
Yes, and of course, remember, this is now back to being a best of 3. It's only the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals that will be best of 5. So these players still have to have that close connection of getting 2 games in order to close out the set.
Yes. Looking at Asproselto, I'm looking forward to seeing the Registeel on the game, but bringing it into Smedix, there's a lot of annoying matchups for it. The Galarian Stunfisk, the Medicham, even the Lantern is annoying, because the Lantern on Smedix's side is running that Order Gun damage.
Yes, and we saw how well the Water Gun can just start chipping away at opposing Pokemon. The other, thing we've talked about with Registeel is the fact that, yes, it has these amazing charge moves, but it doesn't deal anything with the fast moves. And when you look at some contrast Pokemon that are able to deal good damage, for example, the Lickitung with Lick, it's able to chip away at the Pokemon, dealing that super effective damage. Registeel's then in a difficult situation, because it really is all about making sure that it can stay on the field, farm loads and loads of energy, and then deal big damage. The issue is, it takes so long to do this that then if your opponent's using the shields, yes, you're burning those through, but then you're leaving your Registeel vulnerable. I think it's always good if the Registeel can come in a little bit later when maybe the shields are already down so that it can just pick up that big exposure.
Yes, and also Registeel suffers the problem of not being able to farm down even low health energy, low health Pokemon with the lock-on because of the only doing 1 damage. It's going to take a long time, even if the health is low on the opposing side.
Yeah, it's certainly an uphill struggle when it comes to those fast moves. But when it gets to the charge moves, that's where Registeel has a time to shine. And I've been really happy to see it actually come back into the forefront a lot more in this competition, considering the meta of Stunfisk has really been so dominant.
Yeah, looking at Smedix's team, I also like the Lickitung here. Aspercelto does have the Medicham, but outside Medicham and the Registeel to fight it. But other than that, it seemed pretty safe pick here.
Yeah, and Semantics does have utility to be able to deal with that Medicham. So I think you're right, Lickitung could have a really great time if that Medicham is gone. But what were we just saying? We spoke into existence, Venusaur versus Lantern.
And Smedix goes into the Galarian Stunfisk, gets faced by Aspercelto's Medicham. And this is not looking good for Aspercelto. Here comes the first Ice Punch. Galarian Stunfisk is at an Earthquake, which we already saw that does a lot of damage, even to the Medicham.
Yeah, so it's going to be able to take this Ice Punch, but it is going to be able to retaliate with an Earthquake. So one of the charge moves is going to come out now into that opposing Medicham. Quite a wide shield, I think, from Aspercelto. This is going to do a huge chunk of damage, and you want to keep your Medicham healthy, as you said, it's going to be a key Pokemon in this particular matchup.
Yes, Medicham getting some energy on here is going to do a lot of damage to the Lantern as well once we get rid of this Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, so the Ice Punch coming out once again, going to connect into the Stunfisk and remove it from play. Lantern is going to be back in the action, so it's going to have a nicer time against Medicham than it did against the Venusaur, but it still has to farm up all that energy, whereas Ice Punch and Psychic on that Medicham are ready to go.
Here comes the Psychic. We'll see this does a lot of damage from something like a Medicham. Aspercelto has that Venusaur. It has the Registeel in the back actually, there's a Smedix has the Noctowl in the back, so getting that Registeel on that Noctowl is pretty good for the Aspercelto.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Thunderbolt come out, though, do a good chunk of damage to the Medicham, but it's, again, still ready with an Ice Punch. It needs to farm down enough damage, though, to make sure that the Ice Punch is going to be able to pick up the KO against that Lantern.
Smedix putting all shields again on Noctowl. We've seen this strategy before. Let's see if this energy will be enough to take out this Registeel. It's 2 shields on Noctowl's side and 1 shield on Registeel. Noctowl is going to get these Shadow Balls off, but Aspercelto's Registeel does not have the Zap Cannon to take out the Noctowl.
It's so difficult for Noctowl, though. This is a 1v3 Pokemon disadvantage for Semantics here. The Shadow Ball does come out, but of course, Registeel's able to fire off a Flash Cannon in retaliation. No shields coming out, even though Semantics has got 2 of them, so that's a huge chunk of his Pokemon's damage gone, as the Registeel is going to start using Lock-On to charge up. And again, this is the situation. You have these 2 shields now. You know you're going to be able to survive 2 charge moves, and you can see Semantics not hesitating to lock it in, whereas there's nothing that Registeel can really do in between these charge moves to deal with the Noctowl, allowing it to start getting, farming up some damage and going for those Shadow Balls.
Yeah, Noctowl makes sure that it has a lot of energy in case Registeel decides to let it go and and faint. So you have energy to throw at the Pokemon that will come next.
Yes, exactly. And you can see Flash Cannon coming out once again. It's going to have to be another shield to keep Noctowl and Semantics in this game 1. And Registeel just doing what it's done so well, just being so bulky, going for these charge moves. And now there's a dangerous situation for Noctowl. It has to deal with all 3 remaining Pokemon on Aspercelto's side, including this Venusaur that has a shield.
Venusaur comes back in. There's a Sky Attack and forces Aspercelto use the last shield, but Venusaur is going to get the Sludge Bomb off, and this is going to be enough to take out the Noctowl.
Yeah, fantastic play there by Aspercelto. Once again, the, Registeel just played so well, was able to just whittle down that Noctowl. And again, I like the strategy by Semantics, bringing the Noctowl in at the end, having both the shields ready so that no matter what was thrown at it, Noctowl could have the potential to close out the game. But I just think 1 versus 3 deficit when you had a full health Registeel, then a full health Venusaur hiding in the back was just far too much for that bird. I know it's bulky, but there's bulky and then there's asking for a miracle there.
Yeah, and I know that feeling as a player when you lead into like a Lantern into a grass, then swap to your Galarian Stunfisk, only get faced by a fighter. That's usually when you get a bit like mentally down. But you just have to, at this level, you just have to keep calm and try to find some way to get back on game.
Exactly. And remember, this is both the players' tournament lives on the line. Esposito just needs one more game in order to advance into losers finals against Tomahawk. And Semantics needs to find a way to bring it back to keep the dream alive. I mean, the leads were very unfortunate for Semantics there. Straight away, there was Venusaur into a Lantern, forcing Semantics to go for that switch and be put on the back foot. What adjustments in the lead do you think he's going to make this time?
Usually when you lead into such a bad matchup, you kind of are really hesitant to do it again. So I'm feeling that Smedix is probably not going to take a risk and lead a Lantern again, because now Esposito has shown that I'm fine leading Venusaur, so if you want to lead Lantern, go ahead. So I'm looking at Smedix maybe go and lead with, I don't know, something else, maybe a Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, that could be interesting to come out in the front, just to apply a lot of pressure to something like the Registeel as well. You know, if you're just farming up some energy at the beginning of the game, you can switch it out and have it in the back ready for later. It might be a brave and bold choice, but if you're Semantics thinking, hey, the Venusaur's going to come out, possibly you could bring out the Noctowl or even the Frostlass just to kind of get that powerful energy. Something like an Avalanche off would be great, but I think Noctowl would be a safer option because we saw how well Semantics likes to have it in the back for later. Maybe if you bring it out, scare off a Venusaur and you farmed up a bit of energy, you can then make a switch to adjust to what your opponent has thrown out in exchange for that Venusaur, and then Noctowl safe in the back for later.
Yes, and we've seen this weekend a lot when Smedix just decides to leave both shields on that Noctowl, and he has done it a lot of times, so that is probably how he likes to play the Noctowl.
Exactly, and going into this game too, I mean, we didn't see the Sableye. Do you think Sableye has a place here?
It's a bit risky to play with the Noctowl, with the not Lantern, with the Lickitung, both being normal types, just walling off the Shadow Claw damage completely. So I don't see Sableye being played.
No, I think there's definitely been key Pokemon coming out from Esposito, and it's going to be a Metagame mirror, so no Lantern or Venusaur here. But the Lantern is hiding in the back along with that Noctowl. Metagame versus Metagame just going to be going for these counters, racking up that energy and seeing who's going to break first and go for a shield or a switch.
Smedix wins the CMP and gets to throw the Psychic first. Esposito decides to shield it to preserve some health on his own Metagame, and gets the defense drop. And now Esposito is going to throw his own Psychic. What will Smedix do? This could be a bait.
Yeah, this could be a very difficult situation depending if there's a shield. No shield, of course, and it's going to go straight into the opposing Metagame, whittling away its HP. But, of course, the defense drop on Esposito's Metagame could be detrimental. There is another Psychic coming out from Semantics as well. There is going to be the shield coming out, protecting Metagame once again. Obviously, I think with the defense drop, that would have done a huge chunk of damage, possibly got the KO.
Esposito decides to give both shields off on right away at the lead. Smedix looking at this matchup. He's going to get a lot of energy on the Noctowl now.
Yeah, and then with no shields, Noctowl's going to be free to go for all of those charge moves. And so Noctowl does join the action against that Registeel. Oh, and it's now switched out as the Lantern. So Lantern's able to sit in here, get the charge moves up, go for something like the Surf. But Registeel's just going to be able to go for its moves as well. Focus Blast is going to hurt.
Yes, but Smedix probably can count here that this cannot be a Zap Cannon. So he's fine with tanking the Focus Blast, and would be fine tanking a Zap Cannon as well. Going for the Surf, he has 2 shields to go. He's probably going to save both of those shields to that Noctowl. He's done it before.
Yes, that's very true. Surf coming out, connecting onto the Registeel. It's just going to be going for that lock-on, farming up some Flash Cannon potential as Surf's going to come out once again from this Lantern. There are, of course, no Protect Shields remaining. They both went on that Metagame earlier in this game. So the Registeel is going to have to take this. It does do a significant chunk, but not enough to get the KO. So Registeel can go for another of these Focus Blasts. There are, of course, 2 shields remaining on Semantics' side, playing very dangerously with them. And Lantern is gone.
And Smedix comes in with the Noctowl, tries to wing attack down. Will it have enough damage to do it? Forces Esposito change, swap into Azumarill, and here comes the first Shadow Ball.
But I like this play by the Noctowl, coming in with the Registeels at low HP just to farm up all of that energy, knowing it has the shields if Registeel was able to get a charge move off. Instead, able to go for that Shadow Ball into the opposing Azumarill. Bubble is going to be connecting and whittling away at this opposing Noctowl, but not before it can get another charge move off.
Noctowl is going to need a lot of energy to deal with the rest of the Metagame, the little bit of health on that Registeel, and Registeel was kind of close to a Flash Cannon. I'm not sure if he swapped out with a Flash Cannon already.
Well, these shields are still staying protected on Semantics' side. Going to have to take an Ice Beam. So now Noctowl is in a dangerous situation. I would not be surprised to see the shields come out on this next charge move.
Yeah, here comes the shield and starts Noctowl keeps on loading up on energy because he knows that the Medicham in the back has energy. He has to be able to throw a Sky Attack on it to kill it, to feint it. And here comes a Sky Attack. He has another loaded, but does the Registeel have a Flash Cannon ready?
Oh, it'll all depend on how much energy is ready on that Registeel. And Azumarill does go down, and Registeel, you can see it's on such low HP, but instead we've got the Medicham coming in, going for that Ice Punch, so Noctowl wisely protecting.
Yes, Noctowl needs to get a lot of energy from this just in case the Registeel has a move. And Registeel
it goes down!
I think Aspercelto hoped that he had the Flash Cannon, but he didn't. So he tried to switch the Registeel in and throw the Flash Cannon right away to take out the Noctowl, but the Flash Cannon was not there. So the Registeel went down to a Wing Attack, and Smedix got to a Sky Attack on the Medicham.
That would have been so high, but Registeel kind of fell off the screen as soon as it joined it, and now we're going to see a Game 3, which is always very exciting. Things and tensions really rising up here when you know that these players are just one game away from staying in the competition, from trying to make it forward. I mean, we are in the top 4 at this point, but you want to try and get forward to 3rd place, 2nd place, and then ultimately 1st place champion as well.
Yes, this is one. The score is 1-1. Next game will decide who goes home, who goes to face Tomahawk in the losers finals and has a chance for the trip to Yokohama.
Yes, I feel like for Aspercelto, dropping the Venusaur was a brave decision here, but I don't think it necessarily paid off. It allowed the Lantern to capitalize on the fact that Venusaur wasn't there, and it could go for that damage, rolling through those surfs into the Registeel, being able to farm up lots of energy. Whereas I think if the Venusaur was there, it would have applied that pressure straight from the bat.
Yeah. Also, when Smedix let his own Medicham go and came in with the Noctowl, the fact that Aspercelto right away swapped into the Registeel kind of told Smedix that, okay, there is no Venusaur in the back, so I can easily so I can consider that with how I play with the Noctowl and the Lantern.
Yeah, that's really true. I mean, the interesting thing as well is how well the Medichams have both played. We saw in the beginning of that game too, they both came out. We had that mirror, but the defense drop, I think, really did hurt Aspercelto as well. It just meant the Medicham didn't have the luxury of being able to take those extra attacks, whereas the opposing Medicham on Cementic's side still had that capability. And it's always interesting when you see the shields go up so early on in a match, and unfortunately for Aspercelto, I think that did then give him a difficulty going forward. You had no protection on either of your remaining 2 Pokemon that I believe at the time we hadn't even seen yet. They hadn't come out. It had all just been on that Medicham straight from the beginning. So possibly going into this Game 3, he might want to play that a little bit more conservatively, just making sure that you at least have 1 shield going towards the end game, because when you flip it over to Cementix's side, he had 2 of his remaining right till the very end.
Yeah, but Aspercelto was also running Registeel and Azumarill in the back. Both are really bulky Pokemon, so maybe he thought that, okay, Medicham is the one that's going to need shields. I'm just going to trust that this bulk on Registeel and Azumarill is going to be enough in the backline.
Yeah, I definitely think Registeel can hold its own, but I sometimes worry about Azumarill towards the end game, just making sure that it can get a shield. But you're right, they almost come with their own shields kind of built into their composition anyway. But I think if I was Aspercelto, I would love to see the Venusaur come back in. I just think that it can apply a lot of pressure to that opposing Lantern. And again, with its coverage, it can do some decent damage to something like the Stunfisk, for example. The issue is that Noctowl, though, and Cementix has been able to pilot the Noctowl really well. So if you're Aspercelto, you need to make sure that your Azumarill's in a position to keep dealing with it.
Yeah, Smedix has been playing the Lantern 2 times now in a row, so that's kind of telling Aspercelto that maybe you want to bring the Venusaur and try to find the Lantern in the back or in the lead.
Yeah, that's true. Where's the Lantern going to be? It was out in front in the first game, hiding in the second game. Is it even going to be there in the third game? But I think it would be a smart choice. It has had a nice presence in this match so far, and it certainly seems to have been able to pivot in at the right opportunities to get that damage off. The interesting one for me is going to be that Licky Tongue. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen it a little bit more.
Yes, it's been kind of stable in a lot of teams this weekend, but I'm probably just waiting for Smedix, feeling like Medicham is so strong that maybe Smedix is just kind of worried that you get paired against the Medicham. Or the Registeel.
Yeah, with Focus Blast as well. And we've seen it use that a couple of times in this set so far. So possibly, Licky Tongue maybe just taking a little bit of a timeout, allowing the other Pokemon to come forward. But this is where things get so intense as well. Like we said, 1 game away from staying in the competition. 1 more will, send you all the way home. But it's been such an amazing bracket so far for today. The matches have been very intense. A lot of Pokemon choices coming right down to the wire in those split seconds. A lot of Pokemon surviving on just 1 HP. And I think we have seen a transition in day 2 compared to day 1, where our players are deciding to play a little more risky.
Definitely. And now we're heading on to the game 3. This is the decisive game that's going to decide who gets to go to the losers finals and who gets to go home. It's Azumarill into Lickitung. Lickitung is going to like this matchup, and Aspercelto goes straight into Registeel, gets faced by Smedix's Medicham. Seems like Smedix is now on the driver's seat.
Yes, definitely. Forcing the switch into that Registeel that allowed the Medicham to then come in. For the Flash Cannon is going to come out, though, however, from this Registeel. Going to target down into the Medicham, do a decent chunk of damage, but Semantics once again preserving those shields. Psychic is primed and ready as well, and a lot of that counter damage has chipped away at that Registeel.
But looking at the backline, Smedix has the Galarian Stunfisk, and Aspercelto has its own Medicham, so you might not want to get that Galarian Stunfisk on that Medicham, but you also don't want the Lickitung on it.
That's very true, and Registeel doing what it does best in this set, going for another Flash Cannon, is going to be able to get the KO on that opposing Medicham, so it doesn't have to worry about that anymore going forward. Lickitung, however, in the back can come out, start doing a little bit of damage, but instead the Stunfisk going to farm up lots of energy, going to get the Rock Slide primed for potentially a Noctowl in the back, or there is no Noctowl in this particular one, but Earthquake as well will deal a huge chunk to that opposing Registeel. But I think Rock Slide's the nice choice here.
Yeah, Rock Slide is definitely going to be enough here to take out the the Registeel. Here comes the Azumarill because wants to keep it away from the Lickitung and wants to keep your Medicham to get on that Lickitung. Smedix going for that Earthquake. We've seen that it does quite a lot of damage onto this bulky Azumarill.
Yes, it does, but the bulk that is remaining in Azumarill allows it to be able to preserve those shields. So a nice adjustment by Aspercelto in game plan, just keeping the shields a little safer, farming up lots of energy here. The Ice Beam is going to come out, but it's going to catch the Lickitung that has switched in. So a nice adjustment by Semantics here.
A really nice catch. Aspercelto is going to answer with his own Medicham here. Probably going to load up a bit of energy. Yeah, doing a few bubbles, throws an Ice Beam, makes sure that he can counter down with the Medicham.
Yes, counter will do so much to the Medicham, to the Lickitung here. So good for Semantics to actually, unleash one of those shields, not allow the Lickitung to get dwindled down so much that it is going to be vulnerable to when Medicham appears. And it allows the Lickitung to go for a charge move of its own, going to be going for the grass move into that Azumarill, just trying to get rid of it. But Aspercelto still has the shields remaining.
Interesting choice from Aspercelto to not let the Medicham go, Azumarill go, and just trust that the Medicham can take both of these out with 2 shields. Smedix's Galarian Stunfisk does have a lot of energy on it, and here comes the Medicham. Lickitung has a lot of energy, though. There's going to be at least 2 body slams before Medicham is going to take out the Lickitung.
Yeah, that's really true. Lickitung still sitting pretty bulky. He can go for a body slam. And we see all the shields being burnt through at this mid-game point. And there are now no more remaining for either of these trainers. Medicham is again sitting vulnerable to another body slam, thanks to all the energy generation that Lickitung was able to gain.
This body slam might put it low enough for an Earthquake to kill, I think, to faint. And that's what Smedix is going to go for. Here comes an Ice Punch, though, but we've already seen that Galarian Stunfisk is fine taking these Ice Punches.
Yeah, I can take those all day long, and Earthquake, as you've said, is already ready to go. Semantics has locked it in, and there's nothing really that the Medicham can do at this point. No shields remaining, and the Earthquake is going to be able to connect. Is it going to be enough to get the KO? Yes.
Yes, it will take it out, and here comes the Azumarill. There's still some energy on that Lickitung, but this Galarian Stunfisk will get to an Earthquake. This Earthquake is going to take out the Azumarill, and I believe that was the last Pokemon from Aspercelto's side. We can hear the crowd cheering for their favorite Smedix entering the losers finals with this 2-1 set.
Again, another amazing set on day 2 of the Warsaw Regional Broadcast. Congratulations to Semantics, keeping the dream alive, and will go on to face Tomahawk UK in the losers final. Commiserations, of course, to Aspercelto as well. They played so well. I was really impressed with the Registeel action, particularly in that game 1, but it just showed that on the opposing side for Semantics, they were able to make those adaptations, keep those shields nice and strong, and was able to close out that set.
Yes, and Smedix showed, again, really good plays with the Noctowl, saving those both shields to the Noctowl, getting a lot of energy on it, and just start throwing those Shadow Balls on the Registeel and Skydax on the Azumarill. Really good plays.
Yeah, an expert demonstration from our players on why Noctowl really is rising in popularity. It really came into the forefront at the Lille Regional Championships. That's where it kind of established itself, and it's definitely continued to be a favorite in the meta as we've come into Warsaw. And I feel like after this event as well, it's just going to continue to be there. It does mean
after its performance in these regionals. So a lot of effects to the meta in the Go Battle League as well from these regionals.
Yes, it's good to see that kind of different aspects of playing the game and how they can influence and change the way that you might then approach the competitive scene here at Play Pokemon. But we are going to be getting an interview with Semantics very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
And here we are at with the losers finalist Smedix taking out Aspercelto and moving on towards losers finals against Tomahawk. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so great, and I don't know. This is beautiful for me.
And we already spoke a bit. You haven't faced Tomahawk this weekend at all. You faced him in the Go Battle League. What are you feeling going up against him?
I don't forget the match, but I know his nick, and I don't know what he played in GBL.
All right. So, looking back at this tournament so far, what do you think has been your most valuable player or Pokemon in your team?
I don't know. I think Frostlass is great when I bring it, but I don't bring it too much.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, my key to victory, because my opponents was thinking about play around Frostlass and something like that.
Yeah. And we've seen today and yesterday that quite often you leave 2 shields for the Noctowl. Is that something that you have planned to do, or is it just that it comes up during the game that this is probably my win con?
I don't like use shield so early, and maybe this is my play style.
Yeah. All right.
I only use when I know I must to use in the lead or in the secondary matchup.
Right. So, talking back on Tomahawk, have you looked at this team yet?
No.
No. Okay. Well, good thing you have some time before the matches. That will be a best of 5. And
oh my God!
So we will be looking forward into that. But how would I say this? Like, what's the prep for this kind of an event? Like mentally, how do you keep calm and how do you keep your composure?
I don't know. I play some friendly matches. But in the last few weeks, days, I have too much to do and some stuff on university, so I can rest them. And I think I feel stronger because 1 month ago I practiced so much.
Yeah, and here in Warsaw we can hear that there's a lot of crowd cheering up for you. Your friends are here cheering. Do you hear it on the stage as well?
Yeah,
how does it feel?
Oh, so great. I am proud of this.
Great. The community is great and feels good that there's someone cheering up for you. And we probably have the Twitch chat also cheering up for everyone in this tournament. But if there's anything, do you have anything to say to people back home or the stream?
Have a nice day only.
Great. We will be moving to a short break, and then we'll move on towards the losers finals.
Bye.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. Just while we have a little bit of downtime before the next match gets set up, I thought it would be a good opportunity to have a chat with Kosiak, who is sitting ready and waiting in Grand Finals. Huge congratulations already to go undefeated so far at this point in the competition. How do you feel at the moment? Obviously, you've had a little bit of a break since your last victory. How does that feel to be in this position?
Well, it's for sure this game felt much better than RPS with Smietics. That was a bit unfortunate, but I really with Smietics, but at my best side, like I think I played kinda safe. Like Registeel was pretty safe against him because you even can win zeros against Medicham, but yeah, he bring Noctowl and that was pretty. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the next match that we're going to be featuring very shortly is going to be obviously the losers finals, and it's going to be between Tomahawk UK and Semantics. So between these two players, is there one that you would like to potentially see?
I mean, for sure I'm thumbs up for Semantics, but
is there anything in his team that you'd be worried about facing that you think he might adapt?
I'm kind of worried that will turn RP. If he will fight against me, this will also turn RPS, and I kind of want a epic win. So I'm not really one-sided, but yeah.
And what about Tomahawk UK? Are you worried about the Swampert at all?
I mean, I'm worried, but he didn't play it, so like. I would love if he didn't play it too. I would absolutely play the blast with Victini. That would be awesome. But yeah, I suppose.
I mean, we loved seeing that Victini. I'm sure a lot of people who've been following your story will love to see it potentially in the Grand Finals. But if you do make it in against Tomahawk UK, I'm sure Swampert will give some problems. Taking a look at the bracket and how it's played out today, obviously you played Semantic at the beginning of today's broadcast in round 1, and then you played against Tomahawk UK in those semi-finals. You've been able to beat both of the players. You're the ones who knock them down into the loser bracket. How does that feel, knowing that you might have to play against one of them again, and that you've already won?
I think two of those matches are favorable for me. Like in my opinion, I have bracket advantage. I have team advantage, sort of. Of course, I can get RPS or just predict my opponents wrong. But I'm feeling really great about those matchups, and I have very high chance to be a winner of entire tournament.
That's fantastic. I love to hear that confidence come through, particularly when you've already beaten them once today. All you've just got to do is, technically, just do it again.
Yes.
Is there a particular Pokemon on your team you feel has been the MVP for you so far in this tournament?
Well, like everybody want to hear a Victini, but it's very good for bench pressure. I doesn't say it's bad. It's very interesting. It's just hard to play. Like every opponent has some kind of counter for Victini, and it's very risky to play.
So you have to spot the opportunities.
Yes, I have to spot the opportunity, but I think very underrated Pokemon. Like everybody season update dropped, everybody forgotten is Registeel. Like this Pokemon is extremely good, especially against Lickitung. Like it's dominating matchup. G-Fisk versus Lickitung is favorable for G-Fisk, but it's not as dominating, and you also have great time against Azumarill, especially Ice Beam Play Rough. Like of course G-Fisk has some advantages, like Nidoqueen for example. Like Registeel kind of struggles against
and its Charge moves are very effective with Noctowl. Having that Rock Slide has been really good for G-Fisk.
Yes, but Reggie also has a Zap Cannon for Noctowl, so I wouldn't say it's like different matchup. I wouldn't say it's actually favorable for. It's better matchup for Reggie than for G-Fisk, though it's very similar. But like you have to consider some things about bringing Registeel. It's maybe a bit more safe, but it's like you go for all in with it. You also have a better Medicham matchup. Sure, what should I?
Yeah, and Medicham's certainly been running around a lot at this tournament. We've seen a lot of the G-Fisk as well, and surprisingly, I think to a lot of players that, like you've mentioned, the Registeel has been very strong here. I think a lot of people maybe counted it out.
Yes, like also maybe about Victini. Victini, really, I kind of was prepared for Medicham. Like the players like basically everyone runs heroes Medicham, and scaring Medicham is very useful.
Yeah, it definitely gives an advantage. Well, we will let you go and get focused ahead of the grand finals. Obviously, I'm sure you're going to want to watch the losers finals as well and see who your opponent will be. But best of luck in the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
And we will have another short break before our other two casters return for a little bit of meta-analysis, so don't go anywhere.
Oh, wait, here.
This one.
And we are here in Warsaw and here to talk about some in-game events happening at the same time as this regional. So today on Saturday at 2 p.m. we have a community day, and every month Pokemon Go has a community day, and this month the Pokemon that is featured is Teddy Ursa. And with Teddy Ursa community day, a new Pokemon, Ursaluna, the Hisuian version, has been released in Pokemon Go. And if you evolve your Ursaring, which is the evolution of Teddy Ursa to an Ursaluna, during the community day or 5 hours after, it will get an exclusive move, High Horsepower. In addition to Teddy Ursa spawning everywhere, you have a chance to get triple Stardust for each catch. So please go out, catch some Pokemon, and get some dust to power up your Pokemon to battle in these regionals. And next, we are going to go outside and see some players catching Teddy Ursa.
I think I have one Pokemon Go player. It's probably playing the community today. So, hey, hello. Are you playing? What are you doing? You're playing Pokemon Go, right?
Yes, I'm playing the community today, trying to catch shiny. So.
Oh, you're a shiny hunter?
No, not really, but I'll try to get one of each.
Okay, you mostly a PvP or a PvE? I mean, shiny hunter or PvP player?
Mostly shiny hunters then, because I don't play PvP at all. I'm here to play the card game tournament, so. But that's a short break now, so I'm trying to catch shiny.
Okay, so it's just an extra. I mean, having some shinies is like a little extra for the TCG game.
Yeah, it's just a little fun. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your answers and have a good day. I'm just texting. Why are you playing right now?
Right now, because there is a community day, and I saw new Pokestops. I'm really excited because on every Pokemon event, something's happening in Pokemon Go. For example, today we have Pokemon Regionals in Warsaw, which I'm very excited to be here. And I've got some new Pokemon I can show you.
What is your new Pokemon? Oh, you have 3 shinies! Wow!
Yes!
You're so lucky!
Yes!
Wow.
You wanna see?
I love it! It's so cute! Oh my god, it's really cute! I'm green! Are you about to evolve them?
Yes, because today is a special event that I can evolve them into Ursaluna. There will be new Pokemon only available when it will be the midnight or something.
Okay. Oh, it's nice. So Ursaluna is kind of new in the game because I think Teddy Ursa is not new, and Ursa King is not new at all, right?
Yes, we have Ursaring as already in the game, but Ursaluna is gonna appear just right now. It's gonna be the new Pokemon, so I can evolve it right now.
Okay, can you evolve it, please? Because I want to see how it looks like.
Yes, you know, I'm gonna evolve the shiny one, okay?
Yeah.
Because
shiny Ursaluna.
Yes, I'm really excited.
Whoa.
That's shiny Ursaring.
I never saw him before. It's so exciting.
Okay, and now
Big Bear.
The new one.
I'm so curious because I never saw him before.
I used to play Pokemon Legends Arceus before, and Ursaluna was in that game.
Okay, and are you excited about the Scarlet and Violet?
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
I love the colors. Okay,
yes.
Definitely.
Yeah, in my Pokédex.
New Pokédex and shiny.
Shiny, yes.
It's really nice. Thank you for your time, player. Oh, it's still exciting to see people still playing the community day today, even if it's a really big event here. Okay, now let's go back to more games.
Welcome back, trainers. We've had a lot of good battles today and yesterday, and now we have Nim joining me here on Caster's desk. How are you doing?
Hey again. So how was the game? The previous game? It was exciting. I saw it on the screen behind.
It was really exciting. It went down to the third game, and yeah. So before we head into the losers finals with Tomahawk facing Smedix, we will be looking at the metagame that we have seen today in the top 8.
So as you can see here, it was like a dominance with the triangle, G-Fisk, Medicham, and Noctowl, because G-Fisk got countered by Medicham, who got countered by Noctowl, who got countered by Garen by G-Fisk. But thing is that each Pokemon can defend themselves, let's say, against each other, even if they are countered, because Garen Stunfisk can take down Noctowl with Rock Slide, but can also try to take down Medicham with Earthquake. If all shields are down, it's not, I won't say a good matchup for G-Fisk, but it makes it easier. Also, Medicham has an Ice Punch, so making the matchup against Noctowl more easy. And sorry, excuse me. And Noctowl can now learn Shadow Ball, so it's really good against G-Fisk because you can try to pressure the G-Fisk with some energy advantage with your Shadow Ball.
Yeah, looking down the list, we have some other options that players have been using. For example, to replace that Medicham, we've seen Koshak using that Obstagoon with the normal and dark typing, kind of a pseudo fighter, but still having access to those fighting type moves. How do you think the Obstagoon has been replacing the Medicham?
I don't really like Obstagoon because you can see that there are a lot of Medicham and Obstagoon can't do anything against Medicham. So for me, Obstagoon is not a replacement for Medicham because in the, let's say, Mirror team, you know that you will always lose the match versus the Medicham. Also, against G-Fisk, for example, your counters are not stabbed because Obstagoon is not a fighting type. So it's like a little issue because you deal less damage than Medicham to this G-Fisk.
Also, around the middle of this list, there are Sableye and Frostlass. What do you think about these two ghosts?
I mean, for me, Frostlass is probably the best ghost type for now, just because of the omnipresence of Noctowl, and it's the only ghost able to take down this Noctowl. I mean, Sableye can, but you have to throw a return and a full play, so it's really difficult to get all this energy and outpacing the Noctowl.
Have you had any thought what could maybe flip a bit the top 3 of Galarian Stunfisk, Medicham, Noctowl? Is there any Pokemon that could maybe hit all of them?
I think about Swampert, to be honest. For me, Swampert is probably the best answer, let's say, at this triangle. But you still have to conceal shield for your Swampert because most of the time when you run Swampert, it's Shadow and it's really fragile. So you can tank, for example, one Earthquake from a G-Fisk, you can tank one Sky Attack from a Noctowl, but you can be also from down if you do. So you probably have to keep all the shield for the Swampert, but depending on what you're playing, what is your strategy, sometimes you can't concede both.
Yes, exactly. And looking at our following matchup, the Tomahawk versus Smedix, we do see that Tomahawk is running from these top 3 Pokemon. He has all 3 in his team. And on Smedix's side, there is Medicham, there is Galarian Stunfisk, and the Noctowl. What do you think about this?
I mean, they are the really meta Pokemon, and I think that everything came from the little up that Noctowl had with the addition of the Shadow Ball, from the update of its moveset. And then it was really relevant because you are literally a wall against Revenant, and you can defend yourself, way better against G-Fisk, for example. I won't say Bastiodon because we don't see a lot of Bastiodon, but also against Medicham, you still have the possibility to throw a Shadow Ball instead of a Sky Attack. I don't remember which player did it, But I saw Nocturne throwing Shadow Ball instead of Sky Attack because Shadow Ball obviously does more damages, even if it's not stabbed. So now you have like more pressure, let's say, in your moveset, and this Pokemon is like the replacement of Altaria.
That is correct. And looking at the list shown here on the right, is there a Pokemon that you would like to maybe through a moveset update see to get more play that is missing from this list?
It's honestly a good question because I saw that which Pokemon the leaders will have for the next rotation, and I saw Mawile. So Mawile had like Fairy Wind, but for me Fairy Wind is not really relevant on Mawile because of Power Punch. So you prefer having a nice Fang, or most of the time you have Fire Fang on Mawile. And maybe a better charged move on Mawile because I mean this Pokemon can be really strong, but something is missing.
All right, and other new Pokemon that the leaders are getting on Monday at 12 a.m. was Sableye and Machop. So you'll have access to getting a Shadow Machamp. Do you think we could see a Shadow Machamp sometime in Great League in these regionals?
In these regionals, maybe later. I don't really know because if they change something about Machamp, I mean his move is really good, but something is missing, you know. I mean, it had payback by the past, but thing is, Medicham is way bulkier, so you probably need something to pressure a bit more with Machamp because you're way too glassy. So maybe another baiting move or not a Power Punch, but I don't really know. They have to do something to Machamp because now you prefer having a Medicham or a Scrafty or an Obstagoon instead of a Machamp.
Yes, and as I actually mentioned earlier to Lou, I used to like a lot of Pelipper, but then they nerfed a little bit on the Weather Ball, and it kind of became a bit too weak to do what it was able to do before. So maybe Pelipper could get a move update and get a chance to shine again.
For me, Pelipper is still good. I mean, not as good as it was, but it was like omnipresent in the previous metagame. So maybe they want to leave it rest for a bit, you know. So I honestly don't really know because now we will have access to shiny Shadow Sableye as well, and we will also have access to Shadow Mawile. So we didn't see a lot of Shadow Mawile because they released it like 2 or 3 years ago, I think, and it was never back, even in the regular Rocket. So it was really difficult to have one or at least one good, but now we will have some possibility.
Yes, and players are getting ready to go on stage for the losers final. We will be starting looking towards that. We have Tomahawk facing Smedix, both of who we have already seen today. Tomahawk losing to Kokshak in the winners finals earlier today, and then Smedix fighting his way through the losers bracket to this losers finals.
Yeah, so they are literally fighting to be able to reach the summit of this competition. So, and both players, as we mentioned before, have the same triangle, let's say, with a Medicham, Noctowl, and Jayfisk. So it will be interesting because it's like a mirror core, and I'm really curious about how the players will manage it.
Yes, and Tomahawk has been using that Shadow Swampert that was also shown on that graphic, and I think it has been his key Pokemon this weekend.
Yeah, I think as well. But Frostlass is also a really good Pokemon for Tomahawk because of all the pressure the Frostlass can have. But Smeotix also has Frostlass, so it will be tricky.
Yes, looking at the teams, there's basically 4 same Pokemon on both sides, and then there's on Tomahawk side there is that Shadow Swampert and
excuse me, sorry, and the Lickitung.
All right, we will be heading on to present these players on stream. And here we have the players going on to the stage with the judges. Smedix heading towards the right side chair, and Tomahawk setting himself on the left, changing the team sheets so each of the players know what the other player is supposed to play. And now they're just setting up and logging on to the phones.
I just want to correct something that we said just previously. It's you say that they had like 4 Pokemons in common, but there are actually 5. The only Pokemon changing from their team is the choice of Lantern for Smitix and the choice of Swampert, Shadow Swampert for Tomahawk. So the matches will be really interesting because, as you can see, it's a perfect mirror except for Shadow Swampert and Lantern.
What do you think about this water type? So Tomahawk has chosen the Shadow Swampert as his water type, while Smedix has gone with the Lantern. And to note that Smedix is running the water gun.
For me, Tomahawk is more offensive and Smedix is more defensive because you choose Lantern for the ball because of the flexibility of the moveset, because also if you prepare to face some Azus, for example, you can still defend yourself with the Spork, or even if you have water gun, you still have... is it Thunderbolt, I think?
Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt, yeah. I was confused because of Thunderbolt, I did not really know. And the choice of Swampert, you can also have some flexibility because you still have the Hydro Cannon, the power for Hydro Cannon, taking down a lot of Pokemon even if it's resisted. You also have the choice of Earthquake or Surge Wave, depending of what you're bidding around. For example, if you're weak to Azu, you would probably prefer the Sludge Wave, and if you're bidding around some other things weak, for example, to Registeel or some other things, like, no, not Nidoqueen, because Nidoqueen and Hydro is enough, but you probably prefer to have an Earthquake.
Right, and we know on Tomahawk's side that Tomahawk is running the Earthquake to take out those Steel types much more comfortably. And looking at the teams here shown on stream, what do you think is what picks are we gonna see?
Both really pressure each other. I mean, with both choices of with Swampert and Lantern at the same time. So they both know that Lickitung will be probably the Pokemon to choose here for the defense, because you can still stall a lot of matchups, and Lickitung is kinda, let's say, neutral versus Noctowl versus Frostlass versus. Swampert is a bit more difficult, but you can still try to manage things and to win some shield scenarios, and you still have to force some energy on the Jfisk and probably still have to to pressure a lot the Frostlass, because not the Frostlass, excuse me, the Medicham, just because the Leak are not resistant and are super effective on Medicham because of the Psychic type. And you can still spam the Body Slam, since Medicham here does not run a charge move stabbed. So it's a bit tricky sometimes when you don't like to run Power Punch or Dynamic Punch on your Medicham.
Exactly. I'm seeing that both players are probably going to use those water types, but Smedix having the Lantern kind of makes Tomahawk probably afraid to use the Frostlass, because locking the Frostlass on a Lantern is not a great time, especially with Smedix running the water gun.
Yeah, it's true. And here we probably jump to the first game. So we will have Smedix versus Tomahawk, with a Lantern lead versus Medicham lead for Tomahawk. And here we go.
Medicham into Lantern. This is kind of neutral matchup, and Medicham wants to get those Psychics onto this Lantern because Ice Punch is resisted. But Smedix going for that Surf first, and Tomahawk decides to no shield. Looking at the teams in the back, Smedix has his own Medicham and a Lickitung, while Tomahawk was running that Shadow Swampert in the back, and I couldn't see what was the third Pokemon.
And here we have the Medicham throwing the Psychic, not shaded by the Lantern because it does not KO at all. And Smedix is probably happy to see the Medicham here just because he has the Lickitung in the back.
Yes, and Smith is going for another serve. Tomahawk decides to let it go, and does this take out the Medicham? No, but
Switching
Tomahawk switches
immediately.
into Swampert, starts getting ahead of energy. Smedix answers with the Lickitung. This is kind of an interesting matchup because the Shadow Swampert can take out the Lickitung in certain shield scenarios.
Yeah, but I think here at this point, Lickitung just has to spam the body slam because Tomahawk is... Oh, he decided to shield safely the Hydro Cannon, baited. I mean, Tomahawk decided to build to an Earthquake and then throw the Hydro Cannon because he probably wants to take at least one shield, one defensive shield.
Smedix decides to give out both shields, and here is Tomahawk with 2 shields. Here comes the first body slam from the Lickitung. Will Tomahawk decide to shield? Yes, there is the shield, but Lickitung is really close to another body slam and goes straight to it, forcing Tomahawk to decide whether he wants to shield. Decides to shield, and Tomahawk has an Hydro Cannon ready to go.
Yeah, he's probably trying to build to 2 moves before throwing any move, or he decides to go for the Earthquake, but we still did not see how much damages an Earthquake deals to a Lickitung here from the Shadow Swampert, and it's a huge, let's say, 80% of Lickitung's life. And now Lickitung is able to reach another body slam, so Tomahawk will be forced to reveal his 3rd Pokemon.
He can also, he is probably going to come in with the Galarian Stunfisk, start loading up on energy on the Stunfisk. Smedix has that Medicham waiting in the back, ready to go.
Oh,
Tomahawk tries to catch, but...
Yeah, to snipe the Lickitung here, because he probably knew that the Lickitung had the body slam ready.
Yes, and was really close to the Power Whip. And here comes Smedix's Medicham, and now it's Medicham versus a Galarian Stunfisk, but this Galarian Stunfisk has a lot of energy. Smedix still has a little bit health on that Lantern. Maybe we'll see a sacrificial swap.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about the Lantern energy, but it's probably... I don't remember if it's close to a move or not.
It does not have a move. It had to leave the matchup before getting to a move.
Okay, so he's like energy dry, and yeah. Smiatek did not even try to catch this, and probably will try to water gun down everything then.
Yeah. Tomahawk recognizes that Smedix might try to catch. Is the water gun enough? Which one goes down?
Is it a tie? Oh no, it's not a tie.
Lantern feigns to a mud shot. That was 1 HP and the dream.
Yeah.
Great win for Tomahawk.
What a game. It was such a close game, man.
Looking back on the matchup, Tomahawk recognized that Smedix might try to catch the Earthquake on the Lantern. So when he got the energy to the Earthquake, Tomahawk waited one turn to see that Smedix is throwing a counter, and then threw the Earthquake.
Yeah. He did a really good play, waiting for you. I mean, he did wait for his opponent to throw his move, because while you are in your animation of your fast move, you can't catch at this moment. And this is why, for example, 5 turns move are not really good for this, because it's really easy to not to be caught.
Yes. So what do you think was the winning strategy for Tomahawk there?
It was really close, to be honest, because each player, I mean, did some good plays. And maybe Smedix did react a bit too late by switching the Lantern out of the matchup from the aggressive switch from Tomahawk. I mean, Tomahawk has such an offensive playstyle, and it confirms with the choice of Shadow Swampert.
Yeah, speaking of offense, Tomahawk tries to actively look where he can get a lot of energy to any of his Pokemon. For here we saw him aggressively swap into the Shadow Swampert and start getting up on energy. And I think he had like 2-3 mud shots already in before the Lickitung came in, and that allowed him to get to a lot of Hydro Cannons before the Lickitung was able to take out the Swampert.
Yeah, and here, you know, I was talking about the fact that Tomahawk has a Swampert, so he's like an offensive player, and Smedix has a Lantern, so he's more defensive. And it confirmed, you know, with the choice of Pokemon during this first game, because we were able to see Tomahawk with J-Fisk, a Medicham, and the Shadow Swampert, while Smedix decided to bring the Lantern, the Lickitung, and the Medicham. So it was like a really offensive versus a really defensive team.
And we are heading off into the game 2, and as a reminder, this is also a best of 5, so there is still chance even if Tomahawk wins this. It's Galarian Stunfisk into a Lickitung. This is kind of a neutral matchup, but Smedix decides to go straight into that Lantern, start getting up ahead on energy, but Tomahawk decides to stay in.
Yeah, he probably decided to stay in because he has like another answer for him. I mean, Nocturne is probably good against Lickitung as well, so he probably just wants to get rid of the Lantern right now.
Definitely wants to see this Lantern anywhere else than on the Noctowl.
Especially if you bait this move. And it's not shielded, so Smedix did call it. Wow.
Yeah,
decides
decides to go for the rock slides bait, but Smedix does not shield it. Goes for another rock slide. Will Smedix finally shield?
Yeah,
there we get a shield. He did mention before that he likes to save his shields later into the game. Now both players have one shield to go.
And Tomahawk decided to let his J-Fist go. So what will be his switch? Probably, yeah, the Shadow Swampert and trying to grab some energy on it, but also taking a lot of damage with this water gun.
Yes, these water guns do a lot of damage to the Shadow Swampert. Tomahawk going for the Hydro Cannon. Is this enough to a bulky Lantern? Yes, it is. It does so much damage. Smedix is going to come in with the
Medicham on the Swampert.
Tomahawk has an Earthquake ready to go and go straight for it. Will Smedix shield? This is going to do a lot of damage.
And Smedix is about to let it go probably because Tomahawk baited twice before. Whoa, it just did a ton of damages, so it's probably about to let it go now. Yeah, Tomahawk just lets go the Swampert, who did a really great job until now.
And now it's down to the Noctowl versus the Lickitung. This is pretty good matchup for the Noctowl, resisting those licks, but having to take these body slams. Noctowl quite comfortably tanks those body slams, but reaches soon to Sky Attacks.
To Sky Attacks, yeah. He's just trying to build some energy for when the Medicham will be back, because you don't want to have a nice punch from the Medicham here.
Yes, and probably Tomahawk will be looking to save that shield just in case that Medicham will get to an Ice Punch, but we'll see if these body slams are coming up too quickly and are going to force Tomahawk to use that last shield.
Yeah, and I think here Smedix decided not to use his last shield just because he wanted to see how much damages a Sky Attack would do to the Lickitung before. So now he's forced to shield to be able to reach another move and trying to spam these body slams. And he's probably trying to catch the next move.
Yes, Smedix has that Medicham alive in the back and might be looking to catch another Sky Attack from the Noctowl. Let's see if Tomahawk lets him do that.
But it's really difficult, you know, to try to catch a move against, not to try to catch a move, but it's really difficult to avoid a catch when your opponent Pokemon has a one-turn fast move, sorry.
Does the Medicham get? No.
Whoa.
Gets hit by a Sky Attack. This will take out and put Tomahawk 2-0 lead.
And it was a really good energy management from Tomahawk here.
That was one counter away from the Ice Punch. Now Tomahawk is at the 2-0 situation, looking for that third game win and going straight back to Grand Finals to face Kocak.
Yeah, because I think Tomahawk just wants his revenge, you know, against Kocak. So he's probably about to give everything he has now. Because, yeah, if the player who will lose now will be just eliminated from the tournament. So you have no chance anymore because we are still in the finals loser bracket.
That is correct. And currently 2-0 for Tomahawk, looking for the third win to secure his place in Yokohama as well. Smedix back against the wall, has to win the next one. What do you think is Smedix's way to win this match?
I don't really know, because he played twice defensively. And it does not really work against the really offensive playstyle of Tomahawk. So maybe Smedix will try to use the weapons of his opponent and going really offensively for now. Because at this point, you have like nothing to lose. So you have to try to some other strategies. So you saw twice that the defensive one did not work. So you're probably trying to do it in another way now.
Yes, I'm expecting Smedix to probably bring out the Frostlass.
Yeah, same here.
Because Frostlass is probably the most offensive Pokemon in Smedix's team, and it's not looking too bad against Tomahawk's team.
Yeah, and for me, the Lickitung is necessary against Tomahawk's team, because if Smetic does not own the Lickitung, the Swampert is kind of free, because Lickitung is the only one with Lantern able to pressure the Swampert, but Swampert spams way too more, you know, his Hydro Cannon. So Lantern, even if Water Gun does a lot of damages on the Swampert, I mean, you just have two protective shields, so at some point you can't manage everything on the Swampert.
And the players are ready. We're going into the game 3. This is it. Does Tomahawk take the spot at the grand finals, or will Smedix find a way? There's the Frostlass that we were expecting. What does Tomahawk do? Go straight into the Lickitung. Smedix decides to stay in, even though there is a Medicham in the back.
Yeah, probably because he wants the damages of the Avalanche here, because you can take these leak damages, but he's probably about to save the Frostlass and go immediately on Medicham, and this is what he does, because now you don't need a Psychic to KO the Lickitung.
Yeah, now the Medicham doesn't need to worry about the damage that Lickitung is going to put out. It's going to be able to counter down, have a lot of energy, throw at the Frostlass. That's probably going to come back. Not Frostlass, the Swampert. That's probably going to come back in, yes.
Yeah,
or the opposing Medicham.
Yeah, and here comes the Body Slam expected, so Medicham won't leave a lot of farm for the next Pokemon coming, and Tomahawk decide here to come back with his own Medicham just to sponge the energy of the opponent Medicham.
Yes, and also saving the shields, because you don't want to have to go shields down going in with the Swampert into this matchup. So gets to another Psychic on the Smedix. This will put Tomahawk's Medicham pretty low health.
Yeah, pretty low
Tomahawk
health.
decides that Swampert is what's going to win me the game. Decides to go straight into it. Get faced by a Lantern with the Water Gun. This is not a great matchup for Tomahawk. Needs to land the Earthquake.
Yeah. And this is what I was saying. I mean, in the two shield scenarios, it depends on what you will want to shield. I mean, if you shield on Earthquake, you're the winner of the game. But otherwise, it's really difficult, because Swampert is really fast to charge its moves.
Smedix thinking, should I shield this? Ends up shielding a Hydro Cannon. Now Tomahawk must be feeling very good of himself. Will he go straight for the Earthquake now, or Spade again?
Yeah, but keep in mind also that Frostlass is still alive in the back.
Yes, Frostlass is alive. Tomahawk's Medicham has a Psychic loaded, so he will be looking at an Earthquake right here to take out the Lantern, probably get to a move against the Frostlass. Smedix recognizes, ends up shielding it, and this is looking now again bad for Tomahawk.
Yeah, it's a really good shield from Smedix, because you want to shield the Earthquake, but here Swampert reaches another Earthquake, so Lantern is about to die, but Frostlass then will probably be able to Powder Snow down both Pokemons.
Yes, Tomahawk goes in with the Medicham, throws that Psychic, but that is not going to be quite enough to take out this Frostlass, and the Swampert is energy dry. This Frostlass is going to take it out with an Avalanche.
Yeah, an Avalanche or just Powder Snow down would have done it, but it's safer to throw your Avalanche right now.
Yes, at this point you don't want to take any chances. Smedix locks his place 2-1. It still has a chance, just needs to win 2 more games.
Yeah, and as I said, the offensive play here worked well. So the player just changed his playstyle, the strategy, and now was able to take the 3rd game. So we are going ahead to the 4th one now.
Yes, completely swapped the gameplay, and that worked. Maybe surprised Tomahawk by not playing as defensively anymore.
Yeah, because the curious thing is Tomahawk is now playing defensively, because now Tomahawk has the Lickitung, still keeping the Swampert, because Swampert is really good overall in his team. But now Tomahawk was in the defensive mode, and Smedix decided to play offensive. So will he continue that, do you think?
I think it seemed to work so well that I'm expecting that maybe change it a bit so that not be as offensive. So he'll probably keep the Frostlass, maybe move it to the back instead of leading with it, and then leading with something more neutral like a Galarian Stunfisk or the Lickitung.
Yeah, maybe now he wants to have the Frostlass as a closer, because you show that to Tomahawk that you have the Frostlass, so you can use it and you can sweep with it. So probably as a closer and with all the shields for Frostlass could be good. because you can try to pressure shields with your Liquid Tongue, for example, if it's aligned on the right Pokemon, or even with your Stunfisk, because Stunfisk can just spam moves as well. Like Rock Slide is quite sorry, quick to charge, and you don't want to be earthquaked.
And players still looking at the teams and trying to make a decision what would be the game plan for the game 4 in this losers finals.
Semi-final. No, sorry, finals. Yeah, we are now in the finals, not the semi-finals anymore. So yeah, these players are just trying to win everything, because now Smitix can't make any mistake anymore.
And they are ready to go. It's Frostlass into Lickitung. This is quite, as we mentioned earlier, this is quite neutral, but those licks are hitting pretty hard on that Frostlass. Here comes the first avalanche. Lickitung has a power whip ready. No shield on the Lickitung against this avalanche. Will he throw the power whip right away?
He's probably trying to throw one move before, just during the animation of the pod does not, because with Leak you can do it. And Smitix is calling it again. This guy is a genius with calls. Whoa.
Going for the risky bait with the body slam on the Lickitung, forcing now lose first shield from the Tomahawk, because Smitix called the win.
The bait body slam, and you don't want to lose all this energy you have. And he counted on his own Frostlass.
Actually seeing Frostlass on Tomahawk side is interesting, catching the ice type avalanche, but Smitix has that lantern in the back, and that's not good matchup for Frostlass. Frostlass has to go for those shadow balls, but with this water gun, I think Smitix can just water gun down.
Yeah, it can water gun down, but it also can handle a shadow ball easily, because lantern has such a good bulk here. But he will probably try to throw its energy just before Frostlass can reach another shadow ball. Oh wow, he tried to go for the water gun down, and now he's forced to shield, because you don't want to lose all your energy at all.
Frostlass reaching that earthquake, reaching that avalanche with 1 HP. Here comes a surf on that Lickitung. The Lickitung is loaded with energy, but decides to let it go. The lantern still has another surf to go on that Swampert. Swampert decides to shield. Smitix has a little bit health on that Frostlass, and full health Medicham all the way in the back.
Yeah, so now Swampert has to take a lot of energy, but Tomahawk is in a difficult position now, because he has all the shields down. He has to go for the farm down of the lantern, and he will take massive damage from the surf here. Yeah, just because Shadow Swampert takes, because of Shadow thing, he's taking 20% more damages.
And here comes Swampert throwing the Hydro Cannon, has another loaded, but the health is just way too low to take out all these 3 Pokemon that is on the field. And there goes the Swampert. It's 2-2, and we're going into the decisive game 5.
What a tie! I mean, Medicham was really good, and Smitix was really able to manage everything. So now they both were in offensive, defensive position, more offensive now for Smitix, more defensive for Tomahawk. So what can Tomahawk do now to try to win this BO?
The first 2 matches was Tomahawk being really aggressive, really on the offense, and kind of maybe putting Smitix like on his feet. But then Smitix decided, okay, I can
play your game.
I can play your game.
Yeah.
I can be offensive like you, and now it's all down to the last game.
I like the fact that Smitix is just taking Tomahawk's weapons and using its own weapons against him.
Exactly, and bringing the Frostlass in the last game was kind of fun to see. But as I mentioned before the games, with Tomahawk bringing the Frostlass is a bit risky because of that lantern.
Yeah, but you probably want to take to take out the lantern with your Frostlass, so this is probably why he tried to, let's say, save switch here by catching a move, because he probably does not want it to be offensive, but just to be able to take the lantern out.
Yeah, lure it out, so then maybe Swampert might have something easier to deal with in the back.
Yeah. What do you think about Jeff Fisk now? I mean, both players once brought it, but now, no, I mean, no, just Tomahawk in the
Yes.
first game, but he did not brought it anymore.
He might be considering now, because we've seen the Frostlass now 2 times on Smedix's side, and the Gellerin Stunfisk is a good answer to the Frostlass. Players are ready. We're going into the game 5. Oh, there's already
it already
a
began,
Hydro Cannon
so
going in on this Lickitung. These licks have been okay. Tomahawk goes into their own lick and catches a
he
power
caught
whip.
it. Okay, so Tomahawk just caught the power whip, which would have been lethal on the Swampert on its own Lickitung. And here
And
comes
Smedix
the
goes into the
Medicham.
Medicham and starts countering down. We've seen this before. These counters are chunking down this Lickitung, but Lickitung is retaliating with the Body Slam.
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think he would try to farm down here?
I think he's going to have to throw, because these licks being super effective are chunking down the health of Medicham. Here comes another Body Slam. Will Smedix decides to shield to serve
And
serve
at
health.
this point,
Now
you
he
have
can
to farm
probably
everything
yes.
down. Yeah, you have to counter this Lickitung down because you have no point to throw your energy anymore.
Now there's a lot of energy on this Medicham. There's about 60% health on that Swampert. Tomahawk decides to come with his own Medicham to tank the move. Tanks a lot easier those moves than the Swampert.
And he's not shielded.
Smedix instantly throws the ice punch, which Tomahawk just no shields. And here comes the Psychic. Tomahawk decides to use the shield.
Yeah, obviously, because now you know that he was baiting, so he reached some energy for it. And then Smetic decided to switch aggressively on his own Lickitung, just trying to reach another Body Slam. And Medicham does not allow the Lickitung to throw it because Medicham wins the charge move priority against it and will just throw the Ice Punch, which won't be enough to take down the Lickitung here. So Lickitung will be able to throw this Body Slam.
Tomahawk having to tank that Body Slam, comes in with the Swampert, farms down the Lickitung. The Swampert is loaded. There's a full health Lantern and a little bit of health on that Medicham. Smedix is probably going to come with Lantern, but has to be afraid of that Earthquake.
And he's going straight for the Earthquake because here you don't have any point to bait because you have a lot of energy advantage. And if your opponent tries to call you bait, you're in trouble. So, and it's well shielded. And Smitix is probably trying to wait for the clock because he tried to catch it, but the clock was not up anymore, and Tomahawk is able to take this game.
This Earthquake takes out the Lantern. There's still the Medicham alive, but Tomahawk also has his Medicham, and there's so
one
little.
Shield.
There's and one shield. Yeah, there's also no energy left on this Medicham after this Ice Punch, and Tomahawk can just counter it down and locks his place in the grand finals of the Warsaw Regionals, facing up against Cockshack, who he already lost, but maybe he has a chance to win in the grand finals.
So now Tomahawk is officially qualified for Japan as well, and he's about to take his revenge against Cockshack.
Exactly, and
he made it from so far away because the tiebreaker was probably decisive for him, and he decided to come back to the offensive play style, and it paid off as well because I don't know why this reason, but Smetic decided as well to come back to the defensive mode.
Yes, they both kind of backed away from the strategies that worked and that turned out. So on the third game, Tomahawk maybe went into a bit defensive mode, and Smedix went on the offense and took out Tomahawk 2 times in a row. And then on the last game, Tomahawk showed again that aggressive playstyle, did those aggressive swaps, found that energy for the Swampert that just cleaned up at the end of the game.
And there are the really good play we like to see here in Pokemon Go. We are still live in Warsaw for this regional tournament. So this was the loser final bracket, and now we are heading to the winner final bracket.
Yes, or the grand finals, where Tomahawk will be going against Cockshack in a best of 5. If Tomahawk manages to win first best of 5, there will be a bracket reset. So Tomahawk basically has to win 2 best of 5s against Cockshack, who actually dropped him into the losers finals a loser's bracket, what do you think is the feeling that Tomahawk is heading into that grand finals?
I think, I mean, Tomahawk is probably really proud of what he did, of his performance, and he's probably like a bit anxious because the victory of Kokshak would be like annoying for Tomahawk's team.
Yes, and we see now that Tomahawk is ready for his winner's interview. So while we set up for the interview at the interview desk, we'll go on a short break. So we'll be right back. Do you want to?
Welcome back, winners. I'm here with Tomahawk for the winners interview. So how do you feel?
Honestly, I'm in disbelief. Very, very pleased, of course. But again, stressful game. Thankfully, came out on top in the end.
Yeah, because I saw that you have a really offensive play style.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think that the first two games obviously went very well for me. But what that showed him is that his Frostlass perhaps had more play than he thought it might have at the beginning. He started bringing the Frostlass, and I then had to rethink what I was going to do because the Frostlass changed. You know, I couldn't bring the Noctowl in the same way anymore, and so when he clawed 2 games back, all of a sudden it's, you know, everything to play for in the final game, and great for the audience, I'm sure, but very stressful for me.
Yeah, I can understand, but I have one question about your matches.
Sure.
Why did you? I mean, you did like 2 really good offensive games at the beginning, but why did you switch after on the defensive, on a more defensive mode?
I suppose he'd seen the strategy twice, and you know that's why in best of 3 you can kind of get away with it. You've hit in and hard quickly, and then I thought, okay, he might change his play style to accommodate what I've just been doing. Should I also be accounting for that and changing slightly what I'm going to do as well? And it didn't work, you know. So stick to the offensive, and we're all good.
Back to the initial strategy.
Exactly.
Yeah. And now we have the bracket. So you dropped from the winners final in the loser bracket, and now you're back. Are you ready to face Kokshak again?
His team's not brilliant for me. As you saw in the winners final, it was tough. He has very polarizing matchups with some of my Pokemon. So, you know, all of a sudden that we saw that Victini come out.
Yeah.
Amazing to see a Victini in the final. Like, it's amazing to see. It's not amazing for me to see. You know.
Were you prepared to see a Victini in the winner finals?
I did not think about it. I think we all had used it or become aware of it in Willpower Cup recently in Go Battle League, and we saw what we could do, and obviously he's taken from that and he's brought it into Open Great League, and he's done an incredible job with it. It's very difficult for my Frostlass, it's very difficult for quite a lot of my team because it just hits so hard so quickly.
Yeah, you can, thanks to the new move, thanks to the quick attack, now he's able to reach moves really quickly.
Yeah,
so
exactly. So everyone's used to, obviously, previously, Confusion Victini takes ages, you can time around it, and now all of a sudden it's got these rapid-fire V-creates, and when it's got shields and can switch out and doesn't have to worry about the defense drop, and I'm here using, you know, my glassy Swampert and Frostlass and things. Even Swampert, I don't want to be taking lots of moves from anything because it's a shadow.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tricky for sure, but I'm looking forward to it.
I can understand. So here we can still see the bracket. So you face the Smietics, who did a really good and a really huge performance here. So what was your feeling by facing Smietics here? Were you a bit scared or afraid of what he brought, what he can bring? Because you had like a mirrored team.
Yeah, he's obviously done incredibly well, and we actually do have very similar teams. He's obviously opted for Lantern as his water pick, and I've gone for Swampert, and I felt like that did give me a slight advantage versus his line, in that Swampert can obviously hit Lantern as well, and Lantern can obviously hit Swampert, but I have a slightly stronger matchup versus that G-Fisk. And so we didn't really see him use that Galarian Stunfisk. That's what enabled me to use Noctowl in the earlier games. I wasn't expecting to see a Stunfisk, and he responded to that by bringing the Frostlass. It's obviously very tricky when you're using a lot of the same Pokemon. I think overall I preferred to have played him than his previous opponent, as his previous opponent had Azumarill, had Venusaur. I didn't really want to see those. You know, an Azumarill, say, sort of versus me isn't fun for me. I've got to kind of play around it, and that makes it a little bit tricky. So he played Smietics very, very well, but thankfully, you know, just managed to get my way through.
Yeah, so your team is from the Nut and the Tactical one, all right? The one from Lille, because if I remember right, it was a bit like my world.
Yeah, to be honest, it wasn't that I purposefully went for kind of a replica of those teams. As I said yesterday, I started with Lickitung as my focal point, and I started to build around it. And all of a sudden, you sort of look at the 5 that you've got, and you're like, well, these are very familiar 5, and you kind of assume that they perhaps went through a very similar process. And as we've seen, the difference is that they opted for Shadow Venusaur, and I opted for Shadow Swampert. And the reasoning for that is because I felt that Galarian Stunfisk was very, very prominent, and I didn't want to be weak to a Galarian Stunfisk. The fallback is Azumarill is a little bit stronger versus my team, and unfortunately I'm going to be facing an Azumarill in the final.
So now that Registeel has been nerfed, do you think that G-Fisk is way better to have it in a team than Registeel?
Yeah, I think Galarian Stunfisk versus Registeel is a good matchup, because obviously a Focus Blast isn't going to knock out a Galarian Stunfisk, whereas an Earthquake, obviously with Mud Shots, gives you not only a lot of damage, but also then energy going into the next matchup. Whether or not the nerf was relevant for Galarian Stunfisk, obviously you weren't ever receiving the Zap Cannons anyway, but it is something to bear in mind, for sure.
Yeah, so if you build a team now, you would just prefer to have a Galarian Stunfisk in your team instead of a Registeel, right?
Yeah, so I've got a Galarian Stunfisk in my team, and I don't think would change that anytime soon, unless we see some move changes or updates like that. Galarian Sunfisk is such a solid choice against so many of the meta. You know, even when you safe swap it, it's just, you know, it's a defensive Pokemon, but if you safe swap it and get a little bit of energy, it still threatens. You saw against Phoenix, I think I landed a double Earthquake against the Medicham at one point, and that knocks it out. And so, yeah, Galarian Sunfisk I think is a great pick.
Yeah, thank you for your answers. Are you now ready to go to the grand final?
Yeah, I'm as ready as I can be. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, you probably had some time to study your opponent team. I mean, also you could have experimented his playstyle. So do you have like now some strategies in your head, for example? I mean, I don't want you to say anything about it, but are you prepared for it?
I think what's difficult is that there is an element of whatever we see in the lead all of a sudden can dictate the rest of the game. When I previously played him, obviously he had an Obstagoon in the back. If he'd led with that and had his alignment the other way around, great for me. It could be an element of that, but also he's a very good player, and you know, he caught me off with the Victini, and I'm looking forward to see what he brings to the final.
Yeah, thank you for your answers, and we will be back soon after the Get That Pokemon. Welcome back, guys. We are still playing Get the Pokemon.
Back over to us.
I started with the rubber.
Oh no, we're already 1 point down. We've gone white.
Oh, I know.
Those feet are big.
What is this?
I think I know.
I think it is.
Oh, Pidove? No. What is that?
It's not Pidove.
It's not Pidove at all.
Oh, Togepi.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah, the colors really help there.
I told you, colours are key.
The colors are very key there.
Finish this off. I don't even know what they look like, but we're gonna hang on. Let's just
well played.
I feel like every time there's a lot of pressure on us because we're always catching up. It's 3-3 now, and we've drawn a meme.
There you go. That was my Togepi.
It's an adult Togepi.
It's a grumpy.
Turns out we're all too good at art, so we're going to have to half that time down to 45 seconds just to make it a bit more challenging. We're going on to round 4. It's 3-3. We need to make a difference here.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All time, guys.
All right, 45 seconds on the clock.
Okay.
Every second matters now. If you mess up in the first 5 seconds, it's key.
This is it. Pressure is on.
No.
We've stuck to the light colours here.
Snorlax.
Sorry,
what? Hang on.
He's sleeping.
Yeah, sleeping.
He's sleeping.
Okay, the Z, you said it before the Z came up.
Yeah, he said it before the Z for sleeping.
To be fair, we saw them drawing before, and we knew there was going to be some weird ones that somehow got through.
Nice one. Nice.
We'll take it.
You're really good.
Yeah.
You can see.
That Go connection too strong.
Okay, your turn. Would you be able to catch up again?
I don't think so. Oh god, help me. Okay, I'm concerned over the way you looked when you got that. Okay.
Yeah.
He chooses blue again.
Okay, blue.
I know.
Suicune?
There you go.
No way! I knew it, just because it was blue. Yeah.
It looks like a pronunciation almost at this point.
Oh, it was the diamond. The diamond blue dog.
Yeah.
I knew it just because of the blue color.
Yeah.
Yeah, blue color, pose. Yes, we could, for sure.
Nailed it.
Oh my god, my heart is thumping.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to pop off today, but I popped off. Okay, 45
Let's
seconds.
go, Shushu.
Here we go. It's blue again.
Okay, it's blue again. Another Togepi?
We do like our blue Pokemon.
No, I was about to say
This is
Wooberfest.
not how I would have done it.
But it's not.
Again, this is all new to me.
Do you know what? This is
It's
classic
not
Pokemon Go,
Wooberfest.
though, to draw it from the front when it's more iconic from the
It's,
side. Because all they ever do is spin and flick at the
Water
front.
Pokemon, for sure.
Not much time left.
Here we go, 15 seconds.
Oh
I don't think you know which Pokemon this is.
I
so
don't know what
clueless
Pokemon
about
this
it.
is.
I mean...
6 seconds. Come on, we might take a lead.
I don't see. I just see Uber. No, it's
2, 1.
No.
Yes.
I was
Oh,
close
it
there.
was- oh, no, it was Toto died.
Where's the jaw? It's got a snappy jaw.
Toto died. What? But yeah, no beak for it.
Yeah.
Well, you need to get the
Yeah,
mouth.
yeah, I forgot about the jaw.
Yeah, that's the most defining feature of a totodile.
Yeah.
Because isn't a Feraligatr a big jaw Pokemon?
Yeah.
So
That's one.
TCG.
Here we go. TCG.
I'm sorry.
That's that TCG brain.
What a close round, guys. Okay, so I need to catch my breath again. So I will leave you for the next match. Welcome back, trainers. We are now live for the grand final of Warsaw. Are you excited, Lou?
I am so excited. It's amazing as well commentating with yourself for this. We opened the show yesterday and now we get to close the show and crown our champion. Honestly, it's going to be such an exciting match. It's a rematch from the winners finals earlier.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious because I'm wondering if Tomahawk will be able to take his revenge now. So, and if he does, and if he just wins the 3 games now, he can reset the bracket and trying to win the grand final. So
yeah, I mean, it's always a challenge at this point when you're coming up from the losers bracket into grand finals. Like you say, it's a best of 5 as well, and you have to not only win your first best of 5, but then technically you've given your opponent their first loss because they've come from winners bracket. So you have to battle all over again in another best of 5 to see who's going to be victorious at the end. So not only does Tomahawk have to, win one best of 5, he has to win the next one in order to take that trophy, but stranger things have happened. It's definitely possible.
Yeah, everything can happen in this game. I mean, it's crazy because you can never guess what will happen then. What can be next? Will your opponent play another team? Will he keep the same roster? You can't know anything. I mean, it's a really good mind game.
Definitely, and particularly as they faced Oni earlier today with Tomahawk unfortunately losing the match, that gives his opponent such an advantage to be like, again, speaking from the mental perspective, you've already beaten him once. All you got to do is do it again and just one best of 5, go undefeated throughout the tournament and then win. But of course, if you're Tomahawk as well, you're going to have to try and pull up some new tricks out of your sleeves in order to be able to try and get back into the game.
Exactly, and the fun fact is that the world champion, Dancing Rob, just lost like Tomahawk, so maybe we have a remake then.
So it definitely has happened before at the World Championships, no less. So here at the Regional Championships in Warsaw, there is so much potential to be had. Having a look at the matchup, though, it's definitely going to be a difficult uphill climb for Tomahawk. We've kind of talked a little bit about the Swampert coming in and out as well, because it seems to be often when he leaves the Swampert on the bench, that spells disaster for him. He tends to lose that particular game. But the issue with Swampert in this match, as identified, is that Altaria on the opposing side. With Dragon Breath, it can just chip away, banking on the fact that the Shadow Swampert has a lower defense. Then unfortunately there's not a lot Swampert can do.
Yeah, but the thing is, he has to bring the Swampert here just because of the Victini, because Swampert is like the hardest answer to the Victini, and Victini is probably the best Pokemon against the best Pokemon of Cockshark versus Tomahawk's one. So you have to bring the Swampert, and Cockshark knows it. So maybe for the first game he won't bring the Victini at all because he just wants to avoid, to make Tomahawk thinking that he does not run Victini anymore.
That's true. It can be a little bit of an illusion, but I do think he needs to bring the Swampert because for not only just for the reasons you said, but he needs it, right? It's his lucky charm in a way. Let's have a closer look at our players in a little clip to feature them more for you guys at home. So there you can see our two players headed towards the stage. This is it, grand finals. We've gone from 84 contestants down to only 2 trainers remaining. It is going to be a phenomenal match.
I completely agree about it. So we will probably be able to see both teams because we know the lucky charms of both teams. Shadow Swampert for Tomahawk and Victini for Cookshack. Sorry, I'm still trying to pronounce his name because it's a bit difficult because I'm not Polish at all. So it's Cookshack.
If it makes you feel better, I pronounce it different every single time. This is a trait I have brought over with me from the video game. I apologize to everyone. But you're right, Kosiak has this really interesting team with that Victini, but the key superstar for me was actually the Obstagoon. I loved the way the Obstagoon was able to shut down the Licky Tongue, particularly if Kosiak was able to manipulate the position so Tomahawk had the Licky Tongue switched in and then unable to switch out due to the timer, and then was just able to start farming up this energy and then going for the cross drop after cross drop, and there was nothing that Licky Tongue could do.
It's true. So, I mean, Licky Tongue can just spam the body slam, but the resisted Lick are really...
just does nothing.
Yeah. It's double resisted, so
yeah, it's just
not use it.
Licky Tongue's just going to have a hard time against that Obstagoon. But, you know, again, if you are Tomahawk, you're going to have to think that Obstagoon was really key for me when we played in winners finals. So I need to find a way to remove it from play. We saw the kind of play coming in with the Noctowl. That obviously is normally, you know, pretty decent. But there was just too many answers on the opposing side. Registeel coming in, having things like Zap Cannon can just be so destructive to a Pokemon like Noctowl.
Yeah, and you can't help it at all with Noctowl because Registeel with Zap Cannon is just a wall for your Noctowl, as Noctowl is a wall for the Trevenant.
Yes, and there's all these intricate little triangles of damage that happen, like you've just said. You know, on Kosiak's team, you've got the Trevenant. That will fall victim to something like the Noctowl, but then you have the Registeel. So you need to make sure you've got something that can oppose the Registeel, something like the Swampert maybe coming in with an Earthquake, but then the Swampert also doesn't like the Trevenant. And suddenly you have this whole kind of conundrum of different positions. And I think particularly in this Grand Finals, as it has been throughout the whole tournament so far, the positioning and the alignment of these teams are going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, and... here, what do you think about the Trevenant of Cookshack? Because I think for me it's not that bad at all because you know that your opponent will bring Swampert. So would you try to bring 3 counters to Swampert for this game?
I mean, the thing is, in their previous match, Tomahawk really didn't bring the Swampert at all. So it depends on what Kosiak's point of view is. Do you think that, do you know what, he didn't bring the Swampert last time, lost against me, maybe he is going to put all his eggs in one basket and bring it, so I'm going to have the Trevenant there ready and waiting for it? Or is it going to be safe that I'm not going to have to worry about the Swampert just like I did last time, so I can drop the Trevenant and bring in something like Obstagoon, Altaria, and Registeel?
Yeah, I don't really know how to say it, because for me, Cookshack, I mean, Cookshack's Obstagoon is obviously really good here at the Victini, and you don't want to see the Trevenant on the Noctowl, for example, or you don't want to see the Trevenant on the Licky Tongue. So it's a bit tricky because in Tomahawk's position, you have, I mean, to be aware of the situation and maybe beginning to play a bit defensively. So, but I highly doubt Tomahawk would do it just because he has an offensive playstyle, you know. So this is like his signature.
Yeah, you've got to bring it. It's grand final. Swampert has worked hard to be here. It's got to make an appearance at some point. Speaking of appearances, though, the little Victini was delightful when we saw it earlier come through. It went for those 3 V creates before it was able to be KO. Both players, I believe, had both shields intact when it was Frostlass versus Victini. So Victini was able to burn both the shields on Frostlass, but then Frostlass was able to then burn them back on Victini, but Victini just fast enough to get a 3rd V create off. Do you think that's something Tomahawk's going to fall for again in this match?
It's a good question, actually, because maybe he can try to use something to just lure the Swampert. Like leading Altaria, for example, and then having something to lure the Swampert.
That's true. If you can lure it out and your Trevenant's hiding sneakily in the back, then it would be a horrible surprise for Swampert. But here we go, Pokemon trainers. Give it up for your grand finalists in Game 1. There are only a couple of matches left of this regional championships, and it's going to be Obstagoon coming out for Kosiak versus Metagame of Tomahawk.
Yeah, so it's a really good lead for Tomahawk because Medicham counter are double effective on the Obstagoon, so Cookshack has to switch immediately on the Azumarill, and Medicham is just about to throw a Psychic, probably trying to the defense fell. I mean, to drop the defense of the Azu, Psychic, which is not shielded at all by Cookshack because it does not KO at all.
Yeah, it doesn't get the defense drop, and you can see the play rough is primed and ready to go, but a nice switch from Tomahawk here, bringing in the Noctowl.
Yeah, so Tomahawk decided to catch the player off of Azumarill because it's more expensive than an Ice Beam and it's not super effective. It's just neutral on the Noctowl. So it was a really good play, and now Cockshack just throws the right move on the Noctowl, so Ice Beam is coming, and Tomahawk does not have to shield it because it does not KO, but he decides to play it safe and to keep his Noctowl healthy enough.
Yeah, you can see the Noctowl was really trying to get the Sky Attack charged up, but the Azumarill was just a little bit quicker with that Ice Beam. It is able to go for a Sky Attack now into the opposing Azumarill, which is just trying to charge up to get another Ice Beam. Those bubbles connecting and farming up all of that experience, but Noctowl this time is the victor in the speed and is able to get another charge move off before the Azumarill is able to retaliate.
Yeah, Tomahawk decided to charge move priority to CMP with the Azumarill with the Ice Beam, trying to bank the most energy he can, and coming back pretty healthy against the Obstagoon, forcing probably the Obstagoon to throw his move. So, but I don't know. I don't think that this Night Slash would KO this Noctowl. Oh, he survived.
Oh, just by one.
Oh,
my
really
goodness.
Good calculation by Tomahawk here.
Oh, you can see the frustration in Kosiak's face there, really hoping to have secured the KO against that Noctowl. Because as you see, it meant Noctowl was able to retaliate with its own charge moves, and Obstagoon is seeing a little bit worse for wear. There is the potential, though, for that Trevenant switch in, which we do see happen as the Metagame for Tomahawk comes in. It's just going to be trying to go for that Ice Punch. That is going to be something that Trevenant's vulnerable to, but of course Kosiak has both of those shields remaining, so he's going to use one now just to protect Trevenant, going to try and farm up some energy to retaliate with something like a Shadow Ball against either of Tomahawk's remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, and now Cockshack is about to bait with the Seed Bomb, the Frostlass. Tomahawk, would he try to call it? Because if you call... no, it does not, because if you call it, it's like winning. So now he's about to throw another Avalanche, and Cockshack probably wins this first game, because Medicham has no move ready anymore, and... now Cockshack will be able to farm a bit more on the Frostlass and have some energy advantage, and then we'll be able to reach a Shadow Ball before Medicham will be able to reach a single Light Punch.
Yeah, and we can see the Seed Bomb there picking up the KO against the Frostlass, and like you mentioned, there is no energy ready on this Metacham. It's an uphill climb with no shields, so the Trevenant that we talked so prominently about coming into this Game 1 is going to be able to get the final knockout for Kosiak, winning Game 1 in this best-of-5 set.
Yeah, so putting Tomahawk in defensive position, I think, because since Tomahawk already lost to Cockshack, now he's probably about to try to recalculate again what he can do, what he could do better, because he probably fell for the Noctowl trap, and then because Cockshack just tried here to lure the Noctowl with the Azumarill, and then trying to sweep with the Trevenant, because from Tomahawk the best answer to Azumarill is Lickitung, and Lickitung is also a good answer to Trevenant. So, but with this Azumarill, you can try to lure all the answers to the Trevenant, and then Trevenant can be free against Tomahawk's team.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Tomahawk played well getting the Noctowl in against the opposing Obstagoon. You know, just trapping it in, trying to get some good farm energy up, but just unfortunately the pivot into that Trevenant at the end, having both the shields intact as well, just gave Trevenant the extra longevity it needed to be able to clean up that game. I have to ask, do you think the adjustment to Swampert is incoming?
I'm not sure, just because Cockshack shows that he's not playing Victini yet.
And he's not afraid to bring the Trevenant either.
Yeah, and he has a Trevenant, so you really don't want to see a Swampert on the Trevenant, because it's just...
There's no way for Swampert to come out of that. But it's the kind of thing where I'm like, you know, there needs to be some kind of adjustment, because no matter how well Tomahawk is adjusting and trying to get good positioning, the actual Pokemon choices on Kosiak's side seem to be dominant in that endgame always. So it's almost a little bit like Tomahawk needs to find a way to bring in a surprise Pokemon from the back that's going to deal that extra damage and secure the knockouts. The issue is, if it is going to be that Trevenant, then it's game over.
Maybe this time it won't be the Trevenant, because he probably thinks that Tomahawk would bring some answers to the Trevenant with Lickitung and Noctowl. With maybe the Medicham back. No, not back, but lead. It would depend. I mean, all the teamers are really flexible, so it's just a problem, because both teams have really good Pokemons, and obviously Cockshack dominates, let's say, with this Victini pick and this Obstagoon pick against Tomahawk's one, but he decided not to bring the Victini but the Obstagoon here.
The other thing I have to talk about Kosiak's team that I love is actually 3 of those key Pokemon in the form of Noctowl, Medicham and Stunfisk are not featured on Kosiak's team, it is that little bit more diverse and interesting, and that probably gives him the flexibility that you mentioned as well to adapt to these more meta-style teams like Tomahawks. Again, Tomahawk does have those utilities of Frostlass and Swampert that we don't always necessarily see in a showcase, so it's going to be good to see if those adaptations, those unique choices are going to make a difference in Game 2, which we're jumping into right now. Azumarill is coming out, and there's the Swampert.
It is the Swampert, Tomahawk Swampert. Finally, he decided to bring it, and Kokshak is probably happy to see it here just because he has this time Victini in the back. So both players read each other. Tomahawk decided to bring the Swampert, and Kokshak decided to bring the Victini.
Yeah, Swampert first to go for the charged attack here. Going to go for that Earthquake, trying to do some big damage, but Azumarill's forced to burn one of those shields very early on here so that it doesn't take a huge chunk of damage. Of course, Play Rough and Ice Beam are also being stacked up, so a nice switch into the Frostlass, and then Obstagoon comes in instead. Fantastic adjustment by Kosiak.
Yeah, so now Kokshak just throws Night Slash. He can just throw Night Slash to get this boost who raises your attack by 2 stages. And and here is the boost.
This Frostlass is having a terrible time. Meant to switch in to try and take an Ice Beam from the Azumarill, instead gets Night Slash for its efforts.
Because now Obstagoon will be able to counter this Frostlass down. I mean, he will have to shield to take another avalanche here, but then he can just farm everything down of the Frostlass. Whoa.
That's the thing. You get rid of the Frostlass with your fast moves, farming up all of this energy so that the Pokemon in the back can just take the full brunt of your charge moves. There are, however, still shields on Tomahawk's side. 2 of those are remaining, so this Metacham might want to click one. No, Tomahawk's going to leave it exposed, saving it for the Pokemon in the back to try and get some damage, allowing the Obstagoon to just burn through one of these turns.
Yeah, wait. I think he had another boost. I think he had another boost here.
Oh my goodness, this Obstagoon is
about to...
it's chaos on that Obstagoon. And little Victini's going to join the party, but I think Obstagoon has certainly put in the work. Swampert is going to switch in to deal well with this Victini. It's going to be going for the Hydro Cannon in order to try and get a clean sweep against it. There's no shields remaining. There, the Victini goes down, but I think Obstagoon has certainly put in the work for the team.
Yeah, because now Azu needs 3 moves to be able to take down this Swampert. So basically 3 Ice Beams, but Swampert will probably outpace to 1 Hydro and 1 Earthquake for it.
Yeah, but Azumarill's farming up that energy too, going for the Ice Beam before this Swampert's able to go for any of its charge moves, forcing Tomahawk to use one of those protects. Ice Beam, of course, does come through, but you can see that the Hydro Cannon or the Earthquake is ready actually on Tomahawk's side.
Yeah, and it's a really good timing from Tomahawk because you don't want to get any move through here because you don't want to give 1 bubble advantage to this Azu.
Yeah, and you want to try and lock that Hydro Cannon in quickly before the Ice Beam's able to come up from the Azumarill. You can see the frustration from Kosiak there, hoping to get the Ice Beam in before Hydro Cannon, but quickly done by Tomahawk to secure Game 2.
Yeah, so now we are 1-1 in the final bracket, final winner's bracket, sorry, excuse me. And it's really exciting because Tomahawk is really fighting, and even if everything is not really easy for him, just because Kokshak has the team advantage, Tomahawk is really doing well.
Yes, and I think it's really going to come down to the mental of his play here. Like you said, the advantage in terms of the Pokemon does go to Kosiak, but the way that you're able to adapt, read into your opponent and make those adjustments, maybe to try and throw your opponent off edge, I think is the speciality that Tomahawk's going to have to tap into. And I'm going to say it, he brought Swampert, he won a game. I think it's the secret weapon here.
Yeah, for me Swampert has to be here, but it's kind of risky because you don't want to see the Swampert on the Altara or on the Trevenant, so it's probably in the leader to not to be locked, you know, and something like that.
Yeah, that's really true. You don't want to then become too predictable. I know it is like a best of 5 set, but if you are then being red, you can't afford to keep losing those games. They've got 1 apiece. You just need 2 more victories if you are Kosiak in order to take the title. Tomahawk has to not only get 2 more, but then go again in a best of 5 set. So I think one of the key things Tomahawk can do here is actually keep up the flexibility. Be unpredictable. Make sure that your opponent isn't going to be able to start reading too easily into what you're going to do. Otherwise, they're just going to be able to run all over you.
Yeah, the Tomahawk really has to think really carefully about it because he comes from the loser bracket, so he has to win this BO to be able to reset the bracket and then to be the champion of this tournament, because otherwise, if he loses here, it's over for him and he will just be second. So Kokshak can just try also to win all the games in the other side just to secure his champion place.
Yes, exactly. I mean, taking a look back at the teams, if you're Kosiak now and you've seen the Swampert come in, what are your adjustments going to be? Or is it just glaringly obvious, I'm bringing Trevenant? So then who are you dropping? Victini?
I would probably drop the Victini, yeah, because even if Victini is really good, it's a bit RPS, you know. Like if it's aligned to the Swampert, no, it's not a good idea. And for example, here he conceded the shield not for the Victini at the beginning. I mean for the last game. So Victini without shield and the Swampert, just not really healthy, but just a Swampert with energy is kind of dangerous because Swampert obviously charges its move really fast, and you don't outpace.
Yeah, Mudshot really helps Swampert get that energy nice and quick. But we're jumping into game 3 here. Altaria is going to come out for Kosiak with the Metagame for Tomahawk.
Yeah, so Tomahawk predicted that he would bring an answer to Swampert for as a second Pokemon. So Tomahawk decides to stay just a bit, just to be able to throw a nice punch just before Kokshak's Terra reaches a Sky Attack here. So he's probably trying to drop right after.
Yeah, it may not be a Trevenant, but Altaria or Dragon Breath certainly can whittle away at the Pokemon here, and you can see it's charging up the Sky Attack, but the Noctowl manages to switch in, going to be able to take that fantastic adjustment from Tomahawk.
Tomahawk really he's making a lot of really good calls about catches.
Definitely making those key switches, making sure that Kosiak is burning through and spending all of the energy that's been acquired. Here is another one coming out from the Altaria, but of course we know the Noctowl isn't going to worry about that. It's going to be able to sit there, take the Sky Attack, and start farming up some energy of its own.
Yeah, and it's really impressive. So now Kokshak has to shield this Sky Attack because otherwise he would be able to throw any move here, and he probably wants to get rid of this Noctowl and probably keep the alignment here because since he did not switch anything, he just wants to win the switch.
Yes, and you can see the benefit of Dragon Breath there as well. Not only getting the KO against the Noctowl, but being able to farm up all this energy so that Metagame is vulnerable when it switches in and pressuring Tomahawk to go for the shield in order to preserve the Metagame. It is ready with an Ice Punch though, but Altaria's gone. Doesn't have to use its charge move to get there.
And here comes Azumarill from Kokshak. So Azumarill is about to take a Psychic from Metagame, and you don't want to shield your Azu at this round, especially even if you have an Octagon in the back. You don't want to take the risk to shield an Ice Punch or to have your defense dropping, because if your defense drops and you shield the defense drop, then it's a disaster because the next move will deal way more damages.
Well, we see two switches from our players here. Swampert comes in, but Obstagoon joins it and is able to farm up enough energy using counter. It's so quick and is able to go for its charge move into that opposing Swampert. It takes a huge chunk of damage, but Hydro Cannon is ready just to try and chip away at this Obstagoon. That will certainly help out the Pokemon in the back.
And not shielding for the same reason here in case the Obstagoon boost is here.
Yes, that's so true. Obstagoon does take a huge amount of damage from Hydro Cannon, but Swampert's like, I've got another one lined up and ready, and that will be enough to secure the knockout against Obstagoon.
And yeah, Kokshak decides to let the Obstagoon go because he probably wants to build some more energy with Azu.
Yeah, and it only needed just a couple of fast moves there in order to get the Ice Beam ready. I mean, to use the Protect Shield or not here, it depends how much energy Swampert had. Don't think it necessarily had enough to deal with that Azumarill. You want to maybe preserve that shield so that the Metagame has a better time as it's got its Psychic ready to go.
And not to allow the move through, Tomahawk decided to throw on CMP with Azumarill.
Yes, very true. And you can see the...
Which is not shielded.
Psychic, yeah, not shielded. Doesn't get the KO, though, and Azumarill is ready to retaliate. But there is a shield on Tomahawk's side that he clicks in very quickly.
Yeah, because he has no choice here to use his latches. So now the win con of Tomahawk is just to try to counter the Azumarill down. And he did it! Oh my lord!
That's why counter is one of the best fast moves, right?
Yeah, counter is really, really strong, and he had no defense drop this time. No, I mean, not this time, because he had no defense drop. It was the Obstagoon boosting twice.
Yes.
Whoa, it's really impressive from Tomahawk.
Yeah, and you could really see what Tomahawk was trying to do there as well, trying to get through the Azumarill, trying to get another ice, with the Swampert, trying to get through it. It just unfortunately, absolute chaos going on that field there. I'm absolutely shook.
Yeah, like a Tomahawk's game style, I mean, the offensive play style, it's just catching Kokshak, off guard. So it's really amazing plays, and the level is really high here.
Yes, I mean, one thing that I'm really impressed by is, again, the adjustments that Kosiak is making, bringing in, for example, that Altaria. In Game 2, we saw the adjustment skill coming from Tomahawk. Okay, we saw the Swampert come in, really nice adjustment. Then we see the Altaria coming in. We saw how devastating that Dragon Breath was. And I think in that particular Game 3, it was a nice showcase to how important your fast moves are and the critical role they play, whether it's about farming energy up and getting those quick charge moves in succession, or whether you're actually trying to deal damage with Dragon Breath or counter as well. And I think it was a good demonstration of that as maybe a newer player watching. Your fast move is really critical.
Yeah, but have you seen how much damage the Azu took from the counter, the resisted counter?
It took so much.
Yeah, this is why for me counter highly deserves a nerf for the next GBL season, because for me counter and Shadow Claw are probably the most powerful moves in the entire GBL. So counter users dominate a lot, and same for Shadow Claw for Sableye. And here we jump into the fourth game of this BO.
Yeah, no surprise to see the Trevenant here. You know, Swampert's had a really good innings for 2 games. It's got Tomahawk 2 wins, so Trevenant needs to make an appearance. But it doesn't see a Swampert, so we switch out to the Altaria.
And now you can just, because Lickitung can win this matchup versus Altaria. So I think Tomahawk is about to stay in this matchup just because he has another, harder answer to Trevenant in the back, because his Nocturne is just about to put a lot of damages on this Trevenant. So, and he can just farm everything down and it's a wall, so he probably just wants to win the switch here.
Yeah, and Sky Attack coming out from the Altaria, just trying to chip away at the Lickitung. That has made a nice adjustment on Tomahawk's team here. Does take a huge chunk of damage, but you can see the Body Slam is primed and ready to go as well. Trying to deal with the Altaria before it can utilize that Dragon Breath.
Yeah, so now if Koksha wants to keep the switch, he has to shield twice. Yeah, he can't. I mean, he can't anymore just because of the leak damages. So both players will have to concede shields trying to keep that switch.
We might very well in this game 3 be seeing a lot of early shield burns go down, leaving our Pokemon more exposed towards the end. But Altaria is down thanks to the lick of that Lickitung, once again showing why fast moves can be so critical if they have that offensive pressure as well. Now Kosiak has the decisions. It's going to be the Obstagoon trying to farm up a little bit of damage against the Lickitung, but really Obstagoon's who you needed against Lickitung in the first place. Trevenant will have to take a few of these licks, but it had enough energy stacked up already. It's going to have to see if it goes for the protect against the Lickitung.
Oh wow, he tried to put, okay, he decides to keep the Trevenant alive, but he does not know that Noctowl is watching him.
Yeah, and doesn't, I think, know that there is no Swampert in the back. I believe we may now have seen all 3 Pokemon on Tomahawk's side, so the Obstagoon here just going to be in a difficult situation against that countering Metachan once again.
Yeah, you can see on Koksha's face that he already knows that he lost the element here, and Tomahawk is able to reset the bracket, so we are going for another BO5, guys.
Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah.
The Obstagoon just taking these counters, Kosiak's just letting it play out, maybe using these extra seconds to be like, hey.
Yeah, because Koksha knows it's over, because of the alignment here, so
there's just no way back.
Yeah, he had to take this switch to be able to try to win this game, but it was really difficult because Trevenant was kind of a dead pick here.
Yeah, and you might as well use these extra seconds as well if you're Kosiak to start thinking, right, bracket's being reset. How am I going to prepare for the next one? But we have to commend Tomahawk for pushing back. Bringing Swampert means getting KOs, getting wins. I mean, that's now the thing. You've reset the bracket. We're now going to go to a new best of 5. Swampert's clearly the secret key to be able to get the victories, but does that mean that you're going to be so predictable to Kosiak now with that Trevenant?
Yeah, but thing is, Tomahawk brought the Swampert plenty times, and then he decided not to bring it anymore. Just because he was like, okay, now he's about to pick 3 counters to Swampert, so I don't want to...
Just leaving it at home.
Yeah, Tomahawk is clearly winning this mind game.
Yes, and that certainly could lend to some of his experience as well in the kind of PvP battling community. I mean, we're now resetting the bracket, super exciting. You kind of already, I want to say, almost spoke this into existence a little bit when you kind of alluded to Dancing Rob's story at the World Championships, and potentially we could see that happen. But one thing I will say to Kosiak, you know, when I was speaking to him earlier, kind of in a little interview, he seemed very confident in his matchup here. And even though you've lost the 1 best of 5, you now do have the chance to do it all over again. So possibly the 50-50 choices you were deciding on making, you can now go with that other option and see if it will play out differently for you.
Yep, exactly. I mean, this beer is incredible, and I mean, I'm pretty sure that Koksha can try to find some more strategies or something. I mean, because it's just a mind game, you know. It's like, will Swampert be here or not? Because Swampert is probably scaring him way too much. This is why he brought a lot of content for it.
Yes,
in the last game.
I love how Swampert's the one Pokemon that's kind of throwing the game off here a little bit, particularly in that Shadow variant. Just going to be such an offensive pressure. But on the flip side, Kosiak does have so many utility options to deal with it. You've mentioned the Altaria, you've mentioned the Trevenant, and because it is slightly weaker as well, it's not like a Pokemon you can switch in to take a charged attack because it's still going to take a chunk of damage. So it does sit pretty vulnerable, and that is, again, something why we have to credit Tomahawk's playstyle and the way that he's able to make those correct switches and It's one of those ones that until you are in a bracket reset, you do not know how to anticipate it or how to kind of approach it. And it's one of those things that doesn't come around every so often. So you have to find a way. Yes, you've won the best of 5, but it's not over. You're now on an equal playing field. You've both taken one loss in the competition. You now have to see who's going to win the following best of 5 in order to take the champion title. And it's so close. Both of these players are going to be able to taste it at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it's impressive. And, you know, I mean, we were talking about history, so I can tell you the history of Bilbao as well, because it was
let's have a
Basics
recap.
versus Vanny, for example. And Basics lost to Vanny, so he was ejected to the loser bracket then by Vanny at the beginning of the day 2. And then Basic did it from in the loser bracket to the winner bracket once again to play the final against Vanny. Did reset the bracket.
Oh wow! So it's a long day of battling.
Yeah, and then he was able to win once again against Vanny after losing to him on the first matches.
Wow, so we've seen it happen before. We've seen literally the same kind of scenario play out where you're playing in the grand final someone who you beat previously as well. Oh, sorry, who beat you previously. And then you have to come back and find a way to adjust. I mean, it's a really interesting mind game because it goes beyond being a best of 3 or a best of 5. It becomes this, in a way, really odd kind of best of 13 in a really odd way. That's a lot of matches against one player.
Like yeah, it's like a revenge on revenge on revenge.
That's true. Like I said, they're now on an equal playing foot. So it is kind of anyone's game. But to take a look at kind of top 8 in general, because it has been an absolute roller coaster of a day, let's take a closer look at some of the key Pokemon that have emerged. Obviously, our 3 superstars, Galarian, Stunfisk, Medicham, and Noctowl, being on 6 of the top 8 teams. That is incredible. But some of the other really nice choices, I'm actually going to throw right down to the bottom there because, you know, bottom from there's Walrein. And I love Walrein. I think Walrein has been a really interesting choice coming through. And I would love to see more of those ice types come into a prominence because of Pokemon like the Noctowl that are just being so strong. But we have to also comment on that Victini. It's still here in Grand Finals. We might be able to see it featured, but if that Swampert keeps coming, it's going to be kept at bay a little bit. Do you mind talking about the Toxapex a little bit? Because I believe you were the one commentating during that broadcast.
Yeah, so Toxapex for me is like a Pokemon a bit RPS, let's say. RPS is the acronym for Rock, Paper, Scissors. So it means that if Toxapex is at the right place, it's about to sweep your team and you can't do anything about it. A bit like Bastiodon, you know.
Yes.
So for me, I mean, it's Toxapex is the poison Bastiodon because they are both bulky and they are both a bit RPS. So, but for me, it's really strong because it changed a bit the meta since Toxapex can do some stuff against G-Fix, for example, to Bastiodon, to all these things, you know, and it can take a lot of damages. For example, from Noctowl, you have to take more than 2 Sky Attack to win, I mean, to take down the Toxapex.
Wow, so it does have a lot of bulk.
Yeah, and the typing is interesting because it's literally a wall to Azumarill.
Ah, okay. So that could be, particularly when you look at Pokemon like Azumarill coming up 3 times in our top 8, Pokemon like Toxapex could be a really nice counter to kind of combat it. And I think Azumarill's certainly given itself a really good showcase because not only, again, is it bulky, it's got nice move coverage with Water and Fairy, but also having things like the Ice Beam has been really, really strong.
Yeah, and I always say something that you probably won't like. I'm sorry about it, but Toxapex is a really good also against A9 just because of the typing as well.
I can imagine that, but let's just hope that the Ninetales is not coming up against any Toxapex anytime soon. I mean, that would have been a lovely thing for seeing a little more Ninetales, but it's nice to kind of get a little bit more of your kind of expertise and insight onto that more niche choice of Pokemon, because I didn't get to see it myself on the broadcast, so it's good to be able to hear a little bit about Toxapex.
Yeah.
So we have our players getting ready. They'll have to kind of refresh themselves, refocused and got ready because at the end of the day, there are only potentially 5 more games at this Pokemon Go broadcast here in Warsaw. So they'll be getting ready on the stage. Let's throw to the clips to remind you of who they are. Excited for this. There we go. The players are ready, and we are so excited about this particular match. It's one of those things that's been hyped up throughout the whole tournament. We've been able to follow Tomahawk's journey. We've been able to follow Kosiak's journey all the way through to this grand final bracket reset. So taking a look at the teams once again, I feel like Swampert's going to come. and I feel like Obstagoon's going to be another key Pokemon on Kosiak's side. How do you think Tomahawk's, if Tomahawk isn't bringing the Swampert, what are the 3 Pokemon that he should be bringing?
Honestly, the Noctowl is probably the safest solution. Probably the G-Fisk as well, because G-Fisk is good overall. I mean, even against Azu, because Azu does not run Hydro Pump, so it's easy. I mean, it just makes the matchup a bit much comfortable for.
Do you think we'll see Lickitung come back? Because he brought it just recently in that first match.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was able to do really well, go for those body slams, but I think it's quite a risk when you are against a Pokemon like Obstagoon.
Yeah, but for me, if he brings Lickitung, it's just to lure the Obstagoon. So
just to trap it in, maybe try and deal with it with another Pokemon. You know, Obstagoon can switch in, and Lickitung can just switch out, be like, see you later, bring in another Pokemon from the back.
Exactly, but I don't really know, because if Tomahawk brings such bulky Pokemons in the same time at the same time like Noctowl and Lickitung, it's clearly to wall the Trevenant Peak.
Okay, so trying to stall it out, leaving the Swampert a little bit safer in the back potentially if you can deal with that Trevenant.
Yeah, just trying to find a way for the Swampert, because it's just playing a mind game with Kokshak here.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of mind games, I think that's where it's going to fall. Kokshak has to really think about the Victini.
Yeah.
Because if the Victini comes and there is no Swampert, Victini can have a nice little bit of a time here. It can do some cool moves. But if that Swampert's there, then Victini really has a difficult time even getting involved in the match at all. So possibly if you're thinking, hey, Swampert's not going to be here, I'm going to maybe try and bring that Obstagoon. Altaria has also been really strong, but maybe Victini could come and make an appearance. That could be a really nice addition. And of course, one Pokemon we haven't talked about at all is the Registeel, but that's going to have to wait because Game 1 of the bracket reset is underway between our players Kosiak and Tomahawk, who is going to be victorious. It is going to be Obstagoon versus the Lickitung.
And it's a good lead for Kokshak. So Tomahawk switches immediately on Noctowl, immediately answered by the Azumarill. So what will you do, Tomahawk? Oh, he's going straight for the Shadow Ball here.
Yeah, straight for the Shadow Ball, going down into that opposing Azumarill. I mean, Tomahawk does need to go on the offensive here after that bad lead start. The Azumarill, however, is primed to go for one of those Ice Beams, going to be forming up a little bit of extra energy before locking it in, though, so there might be a second Ice Beam ready to go quite quickly after.
Yeah, because here you just wanted to bank some more energy because you know that you can just tank one other move from the Noctowl, so even, I mean, both Shadow Ball or Sky Attack. So now Tomahawk is just about to throw a Sky Attack and probably not shielded by Kokshak because it's not about to KO the Azu.
Yeah, they both locked that in at the same time, but the Noctowl was faster, but of course the Azumarill is bulky as well and is able to take it, go for the Ice Beam. So if Tomahawk wants to keep the Noctowl here, would have to have gone for a shield, but no, is very happy to let it go down here. There's not a lot of HP remaining on that Azumarill, so possibly Lickitung could come in from the back, start farming a little bit of energy here.
Yeah, and trying to get the Obstagoon step by step, piece by piece.
Exactly.
By throwing a lot of body slam, because here I think Tomahawk is probably about to go to. Oh, I thought he was about to go for the full farm down. Okay, so
no, instead just going for that body slam. Might have taken just a little bit too long on that. Azumarill wants to get through this bracket reset. Yeah. Obstagoon is now in play, but then it switches out.
Yeah, he aggressively switched out here and immediately answered by Altaria. Unfortunately for Medicham, the Dragon Breath are really strong against it, even if it's neutral, but this move just pressures you a lot.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's nice and quick as well. Yes, you've got Ice Punch, but while those shields are still in play, it's always going to be difficult, and Altaria is able to fire back with its own Sky Attack, and that's something that the Medicham doesn't want to take either, so going through all of these shields from both of our players here, I think there's only one left apiece as we head into the midterm of this match.
Yeah, and here Tomahawk is just about to throw a lot of Ice Punches, but Ice Punch still does not KO at this range, but it's better for Kokshak to shit here, just to have a healthy Altaria for the end. But here it takes another Ice Punch.
Yeah, counter just really paying off, getting up all of that energy. Ice Punch coming through, not going to pick up the KO against the Altaria, and now Medicham sitting in a vulnerable position, but it's going to switch into the Lickitung.
Yeah, and now Altaria is free to throw 2 Sky Attacks in a row. Tomahawk decides not to shield the first one.
Yeah, see how much it does about a fifth of damage here, so, you know, the Lickitung isn't going to want to take another one of those, and it's certainly not going to want to face down against the Obstagoon that has switched in. We've got to remember as well, Altaria has that second Sky Attack primed in the back for later.
Yeah, so now I think Kokshak won this mind game of the first game of this reset grand final BO5.
Yes.
it's a lot like a reset grand final.
Oh, there's so many terms. And
BO5.
Obstagoon going for the cross chop here down into the Lickitung. This is exactly the kind of target it wants to aim at. And, you know, Lickitung goes down. And you're right, Coxiax is going to be able to clean this one out. Metacham coming in. There's not too much the Metacham can do in this situation, though. Obstagoon's just going to reign supreme.
Yeah, it was a really good game from Kokshak and from Tomahawk because both players really fought well and took the right decisions.
Yes, and this is very similar to how we saw actually the first best of 5 play out between these two here because Coxiax won game 1 and then suddenly there was an adjustment from Tomahawk and we saw that Swampert come into play.
Yeah,
now
you don't have to be too much confident about you. It's not because you had like a really good alignment for your game that it will continue like that because your opponent can also be in your head.
Well, the high level of play from both of these players is absolutely amazing. They're both making amazing predictions, amazing switches, trying to catch all of those brilliant charged moves. But I'm going to say I want to see Tomahawk bring that Swampert back because I think it does give him the edge. The way he's able to play it, even if it is slightly more vulnerable or not as optimal in a particular matchup, I feel like the synergy of him, Pokemon to trainer, is working out so well for him and giving him the edge in the competition.
Exactly. So what do you expect for the next game? Do you think we will see Swampert again? Because this time Tomahawk did not bring it at all. But maybe this time Kokshak can be prepared about it and bringing the Trevenant because the first game Tomahawk loses it without Swampert. So the next one, he just brings Swampert again.
I mean, again, I'm still very new at this, so I'm going a lot on intuition, but to me, the Swampert seems to work really well for Tomahawk, so I would like to see it in there with the Noctowl, of course, but I think the Metacham's key as well. He needs the Metacham to be in there going for those Psychics as well. They deal out significant chunks of damage to Pokemon like the Azumarill, for example. On Kosiak's team, I think the Altaria has been really key. It's able to take some of those Ice-type attacks as well, so it's able to have that extra bulk on the field, and the Dragon Breath has just been so prominent at dealing a lot of damage, so I think it's a really good Pokemon to have out. Obstagoon obviously has been an absolute superstar, and then it really comes down to what his third Pokemon choice is going to be. If you don't think the Swampert is coming,
yeah,
then
maybe this time it will be coming. Yeah, because you know the past 2 games, Tomahawk decided to bring 2 counters, 2 hard counters to Trevenant. So maybe this time again, or maybe this time he would decide to bring the Swampert again.
Well, we'll have to see. Game 2 is underway here in our bracket reset. It's going to be Frostlass on Tomahawk versus Altaria. What a great lead for Tomahawk.
Yeah. Immediately switched out with Azumarill, so Tomahawk is about to throw a Shadow Ball, I think, or trying to catch the play rough. No, he's about to Shadow Ball the Azu.
Yeah, just trying to get some damage down on the opposing Azumarill, farming up lots of energy in between as well. It does do a really big chunk of damage, putting it in a vulnerable spot. But of course, Azumarill is going to be able to go for a play rough in return.
Yeah, he tried to, as you can see on the screen, he tapped the Noctowl, so he tried to catch once again the play rough. So now he's forced to stay here once again and throw another Shadow Ball to the Azu.
Yeah, you might as well. If you were unable to switch out with the energy you had farmed up, why don't you go on the offensive and force Kosiak to start burning through a shield here just to preserve that Azumarill, as I think another one of those Shadow Balls would have picked up the KO.
Yeah, and this time he tried to catch and he did not succeed catching this one. I mean, it worked once, but Kokshak looks like really smart, so he did not fall for it once again.
Exactly, not going to fall for the same trick twice. It's going to be the Ice Beam coming out. Of course, Noctowl can take one of these, but it doesn't want to take a second one, trying to farm up as much energy as possible. Sky Attack is ready, but Shadow Ball's really going to be the key one against this opposing Azumarill. Kosiak not going to go for the shield here, wanting to preserve it for a little bit later on, as Shadow Ball does come down. Doesn't quite get the KO. Oh, amazing survive by Azumarill. Look at that bulk paying off.
Yeah, but I think, I don't think Noctowl is about to survive once again.
Yes,
one HP as well.
Oh,
and then, sorry, Kokshak decided to switch aggressively on the Altaria, so probably trying to Dragon Breath everything down, trying to tank, not to tank, but to shield one avalanche, because you want this energy on your Altaria, but it's kind of difficult because Altaria had some energy advantage before, so Altaria will be able to reach another avalanche before Altaria can farm everything down of the Frostlass.
Yeah, I think Frostlass just being too quick here, able to go for another avalanche while the Altaria is going to be exposed. We're going to see the Obstagoon come into play though, and that means that the Metacham's going to jump in, because Frostlass doesn't want to take any of these counters coming out from the Obstagoon. It is able to farm up its energy nice and quick, and is of course going to be able to go for that Night Slash.
Yeah, Kokshak does not even hit his bubble because he knows that it's over, because Tomahawk Tomahawk also has another shield. Oh no,
Oh,
he
it gets the
boosted!
attack. Oh, thumbs up to the audience there for Kosiak getting the boost.
And the poor Azu is about to be KO as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a return there from Tomahawk, making some really good adjustments. Really nice to see, you know, the Frostlass actually making a strong appearance.
No Swampert, but Frostlass here. So maybe the new strategy.
We
of
can't both
Tomahawk.
be happy at once. You can have the
Yeah.
Frostlass out of the Swampert.
Yeah, I mean both strategies with Swampert or with Frostlass have both offensive, and I like both of them. You know, because I really like Tomahawk's playstyle, trying to catch things, trying to manage his energy perfectly, trying to be oppressive for his opponent, because his opponent has to follow the lead Tomahawk has.
Yeah, no, that's true. Sometimes it's not about the calls that you want to make, it's how you react to the calls that your opponent is making. And I think that's been one of the key skills that Tomahawk has demonstrated, is identifying what Kosiak is going to do and then making the appropriate switch to try and catch a charge move here or there. We've also seen Kosiak do it so well in the past too. I think it's going to come down to which player is going to hold their nerve and make that split decision correctly.
Yeah, and we already mentioned it, but it's kind of difficult to make the right decision here because some things are a bit, let's say, RPS. So,
yeah.
I mean, Kosiak decided not to bring the Trevenant anymore, so the matchup becomes a bit less RPS. But for example, having your Altaria on the Frostlass is a complete disaster. So at the beginning, you are already, I mean, you don't want to let everything down, but it's kind of difficult to come back from this, especially if Frostlass is about to take Ursa, your Azumarill down.
That's true. I mean, the other thing I like about the Frostlass coming to game 2 was that it would warn the Trevenant what it would be coming for if it comes for the Swampert. So again, the mind games are here, and Swampert is on the field versus the little Victini.
A big lead for Tomahawk here once again. So here comes the Azumarill, and wow, and the Swampert is just about to pressure this Azumarill.
Yeah, look at all of that energy farmed up by the Swampert. It's just going to be able to go to town with this Earthquake onto Azumarill, forcing the Kosiak to go straight away for one of those shields.
Yeah, because here you just feel the pressure. So, oh, he caught it. Oh, he caught on his Medicham.
Oh, brings in the Medicham as the Play Rough is going to come out from this Azumarill, something that the Medicham isn't going to want to take. Does a huge chunk of damage, but at least the shields, I suppose, are preserved on Tomahawk's side, and it means that the Medicham can start farming up some damage, going for something like the Psychic to chunk away at the Azumarill.
Yeah, and you know why he did that? I mean, why he did switch on Medicham and not on Noctowl here?
Do tell.
To cut the player off, because Medicham is like, let's say, a dead pick for Tomahawk, because here Medicham is weak to Victini, because
so it
all
won't really
moves,
have a spot.
Yeah, all your moves are resisted, so you just give the Medicham, and then you don't need to have the switch again.
Okay, well, Azumarill's going to go for the Ice Beam here, knowing that the Medicham isn't really a Pokemon that Tomahawk needs in this match. It's going to be preserved, though, anyway, just to make sure that the Azumarill isn't going to be able to deal any damage against it. So the Psychic is being farmed up nicely here by the Medicham as well, just trying to farm away with that fast move, and it goes instead for the Ice Punch.
Yeah, so Tomahawk here wants the switch, and Kosiak gives it. Oh
yeah.
no!
Oh, it's just able to survive as the Noctowl comes in.
He caught it on the Noctowl.
Oh, the Azumarill just able to hang on, and for the troubles of Tomahawk switch, it's going to have to take an Ice Beam directly to the face. Noctowl not appreciating that at all. Of course, it's going to be able to get the KO against the Azumarill, but now Victini is here to play.
Yeah, and here Victini can have a shot to be able to do some things. So, and Kosiak still has one shield, so Victini can just bank another V-Create.
Oh, that does so
much.
much.
The damages.
Yeah, the defense does, of course, severely drop on that Victini, so it's going to be very vulnerable to whatever comes in. If you're Tomahawk, do you want to bring in that Medicham? It will go down relatively quickly, but at least you might get a little bit more damage. Instead, let's let Swampert do what it does best. It has lots of energy charged and ready for that Hydro Cannon. Of course, the shield's going to go out from Kosiak, but if that Swampert using Mudshot is going to be able to get another Hydro Cannon up very quickly, then Victini will be down and out.
Yeah, because here you just have to have a Psychic ready, and unfortunately Swampert had not enough energy. So here I think the error was probably Tomahawk probably switched out the how is it called?
Well, he switched in the Noctowl.
Yeah, he probably misclicked, I think, on the Noctowl. I mean on the Medicham, because you don't want to try to catch a Ice Beam or a Play Rough, sorry, on your Medicham.
Yeah, no, that's very true. And you can see the Metacham here just trying its last efforts. But Kosiak, from what looked like a really dire turn 0 there from the leads, was able to pull it back. So now we are 2-1 in this best of 5 set.
Yeah, so now Kosiak was able to take the lead again in this BO5 of the grand final in Warsaw. So what do you think about this game? Because Kosiak came back from really far away with a honestly horrible lead.
Yes, really, really horrible lead. And I think that's going to be the difficult as well for Tomahawk here, knowing that essentially in turn 0, you almost had that game ready. It was yours for the taking. But I think, like you said, the key thing there was the fact that Kosiak Azumarill was able to hang on just on that 1 HP. And maybe if you're Tomahawk, you thought that it was going to go down at that point, so it might have been safer to go for a switch in that situation. But Azumarill able to hang on, go for the Ice Beam, and then unfortunately Noctowl came in without the shield preservation. So we've seen that time and time again where one of the players forces the opponent to burn through those shields. Possibly if I was Tomahawk, I wouldn't have gone for the shield on the Metacham the way he did in that game. As you identified, Metacham wasn't really a key player in that particular matchup. So you could have saved it, let the Metacham go down, and then that could have saved the Noctowl a little bit later on. So going into this next match, I mean, this is where things get incredibly intense. Kosiak is just 1 game away from being the regional champion here. And if you are Tomahawk, you know that it was within your grasp. So how do you refocus at this point? Yourself as a player, what would you do going into this?
I think here, like, nothing to lose, I want to say. So I would just play offensive. So probably bringing, I think maybe Frostlass as a lead once again, because you don't... You probably think that you don't want to bring the Victini again as a lead, but we will find out, because the next game, the fourth game of this BO5 is now coming. So it's a Lickitung lead versus Obstagoon. So Kosiak already has a good lead here. So Tomahawk, what will you do?
That's the thing, Kosiak making a really strong start. Swampert is going to switch on for Tomahawk, though. The Azumarill is going to come in, though, for Kosiak, though, so countering this switch. Hydro Cannon is primed and ready to go, but it's really Earthquake that you need to do any damage to this opposing Azumarill. What a strong start for Kosiak.
And this time, Tomahawk is baiting. He's not playing like he did before. He was always throwing Earthquake straight, and now he decides to bait.
Yeah, and the shield did go up, so that's 1 down for Kosiak. There's another one here, and this time Swampert is going to be going for that Earthquake. Will Kosiak read into it? Not going to go for a shield here, and Earthquake will connect on Azumarill, doing a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, because now that you are close to 2 Ice Beams, you know that you will be able to take both shields of the Swampert. So you here, what you want to do is just to take both shields.
Yeah, that's the thing. 1 shield has gone up on that Swampert, and Azumarill's ready, like you said, to go for the second one. So Tomahawk burning both of these very, very quickly. That Swampert has to pull through and make this trade-off worth it to either deal with this Azumarill, have enough energy farmed up in the back to come in later to deal with one of the Pokemon that is hiding in the back for Kosiak. Instead, it's going to be just going straight for the Hydro Cannon here into this opposing Azumarill. Whether it's Hydro Cannon or Earthquake, I think it's going to be able to pick up the KO anyway. Kosiak letting it go down.
Yeah, because this move is really huge. I mean, Hydro Cannon with a Shadow Swampert is really, really, really impressive. So here come the Hydro Cannon on the Obstagoon. So Kosiak is not about to shed it because it does not deal that. I mean, it deals a lot, but not that ton of damages, and you probably want to keep your shield for your Victini then.
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult thing as well. Obstagoon using that counter could easily just deal with that Swampert, deciding, however, to just go straight for the Night Slash and just deal with it, get rid of it, and now start farming up some more energy. But we see the Victini switch in, and then Lickitung switch in for the hard change on the Metacham.
Yeah, so now you're about to probably build to 2 Vicreas and then throwing the back-to-back. So Tomahawk probably knows it, so because Tomahawk counted well, and he probably tries to snipe, let's say, to CMP with the Victini. So here he can throw the Victini to shield because you want to, you just want to throw the shield because you want to throw your energy and you back-to-back.
Yes, and particularly with the defense drops, the Victini is getting off that V-Career. It's going to be easy pickings for the Lickitung to deal with. But Lickitung able to just hang on, but no, it goes down to that Victini. And now the last remaining Pokemon is going to be the Metacham on Tomahawk's side. This really is the only Pokemon standing between Kosiak and the title.
Yeah, and even Victini is fully debuffed now. He's still able to reach another V-Career. So and now he's switching aggressively on the Obstagoon, probably trying to catch one move.
And there we have it. Kosiak is going to be bringing in the Victini, and we've got the Psychic coming up.
It is about to be a tie now from Tomahawk. Tomahawk he's really playing well, and it's so tense because we are now 2-2. with both players, so it will be the decisive match now.
That was the thing. I thought that Tomahawk had already closed out that game. We were already jumping in, and then suddenly there was still the Psychic to go. I thought Victini had already gone down, but no, such a close call. We have got one game standing between our two players here.
Yeah, so they are probably they are choosing their team right now. What do you think about it? Because it's really exciting. I mean, this bio is really. I mean, it's
I have
not
no chill
only
right now.
RPS.
You know, this has got so intense. We've seen the Swampert do good things. We've seen Victini do good things. And ultimately, I have to credit the skill level of these players. They have fought it out throughout a whole 2 days of competition. They've had a bracket reset, and they have gone these full amount of games. You know, in this second best of 5 set, we're in game 5. This is all it is. And we've seen how many times with these players they've called those turn 0 leads correctly. We've seen Victini versus the Swampert, and actually Kosiak was able to come back from that difficult situation. But at the same time, we've seen Tomahawk go for the Frostlass versus the Altaria. So I really do think turn 0 is probably the most critical moment in this particular match.
Yeah, we really have a good show with a high skill demonstration from both players, because here you have like the proof that even if you don't have the lead, it's not really a problem, because you can still manage a lot your energy, everything you manage. I mean, everything is not a question of alignment. Sometimes it is, because you have some wars, let's say, but since Kokshak did not bring the Trevenant anymore. It's less, let's say, RPS, and both players have more plays.
Yes, I have been surprised at the lack of Trevenant that's been in this particular match. I think we saw it earlier in just the first best of 5. And then it just seems that, considering that Tomahawk is bringing that Swampert quite regularly, often leading with it on occasion as well, that Trevenant might make a comeback into this very final match.
Yeah. Do you think here, in this situation, you would try to bring the Trevenant again? Because the Swampert is annoying for Kokshak.
Yes, I would honestly bring the Trevenant. I would drop the Victini, because although it does do some good things, it takes a lot of positioning to make sure that you're using it to burn through 2 shields. So potentially Victini, it's going to be too difficult to navigate in this final match. Trevenant is a more solid choice of a pick, considering, looking at the way Tomahawk's been playing with the Swampert and how much success he's having with it. I think you need Trevenant in there so that Tomahawk is forced to play around it and focus on that, which will allow you to capitalize on, deterring his focus on that one Pokemon.
Yeah, it's completely true. It's really tense. I mean, both
my
players
heart is
really
racing.
Take a lot of they really take a lot of time to choose, because it's really important for them. And I can honestly, I can completely understand why they are taking a lot of time, because you have to overthink a bit everything, because you don't want this match to be completely RPS, because you just want to try to have some plays to show something really good and honestly to win. So you can't tell something yourself like, I want to throw a coin in the air and let's see how it will happen.
Well, here it is. This is what it all comes down to, the final match of this regional, and it's going to be the Frostlass versus the Altaria. Oh, what a great call from Tomahawk.
Oh my lord. Okay, so I'm sorry guys, it's about to be that RPS that I was talking about.
I mean, what a great switch. Victini's come in, then Swampert swatched in, and Hydro Cannon is ready to go. Victini's going to be forced to go for a shield here. Yeah,
he's trying to shield. I mean, Kokshak is probably trying to take the shields down before letting the Victini go, because now he has the back-to-back V-Create, so he knows that Tomahawk has to shield, because you have no choice here.
But Swampert's in the driving seat, 'cause he's got another Hydro Cannon ready to go. So Victini, able to go for the V-Create secondly here, is going to be able to force the shield, but then Tomahawk's going to be able to do the exact same thing right back with that Hydro Cannon into the Victini.
Yeah, so now Swampert outpaces to 2 moves, and Kokshak probably knows it's no reason for him to shield this time.
Exactly, because even if you use the shield, it's going to go down very quickly thanks to all the defense drops. So you might as well preserve it for either the Obstagoon or the Altaria in the back. I mean, Kosiak going to bring in that Altaria, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Swampert switch out soon.
Yeah. I mean, he's about to switch aggressively on the Frostlass.
Yeah, Frostlass comes in, but Obstagoon's there to meet it. So Obstagoon going to go for these counters, farm up lots of energy, and they can apply some good pressure with the Night Slash. There's no protection remaining on Tomahawk's side. They were all burnt through by the Swampert, so now the Frostlass is very vulnerable.
Yeah, so he probably expected the Azu in the back, I think, to make a play like this one, because here Tomahawk just lost the alignment he had, and it's a play he did, but he fought for this alignment. He conceded 2 shields for finally giving the the alignment. And Kokshak decides to let the obstacle go just because he wants to farm everything down with the Dragon Breath of Altaria now.
Yes, and of course the Frostlass able to get some good damage off, but doesn't have that charge move ready to deal into the Altaria. The Avalanche would have been critical against it, obviously forcing a shield there. But now you've got the choice between your Swampert that's ready to go with that Hydra Cannon. But, you know, are you going to use a shield against the Hydra Cannon?
No, not yet, because you probably know that it's Medicham in the back, and because Tomahawk kept bringing the Medicham, so now you just throw, the Sky Attack, and you're trying to say, not to say, but you don't allow Medicham to reach another Ice Punch here, so he throws the other one, and it's probably the game for Tomahawk here.
Yeah, that's the thing you get to see as well. Another Sky Attack coming out from the Altaria, dealing with that Medicham. And then the last Pokemon is going to be that Swampert. It is primed with a Hydro Cannon.
And he needs 2 Hydro Cannons to
take
but
it's not enough. Kosiak is your regional champion. Huge congratulations to Kosiak, winning.
You can maybe hear all the spectators behind. They're jumping. They are so happy here for Kokshak.
Look at the support that he is getting here, fighting it through, losing the first best of 5, bracket reset right down to the wire, and was just able to get that victory. Kosiak is your regional champion here at the Pokemon Go broadcast in Warsaw. Huge congratulations. Commiserations to Hawk though as well. That was certainly one fight, and he pushed it all the way to the limit.
It feels so good. I mean, to see a local player winning it, and a kid also, because he's 15 years old. He's such a little prodigy.
Well, definitely a name to look out for as the rest of the season continues to grow. Got himself this regional title, and there's only the future ahead. So amazing, amazing finish here for Kosiak.
Yeah, here both players show a lot of really good skill demonstration. I mean, it was an amazing bio, and Tomahawk really did well until because he just did reset, you know, this bracket from the loser bracket, and made it so close in the final, and it was decisive.
And what a last game as well. You know, that we had the Altaria and the Frostlass, and that already looked dire for Kosiak, and then we had a quick switch, and then suddenly Victini was staring down a Swampert again. Looks like
him to see, you know, to do the pause with the heart like that. You know?
I am sure we will see it in the winners interview later. I mean, I'm just still absolutely shaking from the way that last game became so dynamic, so many gate switches, but clearly the superstar in that team actually ended up being the Victini, because it had such a critical role, being in a position where it could just go for V-Create after V-Create, burning those 2 shields on the Swampert, and you saw that ultimately then that was Tomahawk's downfall without any shield to protect from the multitude of charge moves that Kosiak was then able to thrall upon him.
Now Victini becomes really oppressive, let's say, with the quick attack, you know, because you charge the V-Create so fast, so you're just oppressing your opponent, because V-Create does like tons of damages, and you can't let your opponent doing it. Even if it's resisted, I think on the Shadow Swampert we were not able to see the damages, but it would have done tons of damages as well, because V-Create is such a really huge nuke.
That's really true. Well, we're going to have a short break while we get our champion seated, ready for an interview, so do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm now live in Warsaw for this championship regionals with our winner. Kukshak, yeah. Sorry. How do you feel?
Yeah, like that was insane, like the last game. Yeah, I'm feeling amazing. Yes.
Yeah, so a bit stressed because the last game was a bit difficult since you had no alignment at all in the lead, and then some things happened, and then you saw some win cons coming, right?
Yes, like last game for sure. Like Victor put in a lot of work against Swampert. Like people doesn't expect it. Like it did get 2 shields. Yeah.
Yeah, you got the 2 shields and you kept one for the next.
I kinda was afraid of he will like play it risky and have Jiffy skin back. That was my worst nightmare, but I for 99% knew that he's gonna have a Medicham back. Yes. It's also like if he would, because Medicham often wins CMP against Altaria, I think. Yes, I think it should.
I think it's IV dependent.
Yes, it's IV dependent, but if this Ice Punch like would be CMP, I might still have a trouble. Like, I'm not sure if Hydro would KO, but yeah.
Yeah, you took like a lot of wise decisions today, and but you also had to play the reset bracket. So how did you feel in the meantime? Because you were like that close from the win for being the champion of Warsaw, and suddenly everything is to do it. I mean, you will have to do it again.
Yes, well, like it wasn't that stressful for me. Of course, was a very people like that's very rude that they started to send me battles in and out, and my game was really like wasn't really working correctly.
Yeah, what was your mindset?
Like mindset, I thought it would be a bit easier. Like really great adaptation by Tomahawk. When I played Trevenant, he played Nocta. When I played Licky Tank, he played Medicham. He knew like the lines started to be predictable. Like Obstagoon every day, Azumarill every day, Medicham every day on their sides. Like
Yes.
yeah, like on it happens. Yes, but
So you had to change your gameplay then and your style.
yes,
And it paid off.
Yes, I also has brought like Victini to the final game because like you risk it, you understand, like you just gotta.
Yeah, and you did not bring the Trevenant anymore because you saw that it was not that good versus Noctor versus Lickitung, but also maybe because you did not want that hard RPS anymore.
Yeah, like Victini was kind of tricky. If he won't use right Swampert, it was pretty good, but I had a feeling he will, and also like Noctowl, not amazing matchup, but not Century very bad. Yeah, it was hard to use, but like I couldn't just pass it, and like it also wasn't just wasn't using just because it's my signature Pokemon. It was also here good. If that wasn't my signature Pokemon, I would probably use it also. Like it didn't get a lot of right matchup like Frostlass. It did get it in second final game Medicham, but it just was too much to handle. Like all those debuffs, like that couldn't be really cleared. Victini, like it put in a ton of work. I'm very proud of him.
Yeah, I completely agree about it because Victini was a key Pokemon in some of your wins.
Yes.
So do you think you will just play it again, or do you have like advices for trainers who want to run it maybe?
Yeah, like Victini is obviously very high skilled Pokemon. Like the Pokemon who have insane damage output, but they attack debuff their defense. You have to know how to play them. Like you should for sure. You for sure should check the. You should play it a little bit in Go Battle League if you wanna start it with it, because like it's pretty tricky to use, but worth it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it paid off. So because you're the winner now, and also, would you like advise the other trainers to build around Victini, or just to pick Victini to just to feel, another team?
Like I wouldn't say you have to play like in your team comp. You have to really consider Victini. I don't know how meta will shift after this tournament. Will Victini become meta? Not sure. Like you for sure can create a good team comp without caring about Victini, because it's very like nobody was prepared. Who saw Victini before this tournament? Like
nobody knew him, so maybe you bring some new spice in the meta?
Yeah, I will think about something. Like maybe not Victini, like you can be repetitive. Maybe, but maybe I will bring it. I don't know.
Yes, so now that you won this tournament, you will have the travel award and the invitation for the Japan. Are you excited about it? I mean, have you before considered the idea to go to Japan?
Like I'm not the craziest Japanese fan, but the culture is very interesting for sure. I will, yes, I will. Would yes, sorry. I would love to go for to Japan. Like for sure, we'll have a good time. Not maybe to win an entire like tournament sweep, but at least to have fun. Sorry, I'm just very shocked because
it's fine. Don't worry. It's completely normal, don't worry about it, because I mean everything was kind of brutal. It was, you were a bit in trouble because of this bracket reset, and then you're the champion. So
Yes.
yeah, you probably don't even realize it, because you, I remember the first interview I had with you, you were so excited, like running everywhere,
Yes.
jumping, and now you're
Maybe,
so chill.
yeah, like I probably should have been more energetic. Sorry for all my fans who
No,
like,
it's fine, don't
yeah,
worry.
like, you just have to focus. Like, maybe in Japan I will do something stupid. I hope so. Yeah.
I can understand. One more thing, please. Before we will go to the next videos and we will back soon, can you do the little thing like this
Of
with
course.
your hands? It's so cute. Thank you. We will back soon, trainers.
Thank you. Very much.
Trainers, we are ready for our award ceremony here in Warsaw. We have seen 2 days of Pokemon Go battles, and now we have a winner and a finalist. So now I'm calling here on stage with me, finalist Tomahawk UK. Please give a round of applause. Congratulations, very good place. And we get your prizes here. And a round of applause to the winner. Sorry, finalist.
Winner in our hearts.
Yes. And now if you step a bit to the side, thank you. And next up, we have the Warsaw champion of Pokemon Go, Crocsack. Please step on stage. Congratulations, really nice place today. And we'll get you your prizes right here.
Well done.
And that is all for this weekend. We will be seeing you all in a few weeks in Stuttgart. Thank you all and have fun.